And good Saturday morning, Battle of I-75 Saturday morning. I am Nate Hinners here in the Falcon Radio studio, joined by Adam Duffin.
Gonna be a good game today.
And we are getting you ready for the Battle of I-75. The tip-off coming up about 12:07, 12:08, I believe. But live from the Doit this year. So BG Battle of I-75 back here in Bowling Green this year. So excited about that. The teams, of course, Bowling Green and Toledo. Don't think that needs to be said anymore, but big rivalry matchup this year. And we'll talk about it coming up here in a few. Coming up later on, too, we'll hand things on out to the Doit, Sean, Lucas, and Tyler, as we have a three-man crew out at the Doit today. So we'll talk to them coming up as well. Coming up, though, right after this, we'll preview BG's team and some big news from BG's team. So we'll talk about that coming up right after this here on Falcon Radio.
Hi, this is Christina Ricci with RAIN. Every 2 minutes, another American is sexually assaulted. If you or someone you know has been sexually assaulted, you are not alone. Help is just a call or click away through the National Sexual Assault Hotline. Please call 1-800-656-HOPE, that's HOPE, or visit rain.org, that's RAINN.org.
Brought to you by RAIN and this station.
Welcome back to Falcon Media Sports Network's pregame coverage of the Battle of I-75, the 2025 Battle of I-75. And it's kicking off with some big news about BG's quarterback situation, Adam.
Yeah, quarterback Drew Pine for Bowling Green ruled out now in pregame warmups just about 40 minutes ago, we found out. So sophomore quarterback, or redshirt sophomore quarterback, Lucian Anderson III will get the start. Not much experience there at all. He's only got 27 career rushes and 12 career passes for Bowling Green. And the last time he was out there for the Falcons, he dropped back in relief of Pine and got strip sacked and turned the ball over. So not much experience and not much as a starting quarterback. Hasn't started a game for the Falcons yet.
And big news just coming within the past hour almost released that we won't be having our starting quarterback that the Falcons have had all season long pretty much.
Yeah, it's definitely an adjustment. I assume Lucian Anderson had an idea heading into the game. Definitely a tough spot to put a guy in to go out there and play in a rivalry game against an incredible defense.
Should mention, too, a sold-out game today.
Yeah, lots of pressure for him. Hopefully, Travis Partridge, the offensive coordinator and play caller, he can scheme up some things to help Lucian get settled in early. And just an absolute shock to figure out an hour before a football game.
Yeah, definitely. Now that, of course, the big story, but how's the rest of the team looking, getting ready for the Battle of I-75?
Well, I think for the Falcons, you have to lean on the run game, especially Lucian Anderson, definitely a different type of quarterback than Drew Pine, where he's mobile. You can also hand the ball off, do some option plays with Chris McMillan, excellent back for the Falcons this year. Only averaging about 5 yards per carry, but last week was a good, or not last week, the previous week, they were on a bye last week. Chris McMillan had 11 carries for 89 yards. Very efficient day on the ground. That was also aided by his fellow running back, Cameron Petaway, who had 54 yards with him. So Falcons run game, they're going to have to lean on that heavily. And they also have a third running back in Kadarius Roberts, who has been getting a lot of carries this year, also has been a threat in the screen game or short yard passing with 15 receptions on the year. He's second on the team in receptions as your third string running back. So a lot of different options for Lucian Anderson to rely on through the ground game or short passing game.
Yeah, definitely. All right, coming up, we'll preview what the Rockets have going into this game. That's coming up right after this here on Falcon Radio.
Looking for a BGSU Athletics talk radio show? Tune into the Zig Zone every Sunday at 4 p.m., where a panel of Falcon Media Sports Network members discuss the hottest BG sports topics. Only on WBGU 88.1 FM.
Welcome back to Falcon Media Sports Network's Battle of I-75 pregame coverage, and of course just talked about the Falcons and their big news with Drew Pine being out for the game. So big news for the Falcons, but how are the Rockets looking going into this Battle of I-75?
Well, I think the Rockets were already coming into this game confident. Tucker Gleason, their senior quarterback, no worries about him not being on the field. He's been with them since 2021. A lot of carries throughout his younger part of his career, more of a rusher in gimmicky situations. Past 2 years has been the starter. And then he's got this new amazing running back in Chip Trayanum, who was a transfer from Kentucky, also played at Ohio State and Arizona State previously in his career. So Toledo, a lot of experience with senior quarterback, senior running back, senior starting receiver. They have a huge advantage in that category where these guys have been together, or at least Junior Vander Ross III, the top target for Toledo. Him and Tucker Gleason have been a good duo the past 2 seasons. Last year, Junior Vander Ross, almost 1,000 yards. This year, currently at 380, has been an excellent season. And they have a lot of other weapons alongside them. Javon Brown, Trayvon Rudolph, Eric Holly, Jacob Peterson, 4 other receivers that have over 100 yards this year. A lot of good outside options. And it's just right now they have a total advantage in the passing game compared to Bowling Green. If Toledo gets up in this game, Bowling Green is going to have to throw the football a lot, and then if they continue to score, Toledo's going to be able to match them.
Yeah, definitely Toledo looking strong coming into this game, especially with the news of Drew Pine being out. Really changing the aspect of this game too.
And a big thing too is the defense. I mean, Lucian Anderson's going to have to face Avery Smith, the guy who has 6 passes defended this year. Last year was one of the top in the country with 14. He's a senior. He's also followed by Emmanuel McNeil Warren, another senior, all 4 years at Toledo. This defense has been together, and the whole unit has been incredible this year, only allowing 12.4 points per game. They have been blowing out teams. They have been playing backups in a bunch of games. Everyone's eating on this defense, and now they get to face an inexperienced quarterback.
Yeah, definitely probably the news Toledo was not expecting, but maybe looking forward to this morning. All right, coming up, we'll hand things on out to Tyler, Sean, and Lucas out at the Doit. They'll tell you how it's looking out there. Heard it's kind of windy out there. I don't know. It felt fine to me this morning, but we'll tell you what's looking like out there, especially with a sold-out crowd. We'll hand things off to them coming up right after this here on Falcon Radio.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Falcon Media Sports Network's Battle of I-75 pregame coverage here on Falcon Radio. And now Nate Henners and Adam Duffin joining you guys here in the Falcon Radio studio. But out at the Doit, we have a 3-man crew today. Tyler Kavalich, Lucas Kleinmeyer, and Sean Conley. I feel like I mispronounced Tyler's last name by accident. Tyler Kavalich. All right, how's it going out there?
Thanks, Nate. It's a beautiful day here in the 419, Bowling Green in Toledo. You can't ask for a better day. You can't ask for a better matchup. Stands are filling up. I'm Sean Conley, joined by Tyler Kavalich and Lucas Kleinmeyer. Tyler and Lucas, it's the Battle of I-75. It's the one game circled on everyone's calendar.
Yeah, it is, and the excitement around this year's game is something that I have not felt during my time at Bowling Green. It is announced a sellout before the game. The last sellout at the stadium was 2003 when College Game Day was here. It's going to be an electric environment, although it's a noon game. Would have loved for this to be a late night game, but it'll still be an electric environment here. And there's a lot of unknowns now with Drew Pine being out, Lucian Anderson III being in. He had a huge ovation when he was announced on the video board. So it's going to be an interesting one of which team can get stuff established first.
Yeah, Tyler and I have both been here the same amount of years, both entering our final years as seniors. I don't think I've ever had a game that has had this much momentum, especially the Battle of I-75. Like Tyler mentioned, with Eddie George, with the crowd being announced to sell it before the game, with these two teams where they're currently at in the MAC. Still kind of early, but still a big game for the entirety of the MAC standings. It's going to be a good one. And I think, for me, who can run the ball is going to come away victorious. Who can run the ball, stop the run? It's one of the most key core things in all of football. It's one of the oldest things that gives people victory. I think Bowling Green can do that, especially with Lucian Anderson going to be a starting quarterback, and they can stop Toledo's run and how good they've been running the ball this year. Bowling Green will come out victorious.
I mean, I would have to agree with the run game. You have about 3-4 guys that you do run, and then you add in Lucian Anderson. That just adds a factor to the Toledo defense that they do have to stop.
And it's a rivalry game. You never know what happens in these matchups. What you know coming in is not always what you know going out.
That Toledo on paper might be better in almost every single statistical category, but rivalry games, we've seen it. Crazier things happen before. Bowling Green can definitely come away with this one.
And you mentioned the vibe around this place. I mean, even last year, I know it was at Toledo, but going into that game, Bowling Green was a better team than they were this year. But this game just has more hype just because Eddie George, place is packed. I mean, it is. The vibe around this place this year is dramatically different than it was in my 4 years. I know I have a year up on you guys, so even including on that year, that wasn't anything like what I've been seeing now. So like I said, all three of us, this is the best vibe we've seen around this football team, and I've never seen a sold-out crowd here. You guys haven't seen a sold-out crowd here. We get to see one here today, and it's against Toledo, the arch rival up 25 miles north. It's literally the perfect scenario, and it's a beautiful day here in Northwest Ohio. So I'm really looking forward to this game, and it's a rivalry game, like you said. Anything can happen.
It is, so it'll be exciting to see what happens on the field, but we'll send it back to you guys in the studio before we get ready for kickoff, about 15 minutes away.
Yeah, thanks, guys. All right, coming up, we will have Adam's thoughts going into this game. Also coming up, I'll take a look at what's going on around the MAC today. That's coming up right after this here on Falcon Radio.
BGSU Hockey continues their weekend series against Niagara University on Saturday, October 11th at Niagara's Dwyer Arena. The Orange and Brown last played Niagara in 2012 when the Falcons emerged victorious in a 3-0 victory at the Slater Family Ice Arena. The Purple Eagles kicked off their season with a 5-2 victory over St. Lawrence. Falcon Media Sports Network's Benjamin Korak will have the call starting at 4:45 for pregame and 5 o'clock for puck drop on WBGU 80.1 FM. Your home for BGSU Hockey.
You are listening to Falcon Media Sports Network's pregame coverage of the Battle of I-75, and time now for our analysis roundtable. Though one of our analysts got to go out to the Deutsch to do something cool on the video board. So Adam, as our sole analyst, how are you looking going into this game?
Well, now with having a backup quarterback come in with limited experience, you have to rely on your defense more. And it starts with Gideon Lampron, junior linebacker for Bowling Green. He's got 44 tackles leading the squad this year, and he really needs to be a big part of stopping this run game of Chip Trainum and the rest of the Toledo Rockets offense. You have to get Toledo off the field, give your team a shot. I expect this to be a low-scoring game because of that. I think we're going to run the football. Toledo's going to run the football. The clock's going to drain, and I expect both teams to be around 20 points. If Bowling Green at least is able to generate some first downs and hold on to the football and give their defense a chance to get off the field. And another really difficult thing is just that Toledo's defense has been so amazing this year. It's really difficult to think that Bowling Green will be able to do that. They've already struggled no matter who they've played this year, whether it was Lafayette, Liberty, Louisville, at getting first downs, and then now you face this amazing defense. It's a huge struggle for them, in my opinion, for Bowling Green to have success today. But Lucian Anderson, this is a big moment for him to step up, prove why maybe he could be the starter going forward since Drew Pine's injured.
Yeah, all right, and also checking to see what's going on around the MAC today over in football. Also coming up here at noon, the Miami Redhawks taking on the Akron Zips. Again, that's coming up at noon in Akron. Then at 1 o'clock, got the Northern Illinois Huskies at the Eastern Michigan Eagles. And then at 2:30, UMass Minutemen are over at Kent State taking on the Golden Flashes. Again, that's coming up at 2:30. Then at 3:30, probably when the Falcons and Rockets are wrapping up, the Ball State Cardinals will be over at the Western Michigan Broncos, and that's coming up at 3:30. So there's your football MACtion for today. Probably nothing really as big as the I-75 or Battle of I-75 today, but still some MACtion. Some good MACtion games going on today. Also in college football today, another big game for Ohio fans. The Buckeyes are taking on the Illinois Fighting Illini. Did I say that right? Illini?
Illini.
Illini.
Yeah.
I had never... Okay, anyways. But yeah, so some Ohio fans probably going to be, keeping track of both games. They got the Falcons on. They got the Buckeyes on. That game's also coming up at noon today. By the way, Ohio State's still ranked number 1. Then also happening today at noon, Alabama Crimson Tide at the Missouri Tigers. That's also at noon. Pittsburgh Panthers and Florida State Seminoles. And then at 12:45 today, got the Washington State at Ole Miss. For the Falcons, too, last night, they defeated for volleyball Northern Illinois in 3 sets. A good game last night for the Falcons. Hockey, though, not going as well for the Falcons, losing 2-0 against Niagara. Now tonight, the Falcon hockey team back at Niagara. That's coming up at 5 o'clock. So as soon as the hockey team or football team is over, the hockey team gets in action. And again, that's coming up at 5 o'clock over on WBGU 88.1 FM. Also coming up today here at noon, the Falcons women's tennis team is over in Pennsylvania taking on Slippery Rock University. So not just the Falcon football team in action today, got some hockey and some women's tennis coming up here in a few minutes. And of course, Falcon Media Sports Network will be covering all of it. All right, coming up, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with your Falcon 4 keys to the game here on Falcon Radio.
Women's tennis stays in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and travels to Maple Street Courts to take on the Crimson Hawks of Indiana University of Pennsylvania for the first time in program history on Sunday, October 12th at 10 a.m. Check out the recap of the match by Falcon Media Sports Network's Dawson Pelter and more content at bgfalconmedia.com.
Welcome back to Falcon Media Sports Network's pregame Battle of I-75 coverage. Just about 10 minutes away now from kickoff. Adam, what are your Falcon 4 keys to the game for the Falcons and the Rockets too, maybe?
Initially, it was going to be Drew Pine protecting the football. Now it's Lucian Anderson III. He needs to protect the football today, and that starts with Travis Partridge in play calling, putting Lucian Anderson in positions to succeed, not letting him drop back without maybe an extra tight end, an extra running back, blocking in that backfield, helping him out against this vaunted Toledo defense. Second thing, you got to get the tight ends involved. Jiron Johnson had 1 catch last week. Jacob Harris, no catches. Now Lucian Anderson will probably enjoy the tight ends being on the field with him. Young quarterbacks love throwing to the tight ends. They're safety blankets in the middle of the field or in the flat. Another big thing for this Falcons team is their defense. Their D-line needs to generate pressure. You got to force Gleason in the long third downs, get them off the field, give your defense or give your offense a chance with the football again. And lastly, the O-line. I was going to say protect Pine because Pine got hit sacked 5 times last week, ended up getting injured. So they got to protect Lucian Anderson now. And you got to help the running backs too. You got to open up gaps for them to go through and push up field with the running backs. You can't have these third and longs with a young quarterback. That's going to lead to the turnovers, like I mentioned in the first point. And Bowling Green hasn't been great on third down this year. That's because of the long situations. So that's my Falcon 4 keys to the game.
All right, thanks, Adam. Coming up, we'll send things on out to the Doit. Have our final thoughts before we send it out, though. But yeah, coming up, the anthem is done. We'll hand things on out over there. Coming up here in a few. Right now, though, let's check in on our Falcon Media Sports Network Athlete of the Week.
BGSU Volleyball's Jessica Andrews is this week's Falcon Media Sports Network's Athlete of the Week. The senior middle blocker won MAC's Offensive Player of the Week. She is the 5th different Falcon to earn Player of the Week award and making her the 3rd to win Offensive Player of the Week this season. This is Andrews' 7th weekly award, but her first non-defensive Player of the Week. This is her first honor of the 2025 season. Andrews was tied for the most kills on the team against Eastern Michigan with 16 for 30 and 8 for 12 against CMU on Saturday, finishing her weekend with 24 kills, making her hitting percentage for the weekend .476. This has been Falcon Media Sports Network's Athlete of the Week.
Welcome back to Falcon Media Sports Network's pregame coverage of the Battle of I-75. Just a few minutes away now from the Falcons and the Rockets kicking off today. Adam, what are your final thoughts before we hand things on out to the Doit?
It may seem bold. I think the Falcons will win 23-20. I think Lucian Anderson will, shockingly, he will hold the football for the Falcons. I think no turnovers. He's going to impress today. He has something to prove. And I predict Jackson Cleather, he's been reliable all year. It's going to be a lot of him kicking field goals today and maybe one late in the fourth quarter to get them that final 3 points for the 23-20 victory.
Well, that's a strong prediction there.
I'm feeling bold. Feeling bold.
All right. Let's hand things on out to the Doit. Tyler, Sean, and Lucas, how are things going out there?
25 miles separate these two schools, every inch filled with pure and utter hatred, and starts with 4 simple words: Bowling Green versus Toledo. Two teams that clashed in 1919 for the first time and for over a century battled it out on the gridiron. A rivalry filled out with legendary names and coaches that is reinstated for the 90th time this afternoon. And for the first time in 6 years, this rivalry is back at Bowling Green on a Saturday afternoon in Northwest Ohio. Two teams that have no fond memories of each other, two teams that won't even say each other's names, and two teams that have one ultimate goal: to beat the other. And it all starts with 4 simple words: Bowling Green versus Toledo. Hello, everyone. Welcome into the broadcast booth. I'm Sean Connolly, joined by Tyler Kaplitz and Lucas Kleinmeyer. Gentlemen, it's a perfect day here in Northwest Ohio, and we have a great rivalry on our hands.
It is. There's not a cloud in the sky. It is terrific weather for this game, and it is an announced sellout here at the Doit for the first time since 2003 when College Game Day was here for a ranked matchup against Northern Illinois. The energy is palpable, and there's a lot of unknowns now coming into the game with Drew Pine being out, Lucian Anderson III being in against a vaunted Toledo defense. It's going to be a fun one and an exciting one to see how it plays out on the gridiron.
90th all-time meeting, the 300th game here at the Doit. Energy has been unlike anything I've seen before. We talked about earlier in the broadcast. This is going to be quite an exciting one, and I'm just proud to be alongside you two for this call.
And this is a trend this season with these crowds. The first crowd was just under 20,000. The homecoming crowd was just under a sellout. It was very close. There's been a 60% increase year over to year from last year in attendance so far this season. It is the highest year-to-year increase in the country this season. There is an insane amount of energy around this program right now, and they will be seeking revenge for what happened in this stadium 2 years ago against the Rockets.
Yeah, anytime Toledo does come to town, it's always going to be special. But adding on the fact that it's the 300th game at Dwight L. Perry Stadium, Eddie George's first game in this rivalry, he knows probably a little bit about an intense rivalry. As he was, just a bit running back at Ohio State. So I mean, just the vibe around this place. We mentioned it a little bit in our pregame 90 seconds here. It was just. It's filled. It's packed. I mean, this place is jumping. I mean, it's a noon kickoff. We obviously were expecting a little later of a kick, but it's noon. This place is packed. It's just a great day for the community in Northwest Ohio and in the 419. So Toledo and the Falcons take the field. As obviously you can hear the boos as Toledo just a little bit ago took the field. I mean, already I feel like this is already the loudest crowd that I feel like I've at least been broadcasted with. Obviously, I've been inside in the press box writing some from a few years ago against Toledo, so I wasn't outside for that. But I felt like even this, that wasn't a November game in the middle, in the middle of the week. This is a Saturday game. Everybody is on, that was at Bowling Green is at this game right now.
You go back just a couple years ago with the Scott Loeffler era where the teams were good teams, they're competitive teams, even back to last year when they were competing to get to that MAC championship game. The crowds and energy was not like this, and it's crazy how it just takes 1 year, one coaching change, one philosophy change for that to just happen. I mean, the momentum that Athletic Director Derek Vandermeer has brought since he's gotten here from the top down has been just tremendous, and it's paid off. He keeps building on it year after year after year, and I'm just proud again to be a part of you guys here for my senior year for this Battle I-75 in such a big game.
So the coin toss occurring right now at midfield. Bowling Green does win the toss. And they
defer to the second half.
Defer to the second half.
Toledo will start with the ball.
Toledo will start with the ball, and that's a Toledo offense that's ranked number 1 in the MAC.
And guys, who's the biggest storyline now heading into this game? 6'3", 200 pounds sophomore out of Athens, Georgia. Not a single pass so far this year, Lucian Anderson III.
Yeah, 27 career rush attempts, 12 career passes for the Falcons against the top defense in the MAC, a top 10 defense by statistics in the country.
That's why you gotta love sports. Everyone, Toledo might have been preparing for Drew Pine heading into this game. Played probably his worst game of the year against Ohio a couple weeks ago.
That might be the silver lining. Jason Candle had 2 weeks to prepare for the Falcons. Yep. Was he preparing for Drew Pine for 2 weeks?
And Drew Pine got hurt in that Ohio game. He was kind of off and on in that game, whether he was in the game or out the game. But he kept coming back in. It's like, all right, he's all right. He has 2 weeks now to prepare for his next game. And then today the bombshell breaks that Drew Pine out for the game. So that's going to leave the door open for Lucian Anderson. And Lucian Anderson has been in headlines after the Louisville game. He busted out one for 75 yards in the fourth quarter. So it's going to be interesting to see how this offense looks. Obviously, we'll have to wait a little bit as Toledo's offense will take the field first.
And if you are wondering what happened to Drew Pine, it is a boot on the left foot. We don't know anything further past that, but we did see him out there at the coin toss as one of the captains on this team wearing a boot on that left foot, not dressed for the game.
And worth mentioning, too, we do have Aiden Brewick down on the sideline for us. Could get an update on Pine potentially if he sees something there. So we'll make sure to bring him in throughout the broadcast if he has something to add. Nice uniform matchup as well. All orange, white for Toledo.
It's an orange out here today at the Doit.
The LT logo back with
LT,
the helmets,
the throwbacks.
The Falcons.
Like I said, the vibes around this place can't be bigger.
Zach Long going to kick it off for Bowling Green. Trayvon Rudolph going to be back to return for the Rockets. This crowd's so big, there's 2 student sections for Bowling Green.
They did have to extend the student section to the other side. That's how big they knew that this game was going to be. Noting also that Toledo offense will have to start in the student section. So Zach Long will kick it away to Rudolph, and he will elect for the fair catch. So Toledo's offense will start at the 25. Like I said, right in the heart of the student section, of both student sections.
And it's going to be our first look at Tucker Gleason. Gleason, senior quarterback, 6'3", 245. Started his career at Georgia Tech, but he's been a veteran for Toledo.
Yeah, started in this game last year. Yep. Threw a couple picks, threw a couple TDs, so
we talked
he's
about
hoping to bounce back today.
How important this game is for Bowling Green wanting revenge from 2 years ago. Tucker Gleason did not play well against this team last year. He's going to want some revenge himself.
So Gleason in a shotgun formation, Trainum, the running back, to his right, and it's going to be a play-action pass. Gleason all kinds of time. He's going to take a downfield shot. He's got a wide-open man, and it's going to be complete. One play, and Toledo's already knocking on the door. That was Junior Vander Ross III, Toledo's top receiver, in one play, already getting down.
I'm interested to see. I don't think we're going to get a review. Looked like a possible bobble when he dove for it. They're saying it's a catch as of now. No
one
review.
Play, and it's going to be another play-action pass, and this one's going to be complete to Vander Ross again. That one only going for about 5 yards, but that first play
good for 39 yards.
Down to the 36-yard line of Bowling Green.
When you mentioned he didn't have a good game last year against BG, but Gleason can air it out. 30 for 45 against the Falcons last year, 320 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks.
And he did connect to his receiver on their first drive out of the second half to make that a one-score game.
And Vander Ross, arguably the best wide receiver in the conference this season.
Gleason now back to pass. He's going to take a play-action pass, and it's going to be
with the
quarterback keep for Gleason.
Lampron was in there on the stop, got him right after he passed the line of scrimmage. Lampron has had to step up into that middle linebacker role after the absence of Dorian Pringle, who's out for the year with the torn ACL.
I was thinking this week, it's like, imagine if Dorian Pringle was still on this defense, they would probably be ranked at least a few spots ahead than that 7th in the MAC ranking that they do have currently.
Change the whole dynamic of the defense.
Does change the whole dynamic. He's like a quarterback on that defensive side, but Lampron's done a great job to fill that role, and it's going to be a handoff to Trainum, and he's going to go nowhere.
MJ Cannon got him
on the
behind
first
the
and
line.
10.
MJ Cannon coming from that side, looked like a weak side cornerback blitz. Perfectly designed play by Bowling Green on the run by Trainum.
So 2nd and 10, just over 13 minutes to go here at the Bowling Green 24.
Loud chants from the student section.
This has been much better from the BG defense. One of their Achilles heel had been giving up the explosive play. They gave it up first play of the game. Been a couple nice stops.
Clock now under 13 minutes here in the first quarter. It's going to be a 2nd and 10 at the 24. Gleason in shotgun formation. There's going to be a flag on the play.
False start.
Looks like a false start on Toledo.
And Bowling Green was showing some pressure on that play. They were moving the linebackers around. They had a linebacker set up on the edge, ready to rush 5. Had Toledo thinking, and one of the offensive linemen jumped, and it's going to be 2nd and 15 for the Rockets.
I mean, that play, it looked like Gleason just couldn't find the right. There was something wrong with that. He kind of took a little bit to try and get that play developed.
Well, Vandeross was in motion, but he kind of went a little bit too slow getting across the line.
So that's going to take him back 5 yards. It's going to be 2nd and 15. Now ball at the 29 of Bowling Green. An empty backfield for Gleason. Gleason over the middle. It's going to be caught. That one's Vandeross again. Makes a move. That's going to be a first down for Toledo. Connecting again with his number 1 wide receiver.
And Vandeross killed Bowling Green last year as well. 11 receptions for 106 yards. He leads the conference with 6 touchdowns this season, and he has been lethal early on. 2 catches for well over 50 yards at this point now.
Fresh set of downs, and that one's to Trainum, and Trainum's going to go to the end zone, and that's going to be a touchdown, Toledo. 1 drive, 1 touchdown. Trainum finds the end zone for his 7th touchdown of the year.
Well, we just talked about Vandeross, talked about Chip Trainum, one of the best running backs in the MAC so far this year. First and total touchdowns. He gets his 7th of the year there.
Yeah, they have a 1-2 punch with the wide receiver and running back. We heard Vandeross's name multiple times, and we hear Trainum's name a few times, and that one finding the end zone there, giving the Rockets the 6-0 lead, pending 7-0.
35.8 points per game, 442.4 yards per game. This Toledo offense is just electric. They get big chunk plays. We saw it there in the first drive.
Snap good, kick is up, and it's good. So 7-0 Toledo on their first drive. It all started with that one play that took them all the way to Bowling Green territory. So when we return, the Falcon offense returns. You're listening to Falcon Football on Falcon Radio.
The Falcons suffered more than just a loss to rival Toledo on October 7th as junior setter Amanda Otten went down hard in the 3rd set. Otten had to be helped off the court and was unable to put weight on her leg. She returned to the bench with ice on her knee, and the Falcons quickly lost momentum, eventually falling to the Rockets in just 4 sets. Head coach Alex Del Piombo said that the team is still evaluating Otten's injury and will know more after meeting with doctors. Her injury adds to the Falcons' growing list of health concerns, as they've already been without defending Mid-American Conference Player of the Year, Lauren Hovey, since mid-September with an undisclosed injury. If Otten misses time, sophomore setter Anik Shidek is expected to step into a larger role. This has been 60 Seconds in Falcon Athletics.
Every 2 minutes, an American is sexually assaulted. Be the someone who gives their time. Be the someone who lends an ear. Be the someone who takes a step. This is Christina Ricci with RAIN, asking you to join the fight against sexual violence and volunteer in your community. Log on to RAIN.org, that's RAINN.org, to learn how you can be the someone.
This message brought to you by the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network and this station.
I need to pay my taxes. What are my payment options?
The IRS has several options for paying your taxes. You can pay with IRS Direct Pay, a debit or credit card, or with an electronic funds withdrawal when you e-file your return. If you can't pay the full amount, consider paying over time with an online payment agreement or our Offer in Compromise program. Both tools are available on irs.gov. Go to irs.gov/payment to find an option that is best suited for you.
Are you a fan of BG Falcon Media and the Falcon Media Sports Network, you can show your support for BGSU student media by donating at the bottom of the page of stories on bgfalconmedia.com.
Check out more coverage from the Falcon Media Sports Network online at bgfalconmedia.com.
7-0 here at Doyd L. Perry Stadium. Rockets strike first, 75-yard drive, led by Tucker Gleason, Vander Ross, and Chip Trainum.
I remember last year after the BG Toledo game, Tucker Gleason at the podium, almost like holding back tears in his eyes after that game, which he threw 2 picks, had over 300 yards and 2 touchdowns, but 2 very crucial picks.
One to Jordan Oladokin that went 6. So clearly,
him and Candle were pretty emotional after that game, and I think part of that just came out in that first drive. It definitely a statement.
First play.
Yeah,
I mean that first play was a statement. Hey, we're not going to hang around.
Definitely a statement drive, a statement first play by Tucker Gleason and the Rockets, proving that offense is real. We'll get the first look at Lucian Anderson, the third under center, and Toledo's defense here.
So they kick it away, and that one is going to be returned, and that one is going to go to about the 21-yard line of the Falcons.
This is a Toledo team.
That was Allen Middleton on the return by way.
They did kick it away from Petaway.
They avoided Petaway, who leads the nation in kickoff return yards, 37.3 on average.
The top returner in the nation they want to kick away from, I would bet. But that leads out the offense. Lucian Anderson getting his first start here at Bowling Green in replace of Drew Pine, who was ruled out.
Once again, 27 career rushes, 12 career pass attempts for the Falcons.
No passing stats yet for Lucian this year. He has seen some time. So that's going to be a handoff, and that is going to be Petaway, and that one's going to go nowhere. Toledo's defense getting right in there, and Manuel McNeil Warren on the tackle there.
Second in the country in forced fumbles and fumbles recovered. He's had 13 tackles over the past 2 weeks. Gets an early one on Petaway.
So I'm looking for this Toledo defensive front, guys. Malachi Davis, 6'4" junior from Holt, Michigan. 7 tackles this year, 9 of them solo, 2.5 sacks.
And I love the Avery Smith call out by Adam in the pregame.
Anderson, and he's going to take it himself. Anderson's got some space, and he gets about 4 yards there. Anderson is going to be using his legs a lot.
He will. But you talked about that line, Avery Smith in the back end of this defense. Toledo's got key pieces everywhere on this defense, and something I noticed, there's not a ton of high recruits. It's just a testament to how Jason Candle has been able to develop, him and his coaching staff, which is very tenured, developing these players at Toledo.
Brings up a 3rd and 6 here for the Falcon offense. 37% this year on 3rd down for the Falcons. Lucian Anderson, his first pass here as the Falcons, and that's going to be incomplete.
Wow. They motioned R.J. Garcia out right before the snap. He went out to the X position, ended up curling for a little curl flat route, trying to do a little screen play essentially, and Lucian moving to his right just spiked into the ground in front of Garcia. Maybe feeling the pressure a little bit there on his first pass attempt of the season, his first pass attempt in a collegiate start, and it's going to be a 3-and-out for Bowling Green.
I mean, if you can get Lucian Anderson comfortable in the passing game, I think he's a very dangerous quarterback for this Falcon team. So
here's the other thing. Travis Partridge and Eddie George already have an offensive system designed for Drew Pine. It's not like they can completely revamp the offensive system in a week or two.
Henderson kicks it away on the punt.
Oh,
and that's
boy.
Bryson Hammer, and Hammer gets a few yards, and a flag is on the play.
There's a couple of flags, I think.
Fielded at about the 35-yard line. He got to the 45, so a pickup of at least 10 on the punt return, awaiting the penalty here. Potentially a block in the back, maybe.
It's worth mentioning, though, in total that one is to be expected for Lucian. Like Tyler said, a little bit nervy, probably just getting his first collegiate snap, but also his first offensive snaps, knowing that he is going to have to throw the ball to beat the Rockets. But this is a Toledo team that has outscored their opponents 38-14 in first quarters this year. They're a very good first-half team. Only the fourth quarter is the only quarter where they've been outscored.
Well, I think that's a testament, too, to how veteran this Toledo team is, as they did not lose a single starter or a backup due to the transfer portal this season. The only other team according to SID surveys that they did, is the way they had to find it out, was Navy. That was the only other team in the country that can say that.
So that penalty is going to go on the Falcons, which adds about 15 yards, making it ball at the 41-yard line of Bowling Green's side. So Toledo given great field position already on the 10-yard return, adding on 15.
I do think we may see a few penalties in this game. Bowling Green commits 6.4 a game, Toledo 7.8 a game. Those are two of the worst marks in the conference.
So Gleason in the offense, their second drive of the game. Gleason in a shotgun formation, Trainum to his right, and it's going to be a handoff to Trainum, and Trainum to the sideline, and he's going to get about 4 yards on the game there.
There's some little extracurriculars there.
It's chippy.
Falcon and Toledo, a little bit chippy, and Captain Obvious over here. It's to be expected. It's a Battle of I-75.
So a pickup of 3, making it 2nd and 7 now. Just over 10 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Bowling Green's offense stalled out of 3 and out, giving the ball back to Toledo. And it's going to be another handoff to Trainum, and Trainum eludes some tackles, and he's going to pick up the first down.
Very patient there from Trainum. Found the hole. Good job for the Falcons closing in on him, but there's a reason why he's been the top running back in the MAC this year. He's very patient.
Lorfil's nearly had him in the backfield, dove at his ankles, and he just moved to the right past him. And Trainum over 95 yards a game this season.
He really reminds me of a year ago, Terrion Stewart. He would wait for the play to develop, see where a hole is, and that's good running. I mean, that's just a great running.
You want a pro comparison, Le'Veon Bell?
Le'Veon Bell, yep, that was the comparison last year to Terrion Stewart. So Gleason's gonna fake the handoff, and that is gonna go to.
It's gonna be Kenji Christian Brune. Played last season, past 2 seasons at North Carolina A&T. Kind of slipped in the backfield when he was given it.
Yeah, it was an end-around play. Bowling Green does like to run that play where they send a guy in motion and then he goes the exact way he was motioned in. But that one only going for about 3 yards. He did slip, like you said. So it's going to be 2nd and 7. Ball at Bowling Green's 27. 8:50 to go.
3 wideouts for Toledo on the
Gleason, play action pass, pressure being brought. He's going to just have to throw it away. Incomplete, throws it out of bounds, bringing up a third down. People wanting a flag, they don't get one. They're saying maybe holding, but that was just a throwaway. That ball was never going to be caught in the first place. So
MJ Cannon, Darius Lorfil is in the backfield for Bowling Green, a cornerback and a safety respectively. Bowling Green's been aggressive in bringing their secondary back to the backfield and doing some cornerback and defensive back blitzes early on. Brandon Fisher not really holding back the playbook against Toledo.
So a big 3rd down here for the Falcon defense. 3rd and 7. 8:45 to go. Rockets up 7-0, looking to strike again.
Bowling Green in a nickel defense, showing just 3 rushers.
Gleason back to pass, all kinds of time. Looking for the end zone, incomplete. 2 defenders by. Vander Ross was his intended receiver, but that one's going nowhere, more than likely bringing out the kicking unit.
Once again, MJ Cannon, Darius Lorfil, the 2 in coverage. MJ Cannon, little rocky start to the season. Boy, has he been solid for Bowling Green the past couple of weeks.
It's a good play call. My apologies there, Sean. Just a little bit too strong there. Was trying to get that left pylon there, but good credit there for Lorfil and Cannon.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring up Cannon. He has really stepped up his role. Like you said, started the year a little shaky, but the offense is actually going to stay out there.
Toledo's just 2 for 8 this season on 4th down.
So it's 4th and 7. I was maybe expecting this within 4th and 5, but they are going to go for it. Place is going nuts. Gleason back to pass. Pressure being brought. He is going to get the pass off, and that one's going to be behind the line of scrimmage. It doesn't look like he got it. It was going to be close.
MJ Cannon with a tackle. Eric George with the pressure.
Eric George was right there about a
both sides pointing their way that they did stop him. What do they say?
Say short.
Say short, yep.
Wow, what a huge stop for Bowling Green.
That is a gutsy call by Jason Candle. Toledo has been horrendous on 4th down this season. 2 for 8 is the 2nd worst mark in the MAC. They go for it. Eric George, whose name has not been said that much the past couple weeks, gets the pressure, makes Gleason roll out to his left, and then MJ Cannon with a huge tackle.
And that was Eric Hawley, the 3rd for Toledo, who caught it. He had a lot of open space. He just elected to try to get the first down. Didn't end up getting it. But, yeah, like you said, good tackles there. I mean, that was a gutsy call there for Jason Candle, and one that I can't really blame him for. I mean, the offense has already looked pretty good.
You want to talk about a momentum-changing play. You get a big fourth down stop for your defense early in the first quarter when it hasn't been going your way early on. That can be a momentum changer. Don't need to always create a turnover. Don't always need to have an interception or fumble or get a touchdown. Some things like that can get it. And then Bowling Green sideline, you saw Eddie George there. He is fired up.
Well, and that's even bigger in the grand scheme of that. You think if Toledo had gone down, converted that, and got a touchdown, what does that do to this crowd?
Yep.
By getting that stop, you keep this crowd into this game. In fact, this crowd may be more engaged than it was at the start of the game because of that fourth down stop.
Yeah, it's always, when you have a crowd like this, it always looks so great with 15 minutes to go in the first quarter, before even the first kick. The second they score, it just takes all the life out of it. A crowd can go from loud to quiet in just a snap of the finger, just like that.
It's also got to be a great momentum boost for Lucian. Instead of playing 2 scores down, whether it would have been 14 or 10, he's now still playing just 1 score down, 7-0, has a chance to tie it up on this drive.
You want to talk about aggressive play calling for Toledo. What a statement they're making here in first quarter. Going for on 4th and 7 when you could easily add 3 to make it a 2-score game. Quite the statement there from Jason Candle and his offense.
I mean, Detroit is on a part of on I-75, so I'm sure he probably has talked to Dan Campbell, hey, we're going for it when we can. I mean, like I said, I thought within 4th and 5 you would probably see maybe some go-for-its there for Toledo and Bowling Green, rather. So, yeah, like I said, I got to respect the demand in going for it. So
it's the tone you want to set.
It's the tone you want to set. Like I said, Toledo's offense has looked good all day. You know, they've only had 2 drives, but they've already been beating Bowling Green in the defense. So, I said.
And that was a good point by Adam on the pregame show. We saw it right here. Forced Toledo in those 3rd and long situations. It was a 3rd and long for them there, and they were faced with a 4th and 7. That's not really that manageable of a 4th down that they were faced in. It's a very tough position. That's what Bowling Green's defense needs to set themselves up for. They can't set themselves up in short yardage positions with Chip Trainum in the backfield. That's an excellent job by Brandon Fisher and his unit of executing the game plan, and now it brings Lucian and the Bowling Green offense back out onto the field.
So Lucian Anderson back out for the Falcons offense, trailing by 7 with 8:32 to go here in the first quarter. They're at the 21-yard line in their own backyard, so 1st and 10 for the Falcon offense. Lucian did run it once on that first drive for 5 yards. And it's going to be a handoff, and that's going to be to Petaway, and Petaway is going to pick up about a yard maybe up the middle.
Kind of faked an end around there. Kadaris Roberts came in the backfield. Lucian faked to turn to hand it off to him, and then turned back to his other side, gave it off to Petaway.
Well, I talked about it there. The run game for Bowling Green is going to be the key to success. When you have an experienced quarterback like Lucian Anderson, when throwing the ball, getting McMillan, Petaway, Roberts into the game, getting them carries, get one of them going. Feed the hot hand. Get one of those guys going. That'll set your offense up for success. So
a 2nd and 10 here for the Falcon offense.
2 receivers Anderson out wide, Garcia and Finn Hogan on either side.
In the shotgun. Motions R.J. Garcia. And it's going to be a quarterback keeper for Lucian Anderson. Again, going nowhere, so that's going to bring up a 3rd and 10 already.
Right now, guys, it feels like Lucian is trying to operate an offense that has not really been able to be that adjusted for him. I could be wrong on that, but it still very much feels like they're trying to run a similar offense that they had with Pine and trying to adjust it for Lucian. It's tough when you're put in that position with an offense so specifically designed for a different style quarterback.
One-on-one coverage here on the inside here for Finn Hogan. So Lucian Anderson back to pass, completes his first pass, and that's going to be taken down again, probably maybe a gain of 1, if that.
Not a chance.
Huge hit by Chris Dapolonaya. A huge hit by him. Had a helmet fly off by a Toledo player on that. And that's kind of what we've seen from Bowling Green, this dink and dump offense on a 3rd and long. And it results in a 4th and 13. And John Henderson will have to punt it away from his own 18.
So, yeah, another 3 and out. Again, this offense just can't really seem to get things going. And you mentioned, Tyler, that, they're still trying to run the offense that they've had in previous weeks, and that's fine. That's what you know. However, you do have a quarterback that can stretch the field.
I just don't get that play call there on 3rd down. To go a short screen, I get you're on your side of the field. You haven't attempted a deep shot or even a medium shot yet. Lucian hasn't thrown the ball more than 5 yards downfield. You got to let him rip it at some point. You can't restrain him. You have to let him take a shot and compete with this Toledo defense.
You're seeing two complete opposite offensive play styles right now early game. Super aggressive, and I know much experienced Tucker Gleason, Jason Candle, offensive Toledo team, but now you're coming into the quarterback that, as you mentioned, hadn't thrown a collegiate pass coming into this game, and look how conservative Bowling Green has been. I agree with you there, Tyler. I'm not sure I agree with that third down play call. You got to get your offensive momentum early in the first quarter. Toledo already has 100 total offensive yards. Bowling Green hasn't got anything going offensively.
Yeah, offense is being stalled, so immediate timeout, and we'll take it with them. You're listening to Falcon Football on Falcon Radio.
Don't have time to tune into a BGSU sports broadcast? Falcon Media Sports Network will have you covered with live updates of home BGSU athletic events. To follow along, head over to @BG_FMSN on Twitter X.
Looking for a BGSU Athletics talk radio show? Tune into the Zig Zone every Sunday at 4 p.m., where a panel of Falcon Media Sports Network members discuss the hottest BG sports topics. Only on WBGU 88.1 FM.
Since the day I stopped drinking, my life has gotten better and better. I can't take any credit for it. It just seems that without alcohol, I think better, I'm more careful with money, I watch what I say, I don't get into trouble like I did when I was drinking. It's scary trying to walk through life alone, and today I have that very distinct feeling that I don't ever have to be alone again.
Visit AA.org for more information and download the Meeting Guide app to find a
Welcome back into Dwight L. Perry Stadium. 6:44 to go here in the first quarter. Rockets are going to get the ball back. They're up 7-0. We're actually going to send it off to the field for our sideline reporter, Aiden Bruick.
Hello, everybody. My name is Aiden Bruick here from the sideline at the Dwight Perry Stadium. 300th game from the Dwight today. Glad to be on the broadcast. Very important to note, Eddie George has not stopped screaming at his players, regardless of whether or not that's a normal coach thing to do. Nobody has stopped screaming for that matter. Everybody on the sidelines fired up, ready to go. And they're also getting very involved with the fans behind them, getting them going, getting them rolling. And this is an incredible atmosphere here at the Dwight. Going to make all the difference for the Falcons. Going to kick it back to you, Tyler. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Aiden.
And I think that just speaks to the intensity of this rivalry. Eddie George understands it. Like you said, he's been in it with Ohio State, Michigan. Both coaches understand the magnitude and the importance of this game, not just for results, but for the community.
So third drive for Toledo, and that's going to be a hand around to Vander Ross, and Vander Ross is going to slip away, and he's going to pick up about 3 yards there on first down.
And they've used Vander Ross in a multitude of ways. He's very comfortable handing off the ball, kind of a wide receiver sweep. Obviously, electric down the field, those big explosive plays. We've already seen that so far this game. It's another example there. Probably going to get a lot more usage out of him as the game goes on.
Pickup of 4 there, so 2nd and 6. Gleason back to pass over the middle, and that one's going to be caught. That's going to be by the tight end, eluding pressure, and he's going to try and go, and it's going to be a shoestring tackle. That was Jacob Peterson, the top tight end for Toledo. Already now in Bowling Green territory, just like that in 2 plays.
That was a great job of Kyle Pascal, though, holding on to that shoestring tackle and making sure he came down not much yards after catch on that one.
Bowling Green brought pressure. They brought 5. They got to Gleason just a second too late.
So Gleason on 1st and 10. That's going to be a handoff to Trainum, and Trainum trying to elude pressure, and he hurdles.
That was actually
attempted hurdle.
Christian Brune who got the handoff.
Brune,
they
yes.
switched him out for Trainum, giving him a little breather. And it looks like he's going to stay in the game instead of Trainum, so Trainum getting a little break to begin this drive. And one thing you notice, Toledo's offense moves pretty quick. They don't waste much time.
2nd and 5 at the 34. And they're going to hand that back off to Christian. And that one's going to be picked up, and it's going to be near the first down sticks. Kenji Christian, the ball carrier there. Second straight time we've heard his name. So that's they're going to give him the first down. So 1st and 10 for the Rocket offense at Bowling Green's 26. 5 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Already up 7-0, trying to add some more. So Trainum is not the back. It's still going to be Kenji Christian. Gleason on 1st and 10. And it's going to be another handoff, and he's going to break some tackles, and he's going to get another first down, or at least near it.
Spin move at the heart of the field in the middle of that run was absolutely nasty. Just evading the Bowling Green defenders, and it's going to be a 2nd and 1 for Christian Gleason in this Toledo offense.
2nd and 1, and you'd probably imagine they should take some shots to the end zone. And assuming they're probably going to go for it again given the down and distance. I mean, you got 3 shots here, and it's going to be a handoff to Trainum, waiting, and he's going to pick up the first down.
He is just so patient.
Again, waiting, and then he picked up probably about another 5 yards.
Well, he's such an experienced back, and he's played at so many big levels. Arizona State for 2 years, Ohio State for 2 years,
Kentucky.
And then Kentucky, although it was an injury-shortened season, Kentucky last year. When you play in the Horseshoe in front of 100,000 people, playing in Bowling Green in front of 25,000 people isn't as crazy.
Nothing. So 1st and 10 for the Rockets. Gleason, and the quarterback keeper, he's going to go up the middle, and he's going to find the end zone. Touchdown, Tucker Gleason, right up the middle, untouched.
Too easy. One-touch quarterback run, wide open there. Couldn't be more easy. Untouched. 14-0 there coming up.
And
wow.
a flag on the play late. Eric George involved there. Eddie George's son. I'm eager to know if that's on him or if that's on the Toledo side of things, but nonetheless, that's going to be a touchdown, 13-0.
And Tyler was going to mention this when you're talking about the last play for the Rockets. He had a leading blocker.
As we have a call here, it's going to be
on Toledo
after the play, though,
after
unsportsmanlike conduct.
So again, the touchdown will stand. However, that is going to add some yardage to Bowling Green's side of things here when they get the offense back out there.
Marcel Kerr, that referee for today, giving us that call down on the field. Speaking to that chippiness that these two teams have.
So Gleason can run the ball. He has carried it 21 times for 56 yards. He's busted out a few long ones. 35 was as long as he's already rushed for 2 touchdowns, and that one right there making it his third of the year.
He had a rushing touchdown last week against Akron, also had a rushing touchdown last year against BG.
So he's killing us with his arm and his legs, and the outside too from Toledo.
There's still more chippiness after that extra point. And Tyler, as I was mentioning, you were talking about training him and how patient he is hitting the hole. The blocking for the Rockets early this game has been tremendous. He had a bodyguard, Ethan Spoff, the right guard for the Rockets, just right in front of him. And then you saw during that touchdown run for Gleason, untouched, blocking completely perfect for Toledo. Everyone won their assignments.
Well, if you take a second now and just listen, this crowd is dead silent in the Doit. It went from the most raucous environment that we've ever seen here in this stadium, and it is dead silent. This crowd does not know what to do. Down 14-0, still 3:39 to play in the first quarter.
And you hate to be this guy pointing it out, but we are a MAC school, and if you're down a good amount, people leave. They do. And you hate to be that guy. I personally, if I were ever to go to a game, I don't leave early. I like to stay for the entire game, but I'm not everybody. So
I don't think people are going to leave just yet.
People aren't going to leave just yet, but I am just going to point out that.
Well, right now, offensively, 167 total yards Toledo, 1 yard for Bowling Green.
Wow. That is unbelievable. So it's going to be 3:39 to go here in the first. Toledo adding on to the lead thanks to Tucker Gleason. Bowling Green has -3 passing yards on the day and only 4 rushing yards total. Offense cannot get anything going.
See if they kick it to Petaway. He could be a spark plug for Bowling Green if he gets the ball in his hands. They're going to give it to him.
And you're going to elect that he's going to take it away. So, yes, he will. Cameron Petaway. Petaway at the 20. Petaway looking for some room, and he's going to be taken down at the 20. Toledo doing a nice job of containing him.
Looks like he didn't have an alleyway. He tried to go left, tried to go right, had nothing, decided to go straight up, try to spin out some tackles. They did a tremendous job of wrapping him up and crowding him, gets him down at the 20-yard line.
Here's where your offense can spark the crowd again, making this a one-score game. 3:33 to go here in the first. Lucian Anderson in the offense back out there. First
and
and
I
10
just
at the 20.
took off my headset to hear it again there. It's just dead silent in this stadium. The crowd is just shocked. Does not know what to do.
Hand off to McMillan, Chris McMillan, and he's going to take it for about 4 yards, 3 yards. And I think it all starts on the offensive side with the offensive line. Going into this season, it was clearly the marquee start at this for this Bowling Green team, and not that they've played bad today.
I think it's
but
fair.
You need to have a lot more time, in my opinion, to allow Lucian Anderson to have some time and momentum to get the ball out where he wants it to go.
It's fair to say they've underperformed from their preseason expectations. They are not the dominant line that we thought we were going to have. They are still a very good offensive line, but just not downright dominant.
2nd and 7, McMillan on the handoff again, maybe picking up 1 yard, but nonetheless, it's going to bring up a 3rd down.
And a 3rd and long once again for Bowling Green here, 3rd and 7.
Well, and at this point, you know you're going to pass here. I mean, I'd be shocked if Bowling Green elects to run here on 3rd down. They could, but now it's too obvious. It's too obvious for Bowling Green. Run up the middle a couple times.
One of the mailbags that Tyler and I do each week was the offense is too predictable. That was one of the questions, and we have to answer what it was. The offense is way too predictable, in my opinion, already this start in the game.
What is this?
3 backs in the backfield, 2 wide receivers out.
Jaron Johnson.
He motions out.
So it is going to be a pass. And it's going to be a completed pass, and he is going to be taken for about 2 yards.
It was the same play on the other side of the field. It was a screen in the flat. It was the same exact play that we saw last drive, except on the other side of the field, and Bowling Green punts it away at their 23. So instead of punting away at their 18, they punted away 5 yards downfield. This Bowling Green offense cannot go anywhere. 3 yards in that drive, 4 yards of total offense through 3 offensive drives for Bowling Green.
I'm stunned. I'm stunned right now what we've seen offense. I know, again, Lucian Anderson hasn't had the reps, but it begs the question, how much did he have this week? What did he get reps during the bye week? Did he have stuff when you're preparing for Toledo? How much did they give to Pine before they knew it was going to be Anderson to start?
You had to have known.
There's an early flag out on the return
on
side.
The punt there. I mean, but you had to have known that Lucian Anderson is probably going to see the field, whether even Drew Pine started. He's still going to see the field. We always see packages with Lucian Anderson. We saw it multiple times in the previous weeks. So you knew he was going to play. It's not like he expected the lights aren't too bright for him. But, again, offense is already being a little too predictable. And you know what? You don't want to be negative at all. But looking at the stats, it's looking like that they just can't get anything going offensively.
They can't, and I'm a little bit surprised with still how conservative the play calling has been offensively to start. At some point, you're going to need to take not just a deep shot, give it a medium shot, give it down the field.
It's been the story all year. The longest pass by Drew Pine this year is 38 yards.
And we're in week 5,
I
week 6?
think it was week 2 against Cincinnati, Jaron Johnson touchdown. But
Right.
that was caught at the 20 and gone. So it wasn't.
It was Jacob Harris with the touchdown, but it was the same play you're talking about. It was up the middle,
tight end
to Jacob Harris to a tight end.
Yeah,
there is not a wide receiver touchdown this season.
Just about bring that up.
There's no wide receiver touchdown.
Which is we're in game number 6.
Again, I said this on the Zig Zone this week. RJ Garcia, I have not seen him in the X spot more than 2 plays so far this game. It's confusing at times what this Bowling Green offense is trying to do.
And how many times this year have we seen Bowling Green lose the explosive plays as we have another flag here?
So it's going to be holding on the return team, so that will be on Toledo. Bringing it back 5 yards, but...
And that flag came out very early on the play by the line judge, Calvin Diggs.
Kind of took a while to announce it, though.
Yeah. I don't know if they were
Late
sorting
penalty.
out numbers, but that flag came out just as the punt got launched off the foot of John Henderson.
That was about a minute ago, so it took him a minute to figure things out.
Toledo will start with the ball on their own 27-yard line.
So $1:29 to go here in the first quarter. Rockets up 14-0. Looking to add some more, and that's going to be a handoff to Chip Trainum. And that's going to be taken down by Gideon Lampron.
Nice tackle by Lampron there in the open field.
Picking up about 2 yards, 3 yards, they mark it. So it's going to be a 2nd and 7. I mean, if you can get the... they've always converted on a first... like they've gotten first downs is essentially what I'm saying. If you can cause a 3 and out, get this crowd juiced. You know, it's not over. It's 14-0.
10 first downs for Toledo, 0 for Bowling Green.
And no first downs by the offense for the Falcons. So we're just under a minute now in the first quarter. 2nd and 7, ball at Toledo's 30. But the Rockets having the ball.
Bowling Green showing a rush of 4 here. Miles Bradley threatening off the
Gleason will
edge.
hand it off to Trainum again, and Trainum waiting, and he's going to go nowhere. Maybe a pickup of 1. If not, it's going to be 3rd and 7, 3rd and 6.
MJ Cannon once again in the backfield causing havoc. Toledo scored 14 points in 3 drives, but MJ Cannon personally is having a heck of a game for Bowling Green.
Don't know if they're going to take us to the end of the first, but a big note to keep watching as the game goes on. The Falcons are 2-0 against Toledo when they hold them below 300 total yards. They're well on their way to hit that mark and get past 300. Let's see if the defense can even help the offensive by getting more stops.
And that is a good stat. I believe that's since 2000. It's a very much more recent stat, kind of telling the trends of these games. It will take us to the end of the first quarter.
Smartly, they do take it away. I was thinking that if they do end up snapping it, that's right in the middle of the student section. They probably want to be on their side of things on the return. So a 3rd and 6 when we return. You're listening to Falcon Football on Falcon Radio.
Are you a fan of BG Falcon Media and the Falcon Media Sports Network? You can show your support for BGSU student media by donating at the bottom of the page of stories on bgfalconmedia.com.
What if you were wearing something sexy? What if you were drinking? What if you made the first move? No matter what, sexual assault is never your fault. Support is available 24/7 through the National Sexual Assault Hotline. Call 1-800-656-HOPE or visit RAINN.org. That's RAINN.org. This is Christina Ricci with RAIN, reminding you it's never your fault.
Brought to you by Rain and this station.
BGSU men's golf travels south down I-75 to Kettering, Ohio's Moraine Country Club to take on the Miami, Ohio Redhawks on Monday, October 13th and Tuesday, October 14th. The matchup will mark the team's first head-to-head competition with a single university this season. Check out bgfalconmedia.com for Falcon Media Sports Network's Aiden Brewick's recap of the match along with other content.
I'm Nate Henners here in the Falcon Media studio with a Falcon Media Sports Network in-studio update. Over in the MAC, some action going on as well with Miami Redhawks and Akron Zips. Currently, they are both at 0-0 with 10:33 left in the second quarter. And another big game going on here in Ohio, for Ohio fans at least. The Buckeyes are over in Illinois. The Buckeyes are up 10-0 with 58 seconds left in the first quarter. That's a look at your Falcon Media Sports Network update here on Falcon Radio.
Are you a fan of BG Falcon Media and the Falcon Media Sports Network? You can show your support for BGSU student media by donating at the bottom of the page of stories on bgfalconmedia.com.
Check out more coverage from the Falcon Media Sports Network online at bgfalconmedia.com.
Start of the second quarter here at Dwight L. Perry Stadium. A beautiful day in the 419. Can't ask for a better day. This rivalry back on a Saturday afternoon. Last one that was in Bowling Green on a Saturday was 2019. That was the game that Bowling Green ended the streak of 9 straight that Toledo had over Bowling Green. And it's looking, as of now, that Bowling Green will need a spark.
Well,
they want to retain.
The obvious thing
get a winning streak of their own.
The offense needs to play better. But how do you do that?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the key question.
The one spark this team has gone so far is that 4th down stop. Outside of that, you've had Henderson flipping the field. You haven't had Cleather attempt a field goal. You have not really had Petaway get a big break. You haven't had any spark on offense like you're talking about, Lucas. They need something to go their way. I think a turnover, I'm not going to say it's necessary, but boy, would a turnover shift this momentum so far on your side. You need that.
So a big 3rd and 6 to start the second quarter for Toledo's offense. They flip the field. Now at the 31-yard line on their own. Pressure being brought. Gleason gets and that's going to be a fumble. Do they count it as a fumble, or is that going to be an incomplete pass?
They're saying incomplete.
Nonetheless, it's going to be a win for the Bowling Green defense there. That was it.
I thought I was about to be Nostradamus for a second, but they do call that incomplete.
It looked like it was. Yeah, that's going to be incomplete. Real time, it did look like he may have had possession.
Yeah,
but
on the
like I said,
replay.
nonetheless, Bowling Green defense had a win right there. However,
on the replay, maybe got a step and a half, not enough to call it a football move.
and some confusion there on the defensive side. They get it situated. So that's going to be a punt. It's going to be Brennan Ridley on the return here for Bowling Green, and he's going to field it at the 15-yard line. And Ridley breaks some tackles. He's going to get to about the 27-yard line. So a nice return there by Brennan Ridley.
That was a beautiful punt by Emilio Duran, flipping that field.
So again, a win for the Bowling Green defense, and maybe that just sparks this offense. Hey, we gotta do our own now.
Well, this is the first time the offense is going to come out right in front of Ziggyville, right in front of the student section. So maybe the 12th man here at Thoit can help propel Lucian, get some confidence. I mean, I know they're trying to give him easy completions, easy screens, throws in the flat, but at some point, throw something down the field. Get something going here. Got to get this crowd into it.
They just have to do something different than what they're doing now. And, you know, it may come with the risk of a turnover, but at this point, your back's against the wall right now, 14-0. You cannot let this get any further.
Tailbone formation. That's going to be a handoff to Chris McMillan, and he's going to pick up about 2 yards there, maybe a yard.
Fourth drive for Bowling Green. They have started all four on the ground.
And they have yet to convert a first down on any of their drives. So kind of what we were saying, you know, just no offensive movement there. So they give them a pickup of 1. So 2nd and 9 now at Bowling Green's 30.
167-4, the update in total yardage between Toledo and Bowling Green.
So Lucian Anderson in a shotgun formation, and it's going to be a pitch, and that's going to be taken by Kadarius Roberts, and Roberts gets it to the sideline, and he picks up some positive yardage there.
So double end around, basically. They faked an end around, then ran Kadarius Roberts in the back for another end around, and he gets a decent gain. That's going to be up to the 36-yard line, and it is going to be 3rd and 3. So a 3rd and short here for Bowling Green.
Now it's 3rd and manageable, and at least all you need to really do is get into a curl route, and you got your 3 yards. You know, it seemed like every other time it was 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 11. You really can't.
Yeah.
You know you're going to pass for 10 yards at least. Now you got 3rd and 3.
We'll see if they let Lucian air it
at
out.
the 36. So it will be a Lucian Anderson keeper, and he's going to take it himself, and he's going to pick it up. First down for the Falcons.
And that might be just what Anderson, his Falcon offense needed.
So late hit on a fullback there. He fell down. They're not going to call it. Maybe he just fell on his own.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a flop by Leo Kemp, the fullback, or if that was him being pushed down. Either way, no flag for either side. But that's what you love to see from Lucian there. They gave him Petaway in front of him to be a lead blocker, create some room for Lucian, and he did the rest.
So again, a tailbone formation on 1st and 10 for Lucian Anderson. And he's going to give it to Kadarius Roberts, and Roberts trying to break some tackles. He's going to do that in a pickup of about 3 yards. So now a little bit of offensive movement here for the Falcons.
Looked like a read play there by Lucian. He was watching the linebackers, waited to the last second to give that ball to Roberts.
Roberts did a good job there. That could have been a 3-yard loss. He had 3 Rockets around him, did well to turn into a 4-yard gain, pardon me.
So a 2nd and 6 now. Like I said, some offensive rhythm now for the Falcons. All on the ground. However, that one's going to be caught by Jiron Johnson, and he's got the first down and more. He's at the 30 and out of bounds. Second completed pass for Lucian Anderson, but this one going, but a flag on the play.
Yeah, this one might be coming back. Might get a hold here on Bowling Green. We'll see.
Waiting for the signal from the referee for today once again. That's Marcel Kerr.
Illegal substitution on Toledo, so
first down for Bowling Green.
First down for Bowling Green. I mean, he picked it up nonetheless, so it didn't matter.
That's great to see from Jiron Johnson. First 2 games of the season, he had 8 receptions for 102 yards and a touchdown. Just 2 receptions for 26 yards over the past 3 games.
So they're saying he stepped out at the 38. I thought he was out at the 30.
So good call by there on that block
there. So Lucian Anderson will give it to Chris McMillan, and McMillan is going to pick up a few yards there. Met with a bunch of Toledo Rockets.
McMillan has really separated himself as the lead back for Bowling Green in this
McMillan
running
and
back
Petaway,
room.
it seems like, are the 1-2 punch, and then you can throw in Kadarius Roberts,
And
sometimes
Markel
Markel Porter in there. I mean, they've got 3-4 guys that they can run. Like I said, when you add Lucian in, I mean, that's just another, set of legs you got to worry about. Not just for Toledo, but all defenses they're going to face. So 2nd and 7, and he's going to be met. I believe that is going to be Chris McMillan again. Yeah, he was taken nowhere.
That was Kavan Sherman there. He read that all the way, junior from Pearland, Texas there. Lost the game there for Bowling Green.
Kavion Sherman, second season at Toledo. 34 tackles coming into this game. That's a huge one.
Just about to say, he's had a heck of a season.
Yeah.
34 tackles, 1 sack, and that one right there taking him back 3 yards. So it's going to be 3rd and 10 now for the Falcon offense with 11 minutes to go here in the second quarter.
Bunch formation.
Empty backfield.
Bunch formation on the right side. 3 receivers to the right.
An empty backfield for Lucian Anderson. And we have a timeout. Yep, looks like Bowling Green elects for a timeout.
That was an interesting formation. You had a Roberts up on the line of scrimmage, surrounded by Middleton and Garcia, who were kind of in tight end positions just off the line. I don't know exactly. Looked more like a possible run play they're trying to set up with the blocking formation over there. But that's just some interesting play designs and setups.
Well, that's why that second down play was so huge for Toledo, but bad for Bowling Green. It's almost like if you have one negative play, it's almost going to stop the entire momentum you have offensively. It's a big third down coming up here. Almost need to really convert this way, and this drive needs to end in some points for Bowling Green.
Yeah.
I mean, at what point for Bowling Green? How many yards do you need here to go for it if you're Eddie George? Because you can't go for it on 3rd and 10 and 3rd and long.
I will say Eddie George has been very conservative this year. He has not gone for it much on 4th down. He's gone for it, just 5 times this season. On 4th down, he's only 2 for 5. It's the 4th worst mark, in the MAC on 4th down.
Well, even if you gain a couple yards and make it 4th and short, you have Jackson Cleather tied for number 2 in the nation with 12 made field goals. You have a kicker who's been unbelievable this year in the MAC.
We saw Cleather make it from 63 in warm-ups. His long this season that we've seen is 56 against Lafayette. So we know that if the conditions are right, if the wind's blowing in his direction, which it would be, going this way towards the scoreboard, towards the student section, the wind is blowing that way at about 7 miles per hour. So you would think that he could stretch towards 60 yards. You still need to gain probably about 20 to even consider rolling Cleather out there.
Yes, they have the ball at the 38-yard line right now on a 3rd and 10. So that would be, what, a 56-yarder? Is that the case?
I'm not a math guy.
I'm not a math guy either.
Not a math guy.
My apologies.
But regardless, still, Cleather has shown he has the leg to do it. It's all about putting him in the right position to just get something on the board.
It'd be about 56 yards, so it would be the Lafayette kick, although he would be, I had to mix up there, Sean, you're correct. He would be going against the wind here. So,
just a little bit. And the wind isn't too great or too strong. However, it is a little bit, and it's going to affect a kick for a couple yards at least.
So you would think right now you're on the very edge of Jackson Cleather's range.
Yeah.
This is about the edge of what they'd be comfortable with the wind conditions, putting them out there.
So a 3rd and 10 here for the Falcon offense. 10:49 to go after the Eddie George timeout.
And as we say that, the wind's starting to pick up just a little bit with some gusts here at the Doit.
Commentator's curse.
Lucian Anderson back to pass. Finally some time to air it out. Lucian Anderson breaks pressure, and he's going to take it himself, and he's going to get a block, and he's going to be a pickup there of about 7. A nice play by Lucian Anderson to extend that play. I don't know how far he is away from the first down line, but he picked up some positive yardage.
5 yards short.
Well, the offense is staying on the field right now for Bowling Green.
I know we mentioned Jackson Cleather. He's been a heck of a kicker for Bowling Green. I was just about to mention if the offense did stay out there that I would have.
They're going to bring Cleather out now. So This
what,
is
a 51
from
yarder. Yeah, about a 51 yarder. Ball is at the 33-yard line, a 4th and 5. Jackson Cleather, nation's second best kicker, looking to add on some points.
12 for 13 on the year is Cleather.
Flag on the play. He drilled the first one, it looked.
False start is the signal. So Bowling Green's going to go back 5 yards, so it's going to be a 56-yard attempt if they want to try it with Cleather again.
Delay of game, they're going to call.
Wow.
So, yeah, that is going to drag him down 5 yards, and now what do you do?
They're going to bring the punting unit.
Wow.
That's interesting. I don't know if I agree with that. Cleather drilled the 51-yarder. He's hit from 56. Yeah, the wind's not fully going in his direction, but I would kind of like to see Eddie George put his trust in his kicker there, who's only missed 1 field goal out of 13 this year, to go out there and drill and get some points on the board.
Even if John what I was about to say before the kicking unit came out, I'm agreeing with going for it. It was 4th and 5. You just had a great play by Lucian Anderson to extend the play and get 5 yards. What can you? I mean, it's going to be a tough kick regardless. However, we do have Jackson Cleather, and he's a heck of a kicker. So
Henderson's also a heck of a punter. See if he can drill him back here and flip the field.
And that is going to be a heck of a punt. And he's going to be pinned at the 4-yard line there.
Actually, it may have gone back a little bit. They may have the 3 now. No, they're going to say the 4. Either way, tremendous punt by John Henderson.
Well, a couple of Falcons kind of collided there towards the end of the play. Seems to be okay.
And they're both going at it, kind of like two outfielders
colliding,
not calling the ball.
Yeah, you learn that in Pee Wee. You know, when you call the ball, hey, it's mine.
I would have to agree with what Tyler said there on that last drive. You have Cleather, and his longest is 56 this year. It's a rivalry game. You're down 2 scores. Give him something. Give him a spark. Be aggressive. I know this year it's been kind of against what they do. They've been more conservative with Pine in there into that offense. But sometimes you got to change, and sometimes you got to adjust on the fly with the game plan and what has been happening on the field. I would have liked to see him kick there.
Yeah, but it fits what, like you said, what Eddie George has been going with this year. He's been passive in those situations. Conservative may be a better word to use, and we see it once again. So that'll take us to the media timeout once again.
You're listening to Falcon Football on Falcon Radio.
On September 13th, BGSU men's soccer's Bennett Painter scored the game-winning goal against Northern Illinois, leading to the team getting nationally ranked. Falcon Media Sports Network's Lucas Kleinmeyer had the call on the WBGU PBS YouTube channel.
Gonna win that one initially. Head up again. Wins the second one, however. Back to Lane, back to Painter. That one's blocked, gets it back. Bennett Painter paints another masterclass at Cochran Stadium.
This has been a Falcon Media Sports Network featured call.
Check out more coverage from the Falcon Media Sports Network on X at BG_FMSN.
9:31 to go here in the second quarter. Toledo pinned at the 4-yard line thanks to a John Henderson punt. That pinned him there. So the Bowling Green defense back out there. Rockets up 14-0, looking to extend their lead.
And like I said last time out, a turnover would be great for Bowling Green. If you can pin Toledo here on their side of the field and get the ball back here fairly quick, it gives the offense another opportunity to get kick-started before they dig themselves a deeper hole.
How about a pick six here? I mean, if he takes it
back, that would be
takes
phenomenal.
it back a couple yards. I mean, this crowd would be juiced back in it. Like I said, it's only a 2-score game, so 1st and 10 at the 4-yard line for Tucker Gleason and the Rocket offense.
Gleason and shotgun. He's standing in the end zone.
And a handoff to Trainum, and Trainum with a hole. Trainum down the sideline. Trainum to the 20. Already one play. They have some breathing room for the Rocket offense.
And that's what this Toledo offense can do. They can get yards in chunks often. And we've seen it again and again here so far today. Just another big gain by this Toledo offensive unit.
Mentioned earlier, the blocking's been outstanding for the Rockets. That was the right side, right guard Ethan Spouth and tackle Cole Rett. Their open holes.
Pickup of 17 there by Trainum. And why not hand it off to him again? This time, though, he's going to be taken down. Gideon Lampron for some negative yards.
Gideon Lampron coming into the game, 4.5 tackles for loss. You can give him another one right there. 5.5 leads this Bowling Green team. He led all of FCS football with 2.1 tackles for loss per game last season at Dayton.
We mentioned him and Pringle. They were kind of like a 1-2 punch at that linebacker position to start the year. Unfortunately, Pringle went out with an ACL injury. And again,
and Lampron's done a tremendous job stepping up from an outside linebacker to a middle linebacker role.
So 2nd and 13 now for the Rockets, and they're handing off back off to Trainum, and Trainum now at the 30. He picks up some space around the first down marker.
Darius Lorfill's big saving tackle there. If he didn't get that, that was going to be a huge run by
It just
Trainum.
seems like Toledo's offensive front is just creating holes for Trainum,
They're
Gleason,
bullying. They're bullying
Vander
this
Ross. I mean,
Bowling
you're
Green line
creating
right now.
a lot of opportunities. And it's going to be another handoff to Vander Ross. Again, or Trainum, and that one's going to be picked up. They're around midfield. Again, another hole there by Toledo's offensive line creating that, and that was Eric George all the way into Toledo's.
I don't know how Eric George got all the way over there. I saw a kerfuffle going on in the Toledo side, and Eric George just popped out of their sideline. I don't know what he was doing over there. Maybe he got pushed into their bench. I didn't see what it was, but that was odd.
Offsides on the defense. Penalties declined.
Declined because of the run there. They're gonna take the run over
So that
a
was
5-yard
a part
penalty.
of the previous play.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll take that gain by Trainum to give a first down rather than take a 5-yard penalty and make it first and 5.
So now ball is at the 49-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Rocket offense. Gleason back to pass. It's going to be play action all kinds of time. He's going to elude. He's going to go down to the 20-yard line. That one's going to be caught, and that one's going to be taken down to the 10. Kenji Christian on the reception there. And a big play has the Rockets offense knocking on the door once again.
6'2", 200-pound running back listed. How about a wide receiver making the run all the way down the sideline for a big Toledo Rocket gain?
Had 5 receptions for 35 yards coming into the game. Big one there.
And again, he gets the handoff. This one, though, not going anywhere.
What's been the key thing?
Keon Washington there with a big tackle.
By the way, that's great to see from Keon Washington. Left the Ohio game with a lower leg injury. Back into action here. Gets a huge tackle.
Something that I've seen that's been really key this offensive drive for the Rockets. Every big play has gone down their right side, the left side for Bowling Green, whether it's been Travion running it or it's been that big pass play you just saw right there to Kendrick Christian. There's something that Toledo sees in that left side of the Bowling Green defense that they're exploiting.
Now listed at 6'2", Kenji Christian. He is the tallest running back they have on that squad.
This
lists like a receiver, so they can clearly use him. And Gleason's back to pass. It's going to be a play-action pass. That one is going to be caught down to the 1. That was Trayvon Rudolph there.
Jalen McClendon, touchdown saving tackle. Pushed him out of bounds with his shoulder at the 2-yard line.
So now at the 2-yard line, 3rd and goal. Just under 6 minutes to go here in the second quarter.
And this would be just a dagger for Bowling Green here. Wouldn't be the end of anything by any means, but to go down 21-0 would be a huge blow.
And you could probably expect Jason Kendall to go for it too.
Oh, I definitely think
this is two plays right here. And it's going to be a handoff to Trainum, and he's going to go nowhere.
He reached at the end of that play. He may have
gained
gone
a yard or two. He was diving there.
He was hit at the line of scrimmage.
4th down. They're going to say he stopped just short.
So still a 4th and 2. And again, expecting to go for it, and they do.
I mean, there's no reason not to go for it.
No reason
here.
not to.
Either
I mean,
you don't get it or you pin them.
You're up by
pin.
2 scores.
You have all the momentum.
Bowling Green's offense has been.
They've gone for it
42
on a
yards.
4th and 7 at their own, or at the 30-yard line of Bowling Green. So why not? You're knocking on the door, and if you don't get it, Bowling Green's offense clearly hasn't been able to move the ball. So
they've shown no threats to that Toledo defense.
Jason Candle has been in the saddle before. He knows what to do.
Looks like they're going to take a timeout and reevaluate things.
Maybe see if they can. I mean, this is essentially a 2-point conversion play. What can you run here to get a touchdown, get what you can, get in the end zone? I mean, yeah, why would you not go for it?
And it is worth mentioning, wow, there's a chance they go down 21-zip, or even if they come and kick a field goal or get stopped. But the back for Bowling Green, the secondary, Laura Fills, McClendon, even MJ Cannon at times, they've been great. They've been really good. They've had a couple of really good saving tackles. So if there is a positive you can take a look at defensively, those guys have really done a really good job of saving what could be just multiple explosive plays.
I would say outside of that first play where you got the big break up the seam, outside of that, like you said, they've been locked down.
I mean, I think it's similar in a way to the Cincinnati game, to where the defense isn't playing awful. Like, it's 14-0. Yeah, you've given up the points, but I don't think the defense here has played bad. I just think that Toledo's offense has been able to create holes and being able to create those plays.
Offense back out on the field. Their kicker, Dylan Kunanen, who we saw hit from 61 off the crossbar. He has a leg. They're going to keep him on the bench, and they're going to go for it on fourth and goal at the 2-yard line.
So the offense back out there on the field for the Rockets. Under center is Gleason, and it's going to be a fake to... And it's going to be incomplete. It was a fake to Trainum, and they don't convert.
And he
had a guy open.
He overthrew his target in the back right end of the end zone. That was Connor Jones, the senior tight end. Overthrew him on the move to the right side, and Bowling Green gets locked out. They get the ball back on their own 2-yard line with 4:51 to play in the first half, down 14-0 to their rivals, the Toledo Rockets.
Second 4th down stop by this Falcons defense. And this one comes at it takes points off the board, so with the media timeout, you're listening to Falcon Football on Falcon Radio.
Falcon Media Sports Network is finally back on the road with BGSU hockey. Make sure to catch the voice of Falcon Hockey, Ben Korak, on the call for every BGSU game this season on WBGU 88.1 FM.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at soundidouttogether.org. That's soundidouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
BG Authors is a campus organization dedicated to highlighting authors connected to the university. BGSU has produced some amazing authors, including Beth Macy, James Baldwin, and Tim Conway, to name a few. Visit bgauthors.com and subscribe to the blog that regularly updates on new releases, classics, non-BGSU authors, and other features such as book versus movie. That's BG Authors at bgauthors.com.
You are tuned into Falcon football coverage from the Falcon Media Sports Network on Falcon Radio.
4:51 here to go in the second quarter. A turnover on downs by the Rocket offense. Bringing back out the Falcon offense here. Now pinned at their own 2-yard line. So you got to create some space or you're in real danger of allowing a safety.
2 for 3, -4 yards. Throwing for Anderson, 55.5 QBR, just 66% completion.
I wouldn't be surprised here, and that's crazy numbers just thinking about it, Lucas. But I wouldn't be surprised here if you see, I don't know if he's back there, like Leo Kemp, the fullback for Bowling Green, to create some running room for these running backs.
We've seen a lot of first play runs already.
Yep.
so I can't imagine that they would elect to pass.
I'd be shocked if they pass it here.
A tailbone formation here for Lucian Anderson, and it is going to be a pass. Fakes it. He's going to take his shot, and that one's going to be incomplete. Had a man. R.J. Garcia looking for a flag. He's not going to get one.
Tremendous coverage by Avery Smith. Adam shouted him out on the pregame show, and he did exactly what we know he can do. Second team All-MAC last season, was tied for second in the nation with 16 passes defended, and terrific lockdown coverage on R.J. Garcia II.
We'll talk about airing out. That's the longest pass we've seen Anderson attempt his entire career here.
That pass looked good, too. The ball looks good out of his hands.
I don't think there was much space.
No.
But I don't hate the play call. And it's going to be a handoff to Cameron Petaway for a pickup of no gain. So,
I just don't see why you don't take more of those shots. The ball looks great out of Lucian's hand. He had
enough time. He had more than enough time. Why don't you do that at the 30-yard line where you do have some space? Where even if worst case scenario, you allow a sack.
Boy, and that's just
it wouldn't be worth 2 points.
Such a tough matchup for R.J. Garcia going against a guy like Avery Smith.
So 3rd and 10 here. Just over 4 minutes to go in the first half. Falcons trying to get something on the board, but they're pinned at their own 2-yard line. Lucian Anderson hands it off, and he's going to be pickup of about 1.
That was Markel Porter on that run.
Markel Porter. Gain of 2, but it brings up.
It looks like that's Nate Pabst taking, I believe that may be Jake Burns. No, I would say it's actually neither of them. It's Andrew Kilfoyle. Took a second, the right guard, to get up after that play. He's trying to decipher the number through the pile. He took a second to get up. We'll keep an eye on that. Bowling Green going to have to punt it away again. John Henderson standing maybe a footstep in front of the back line of that end zone.
Punts it away. Fair catch called and completed. So Toledo will start on Bowling Green's side already with 3:24 to go. It is worth mentioning that Bowling Green will get the ball to start the second half. So Toledo wants some points. They're going to have to get them now.
I think it's the positive you can take away from that is now we've seen that they're willing to at least take that deep shot. I know the Bowling Green sideline was frustrated that there was no flag thrown. It just looked like great coverage from the Rockets. But at this point now, you're in a good field position for Toledo. You got to get a stop here.
This drive may very well determine the outcome of this game.
If you can keep this within 2 scores going into halftime,
you have a chance.
You've been outgained.
It's still available.
265 to 46. Toledo's going 0 for 2 on 4th downs. They need to stop here on this drive.
1st and 10. That's going to be a handoff to Kenji Christian. Pickup of about 2 yard there. As we near 3 minutes to go in this first half. Again, Rockets up 14-0. Trying to add on to that. Again, Bowling Green will get the kick. Out of the second half.
Both teams with 2 timeouts remaining. Toledo essentially has 3 with a 2-minute timeout still to come.
So Gleason back to pass. Got him over the middle, and that one's going to be complete.
Eric
Hawley III getting a first down for the Rockets.
Now he has multiple receptions in 4 games now this season, becoming a little bit of an emerging target for Tucker Gleason this season after having just 14 receptions all of last year.
Gleason was so decisive on that play. Found his man, was aggressive, got the ball to him quick. That's a big difference from this year and last year.
And Toledo essentially running a bit of a mock 2-minute offense at this point.
Fresh set of downs, and that one's going to be complete to Vander Ross. And Vander Ross down the sideline. He's down at the 15. Out of bounds. So another first down there for the Rockets.
Vander Ross is just so quick once he gets the ball in his hands. So elusive. Just such a hard target to bring down.
Probably going to take us to the 2-minute timeout here.
We have a flag, I think.
sideline warning on Bowling Green.
Interesting.
You wonder if that was on Eddie George or if that was on maybe an assistant coach. You got to think it was on Eddie George. Sideline warning. And that does take us to the 2-minute timeout. Interesting. Very interesting.
Nothing has gone right in this first half. It's really hard to. I mean, we're trying to find some positives, some little things you can build on, but it's been hard.
There is a positive there because we say nothing has gone right. They're being outgained by about 200 yards. They're down 2 scores. They should be down 4 scores right now. This should not be a close game. And they're down by 2, 14-0.
And that's what I mean. Like, the defense isn't playing bad.
No.
They've maybe allowed some things that, it's just not going to go your way, but they haven't played bad to the point where that's where you can point the finger. In my opinion, again, it's 14-0. Yeah, Toledo's knocking on the door right now. But again, I think it solely relies on the offense to try and get something moving. I mean, how many first downs have they gotten? 2, 3? I mean, it's not.
Well, this is also a Toledo team that we talked about how well they're in the first quarter, second quarter. They've allowed just 6 points all year. They've scored 79. It's statistically, if we're going just by points, it's their best quarter that they play. So they haven't scored anybody, but they also haven't given up anything for Bowling Green. So if they're able to do that, it'll be a win for them.
I mean, in total defense, Toledo is ranked 6th in the country. Not the MAC, 6th in the country. So you were going against a really talented defense. And maybe that's the problem. We may have been wrong about it all along. It may not be Bowling Green's offense. It may just be Toledo's defense is really good.
Yeah, and I had that question in the mailbag this week. One of the people asked, is Toledo's vaunted defense for real? They haven't faced that tough of competition.
I like that word, vaunted.
It is. It's fitting for them. They haven't faced that tough of competition, the person said. I responded, I think it's kind of crazy to say that they are overrated. They're not. This is a very real defense. This defense is as good as it looks. And it is a legitimate top 25
it's week 7.
defense in
It's
the
not
country.
week 2. We've seen them enough to know that this defense is legit. This defense
is top 10 in the country, maybe a bit of a stretch, maybe. They are a legitimate, if we were ranking defenses like we rank teams in the AP poll, this defense would be ranked in the country.
Stats don't lie, and clearly they have shown their defense is a strong suit. And like you mentioned, it's not like any of these guys were highly recruited guys like, oh man, this guy's going to be
There's
trouble.
very few
it's
3
just
or 4 stars
coaching
on this
at that
team.
point.
Yeah.
And Jason Candle has really, he's the all-time leading wins at Toledo. He has built Toledo from what Matt Campbell does. Matt Campbell's at Iowa State now.
76 career wins.
He set the bed, and now Jason Candle has really exceeded this program to be the best one in the MAC over the past 10 years.
76-42, 2-time MAC champion, 2-time MAC Coach of the Year, and you talk about the coaching staff along with them. Here's a fun fact. They're the only FBS school in the country to have their head coach, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, and strength coach entering their 6th year together.
Wow.
No other team in the country can say that. Campbell has done a tremendous job of not only building a program, but retaining coaches and players in this program.
So out of the 2-minute timeout, 2nd and 2 here for the Rocket offense. Ball at the 20-yard line of Bowling Green. Gleason shotgun formation. Trainum to his right. And it's going to be a handoff to Trainum, and Trainum up the middle. And Trainum's going to be met at about the 16-yard line. However, he does pick up the first down for a fresh set of downs.
Andrew Hines, the third, the middle linebacker in there for the tackle. Played last season at Wake Forest. Was actually recruited by former head coach Dave Clausen down there.
So 1st and 10, ball at the 17-yard line for the Rocket offense. And a fumble on the snap, almost. It was tipped, and he's going to find him in the end zone. That's going to be caught. Touchdown, Rockets. That was Jacob Peterson. His first touchdown of the year for the Rockets.
Busted coverage after the mishandled snap in the backfield by Gleason.
Looked like it was, a fumble on the snap. And allowed for busted coverage for Jacob Peterson to be open.
Second Toledo touchdown where Gleason ran to the end zone untouched, and now a wide open receiver streaking into the end zone. Second time.
So 20-0. Rockets are up. PAT is up, and PAT is good. So 21-0. Rockets on top. with a $1:29 to go here in the first half.
And give Tucker Gleason credit now. 19-13, 161 yards, and a touchdown. He's been unbelievable in these first 2 quarters.
Redemption game for him after what happened last year against Bowling Green. He didn't play awful, but he didn't play up to his standards. He's been, we talk about the great quarterbacks in this conference, and a lot of eyes go to Navarro. Gleason is right up there.
He's there.
He's a top-tier quarterback in the MAC.
You know, he has that experience from a year ago in this offense. Like you said, Jason Candles retains players.
Yeah.
And rightfully so, all the eyes go to Parker Navarro for Ohio. Rightfully so, but he's somebody that last year they had some expectations from. Did he hit all of them? No. Yeah. But this year, he has been completely a different player, just been way more confident on throwing the football.
Well, and that's one of the critiques that when I was talking with people about Candle going into this game was, well, he's running the program that was built for him, like you talked about. That was built for him. He took over a good program. Well, he may have elevated in some parts, but he's maintained it. This program has not had a bad year.
At a MAC school, that's pretty impressive.
Toledo,
MAC schools always will turn around just like that. You can have a great year and then a bad year following. So
Toledo has not had a losing season since 2009, 15 consecutive seasons.
His first year.
Yeah, it's the third longest streak in the FBS. The only ones with longer, Alabama and Boise State.
So a kickoff by Cameron Petaway. Petaway trying to find some space. He's at the 20. Petaway now. He's at the 30.
Oh, man.
Almost broke that one out.
So close.
And if he would have got by just that last Rocket defender, he had a bunch of green space right in front of him.
Still puts Bowling Green 5 yards past where they would have started. Gives them a little bit of a push to begin this drive. And this is going to be a big test for Lucian Anderson. He hasn't really passed all that's been thrown at him so far today. This is going to be the biggest test so far. A 2-minute drill with 1:23 remaining. He has to go. We are talking about Cleathers range. He probably has to go at least 30 yards here for Bowling Green.
Just about to say, you can't get all that on the ground. You got to pass the ball if you want to get at least some points on the board going into halftime. Lucian Anderson is going to take it himself. Quarterback draw. Taken down at the line of scrimmage on first down.
Bowling Green, 2 timeouts remaining.
Toledo has 2 timeouts as well, so
they're not going that quick
electing
after
not
that.
to take one. So they do give them a pickup of 1. So 2nd and 9 now with a minute to go here in the second quarter. Rockets up 21-0. Falcons trying to strike for at least something before halftime. Anderson back to pass over the middle. That's going to be caught by Jiron Johnson, and Johnson's now at the 40, and he's near the first down marker.
Going to be about half yard short.
Now do you pick up, or now do you take the timeout?
They're going to say
he got the first down. He was near it, so it looks like he gave it to him.
The first mark was half a yard short. Other official from the other end came in and gave him the first down.
No timeout, and Lucian Anderson trying to hit Cameron Petaway on the sideline, but that was bobbled and incomplete. So that does stop the clock, and now you have some time to elect a play, see if you can take one downfield. You have 2 timeouts. I mean, you can run one over the middle. Middle of the field is wide open.
Johnson's been good after the catch, so give him some chance at the rim. Give him a couple balls either each sideline or in some space for some stuff where he can work at.
34 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Anderson back to pass. Lucian firing a shot down the sideline. That one's going to be incomplete, but a flag on the play. That one was intended for Finn Hogan, and a flag is going to be called.
That's Andre Fuller, the senior quarterback in coverage. Missed last season due to injury. Had an interception in the past couple of weeks. He's going to be called for pass interference, and boy, that's where you wish college had the same rules as the NFL. As if you got the ball to where the penalty was called, instead it's going to be a 15-yard penalty. Bowling Green still going to push it to Toledo's side. Ball will be marked at Toledo's 45.
And now you have 2 timeouts, 28 seconds to go. Like I said, with those timeouts, you can use the middle of the field. Usually if you have nothing, you got to elect to the sidelines.
And you are knocking on the door of Jackson Cleathers' range. Right here is where he hit his farthest warm-up kick from 63 yards. It was the other 45. That is notable. The wind would be going against him right now.
So Lucian Anderson back to pass. He's going to fire out of bounds and complete.
That was just the throwaway pass out of bounds. Had nothing there.
Well, he heard footsteps. There was a Rocket there right behind him, ready to knock that ball out. Smart throwaway there.
That is the one thing that you can give Lucian credit for. He hasn't dropped back to pass that many times, but he's had decent pocket awareness. That was a big question after the big hit he took on the strip sack against Ohio. He's not been nailed in the backfield while attempting to pass so far today.
So 24 seconds to go, 2nd and 10 at the 45-yard line. Anderson, and it's going to be complete. That one's going to be to Cameron Petaway. Petaway at the 30. He's at the 20. Petaway down to the 10. Dragged down to the 2. Is he in? Yes, sir, he is. Cameron Petaway. Touchdown, Falcons.
You talked about Bowling Green needing an impact play. We mentioned Cameron Petaway's name multiple times. A lot in the return game, but he delivers in the pass game. That was a tremendously drawn-up play for Bowling Green against the blitz. The screen works.
The blocking down the field was outstanding from Bowling Green. Petaway was a man on a mission there trying to get to that end zone. He was not going to be stopped there. A huge play for Bowling Green to take with them into halftime.
He caught that ball at around the 35-yard line and took it all the way to the end zone. What a play, and it was more of just around a screen pass for Petaway.
You want to give this crowd something to cheer for, something for them to give. That's how you do it.
He was met with a lot of Rocket defenders at the 10, and he ended up scoring on that play. What a play. And again, that just gives Bowling Green and this crowd something to cheer for going into halftime. And now that you can get in the end zone, they see it. It's there. You get the ball to start the second half. That's exactly what they needed. 13 seconds to go here in the first half.
And for Lucian, passing touchdown. 5 for 10, 66 yards now, and a touchdown.
First career passing touchdown. We've seen him use his legs, but that one through the air there.
That's a very good point. Gives them a ton of confidence going into halftime. And it also gives Bowling Green, we talked about it, they should be down more than 2 scores right now. They're only down by 14. This is probably best case scenario for Bowling Green considering what has gone on and happened throughout the first 30 minutes of this contest.
When you look at the Rockets, what those stops on 4th downs from Bowling Green, they've stopped them twice on 4th down this year. Is that going to come back to haunt them as this game goes on?
What a play there by the Falcon offense. I mean, like I said, you got to use the middle of the field. They did. Even if he did go down, if you went down at the 10 where he was touched, timeout, you got the ball, that you got at least 2-3 shots to the end zone. Instead, Cameron Petaway said, I'll take care of business and get in myself. So Zach Long going to kick it out to Toledo. Picked up. And Toledo with some space, and he's going to be down at the 27-yard line. But a flag on the play with 8 seconds to go here in the half. And it's going to be holding on the return team. And you can only imagine that they're going to maybe either run.
I think it's a kneel down.
A run or just a kneel down. I mean, you can't be taking any shots. So it's going to be 21-7 more than likely going into halftime with the ball coming your way out of the half. So, I mean,
it's best case scenario.
Best case scenario.
That's been thrown at him. I mean, it should be a lot worse right now for Bowling Green. They're still being outgained 308-101. It's not even close.
That has to be the message that Eddie George tells the team at halftime. Hey, yeah, it wasn't pretty. For most of the half, it was not good. But that last drive, you gave us a chance. You gave us some momentum. There's only down by 2 scores. You see crazier things happen at all levels of football. You are in this game.
Especially
it's a rivalry game. In the MAC, too. It's MACtion. You're in this game. Give him a chance in the locker room, get a breather, come out second half firing.
So a kneel down by Gleason does take us to the halftime. Rockets up 21-7. Bowling Green getting the ball to start the second half. You're listening to Falcon Football on Falcon Radio.
Ever wanted to hear what a BGSU coach or player says after a game? Head over to the BG Falcon Media YouTube channel to watch post-game press conferences for all BGSU home volleyball, soccer, football, hockey, and basketball games.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
The Falcons suffered more than just a loss to rival Toledo on October 7th as junior setter Amanda Otten went down hard in the third set. Otten had to be helped off the court and was unable to put weight on her leg. She returned to the bench with ice on her knee, and the Falcons quickly lost momentum, eventually falling to the Rockets in just 4 sets. Head coach Alex Del Piombo said that the team is still evaluating Otten's injury and will know more after meeting with doctors. Her injury adds to the Falcons' growing list of health concerns, as they've already been without defending Mid-American Conference Player of the Year, Lauren Hovey, since mid-September with an undisclosed injury. If Otten misses time, sophomore setter Anik Shidek is expected to step into a larger role. This has been 60 Seconds in Falcon Athletics.
All right, welcome to the Falcon Media Sports Network halftime show. The Battle of I-75, so far not going great for the Falcons. The Toledo Rockets are up 21-7. Adam, what happened in the first half?
I don't know what to tell you, honestly. This game should not be 21-7. It should be 48-7, honestly. The Rockets already have 308 yards of offense to Bowling Green's 101, which is absolutely insane that this is still a close game. 300 yards of offense. It comes down to the fourth downs, really. Toledo, twice they were stopped on the goal line, and once stopped on BG's 30-yard line about. So far it's just been absolute chaos with Toledo, still able to move the football well. Bowling Green's defense has gotten a couple big stops, and right before half, they had that big 45-yard touchdown to Cameron Petaway off a little screen pass, snuck it by the defense, and then Petaway, he carried himself along with the O-lineman, basically lifting him up to carry him the last 5 yards into the end zone in that big play.
Yeah, this first half, definitely not probably how the Falcons wanted to go into this Battle of I-75 today. Definitely not how Coach Eddie George wanted to have his first Battle of I-75.
And I will say, Lucian Anderson, no turnovers. That's the bright side. He hasn't been sacked yet. And the defense, I think they're doing their job. It's very difficult when you're on the field so much to actually be able to stop an offense every single drive. As more drives happen, something's bound to break through. So overall, it could be way worse for the Falcons.
Yeah, definitely. Only 21-7 right now at the end of the first half. Coming up, we'll have your opinions, some strong opinions on this first half of play. That's coming up next on Falcon Radio.
Falcon Media Sports Network writes and publishes over 1,000 stories per year, including game previews, recaps, sidebars, opinion pieces, feature stories, and more. Head over to bgfalconmedia.com to view all of our content for every sport throughout the year.
Welcome back to Falcon Media Sports Network's halftime show. So, Adam, coming into the game, or in our pregame show, you said, I believe your final score was 23-22 for the Falcons.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about that now?
Toledo's already scored more than 20 points, like I predicted, okay? I was wrong about that. It was a very bad start. However, I think Toledo, if this Bowling Green offense can do what they did on the final drive and just get little chunk plays. They got a little lucky. There was a pass interference call on a pass to Finn Hogan downfield. But Bowling Green, they got to figure it out on offense where they can't get into third and long because the offensive play calling of Travis Partridge, he is afraid of putting Lucian Anderson in a bad spot. He multiple times, 3rd and 10, screen pass, 3rd and 6, screen pass, 3rd and 7, screen pass. It's silly to watch. You're giving your offense no chance. You're giving your receiver the ball 7 yards to go, and he's got to dodge 4 guys. There's just no chance for them to make a play. They had 3 3-and-outs to start the game, which is just, it's pathetic. You're putting your defense in a terrible spot every single possession. And then even the little things with the offense, one of their 2 drives that they actually were able to get the ball down the field, they were lining up for a 51-yard field goal. delay of game, moves it to a 56-yarder, they decide to punt it instead of kicking it. So just silly things like that can't happen. Lucian Anderson, he's 5 yards short of a first down, and it's a 4th and 5. He turns to the Toledo bench to trash talk when you're losing by 14. It's silly, very silly by Bowling Green. They're not playing how they should. They're playing like a young team right now.
Yeah, definitely. And now they had, though, a big kind of change-up going into this game with Drew Pine being out. But yeah, definitely some weird moves, some not great moves, I guess, by the Falcons.
Yeah, I will say you got that touchdown to end it right before the half.
Yeah, it was a good way to end the first half.
And you get the ball back. So if you score coming out of halftime, it becomes a 21-14 game. So this is far from over. The Falcons played a bad half while Toledo played an amazing half, but it's only a 14-point game. There's still time for them to come back and hopefully open up this offense, because Lucian Anderson, both times he threw it deep, they weren't terrible throws. They weren't in danger. It was one-on-one. It was a safe throw, at least, when you're throwing downfield. So hopefully they can open up more in the second half.
Yeah, definitely. With that going into the second half, you have, again, only 21-7, 2 touchdowns makes up for that. It's almost like the Falcons, though, need to play how they played in the last part of the first half by scoring that touchdown. They need to play like that throughout the second half to have any chance of making this up, and not like how they did for most of the first half.
And it's going to need to continue with this run game. These running backs, a couple of their runs have been only for 2 or 3 yards, but they've had to dodge multiple guys on the way to those runs. So if this offensive line can open up more gaps, get these skill players in space, especially R.J. Garcia, he hasn't really gotten the ball today, was targeted on a shorter pass on one of those aforementioned 3rd and 6 screen passes that they love to run. How they can get him involved in the running game. Last game against Ohio, 1 rush for 38 yards on a little end around. They got to do little gimmicky things to get guys with in space with the ball. Jiron Johnson as well. He's caught the ball short a couple times today, been able to move upfield. You got to get playmakers the ball however is possible.
Yeah, definitely. All right, coming up, we'll have our Falcon Media Sports Network Athlete of the Game watch. We'll tell you what, you're kind of thinking who could be Athlete of the Game. But we'll have that. We'll also check in on what's going on around the MAC and around college football in general. That's coming up right after this here on Falcon Radio.
What kind of help does the IRS have for identity theft victims?
If you suspect you're a victim of tax-related identity theft, go to irs.gov/identity theft to learn how to prevent potential refund fraud and protect your tax account. At the IRS, combating tax-related identity theft is a top priority, and we are committed to prevention, detection, and assisting victims. And we're working with law enforcement to catch the criminals. For more info, go to irs.gov/identity theft to learn what the IRS is doing to help protect you.
Welcome back to Falcon Media Sports Network's halftime coverage. So, Adam, Falcon Media Sports Network Player of the Game, just going in from that first half, who are you kind of looking at who might get it?
Well, it's first Cameron Petaway, 45-yard receiving touchdown on that pass to end the half. Of course, that catapults him to the first place position. Only 5 catches on the year, and then makes that big play. But then also Jiron Johnson, the couple times he's gotten the ball in space, 2 catches for 25 yards. In the second half, I think they're going to go to him again. And really, anyone else offensively hasn't done much. The only other receptions have been by Kadarius Roberts and R.J. Garcia, and both of those were for a negative gain. So right now, it's really between Petaway and Jiron Johnson, as they're the only guys able to get the ball downfield when they have it.
Yeah. All right, checking in what's going on around the MAC here right now. Also kicking off, who had a noon kickoff today. Miami of Ohio and Akron. That's going on over at Akron, and over at the half, a much less scoring game. 3-0 with the Red Hawks ahead. A lot different than 21-7.
Yeah, and then another game going on right now, Northern Illinois versus Eastern Michigan. That's tied at 3 towards the start of the second quarter. So yeah, a lot of different action going on throughout the MAC today.
And that Northern Illinois and Eastern Michigan game, by the way, kicked off at 12:45, so 45 minutes past our and Miami and Akron's kickoff. Still going on today in the MAC, we got UMass taking on Kent State at 2:30, and Ball State taking on Western Michigan at 3:30. Some other big games going on in college football. The Ohio State Buckeyes, they're up 20-0 over Illinois. That's with 1:13 left in the second quarter. Over another big game going on, Alabama Crimson Tide beating the Missouri Tigers 17-10. That's at the half for that game. And the Florida State Seminoles up on the Pittsburgh Panthers 21-14 with just 6 seconds left in the second quarter for that game. So some big college football games going on around the country today.
Yeah, a lot of exciting action. Yesterday night there was a big ranked matchup. The team put up 63 points against a 5-0 school. So, yeah, always fun college football weekend.
And just real quick, just getting out of college sports real quick, the MLB playoff game last night.
Yeah, that I couldn't stay up for. I fell asleep in the middle of it. I had my laptop open still watching that. So
I put it on at 11:30, being like, oh, it's in the 10th inning. It'll be done soon. And then I was up till 1:10 watching it. So, yeah, that was a big game last night. All right, coming up, we'll have more Falcon Media Sports Network halftime coverage as the Falcons down against Toledo 21-7 here at the half.
BGSU Hockey continues their weekend series against Niagara University on Saturday, October 11th at Niagara's Dwyer Arena. The Orange and Brown last played Niagara in 2012 when the Falcons emerged victorious in a 3-0 victory at the Slater Family Ice Arena. The Purple Eagles kicked off their season with a 5-2 victory over St. Lawrence. Falcon Media Sports Network's Benjamin Korak will have the call starting at 4:45 for pregame and 5 o'clock for puck drop on WBGU 80.1 FM, your home for BGSU Hockey.
Don't have time to tune into a BGSU sports broadcast? Falcon Media Sports Network will have you covered with live updates of home BGSU athletic events. To follow along, head over to @BG_FMSN on Twitter X.
You're listening to Falcon Media Sports Network's halftime show. So, Adam, going into the second half, Falcons down 21-7. What are you looking at for the second half preview?
Well, I think Toledo, they're going to stick with the ground game, or a mix of it at least, between Tucker Gleason passing and the ground game, as Chip Trainum for them. 14 carries, 82 yards. He's been able to run all over the field today. And they've also gotten their secondary running back, Kenji Christian, involved. 5 carries for 27. He also had that big 42-yard reception before Bowling Green stopped them on the goal line. Their offense, they've been able to have everyone involved. Jacob Peterson, the tight end. So I really think they're going to keep this dynamic system of run, standard pass, play action. They're going to do whatever they want, essentially, on offense. Now, Bowling Green, I do think with what Lucian Anderson was doing towards the end of the half, they will try to open it up. They have to. When you're down 14, you can't run it on first down, run it on second, do a screen play on third. You're going to lose the game no matter what when you do that. So Lucian Anderson will open it up. Maybe they can have a play or two designed for him where he's able to run outside of the pocket. He has had a couple nice solid runs today of 4 to 5 yards. And then Bowling Green, once again, I mean, you have to get more than 2 guys with positive receiving yards. Not Markel Porter, that's wrong from the stat people. Cameron Petaway had the 45-yard touchdown, and Jiron Johnson had 2 catches for 25. So besides those guys, Finn Hogan got targeted downfield. I expect them to try that 1 or 2 more times. Kadarius Roberts has had a lot of receptions as a running back. He's second on the team this year. They got to get him involved. And then RJ Garcia, 1 catch for -3 yards. Do something to where he gets the ball quick, maybe a slant over the middle, so he has speed and momentum to make some moves after the catch that he's done throughout the year.
Yeah. So I kind of wanted to look this up because Sean briefly mentioned it during the first half about, the Falcons not doing so well in this first half. People could be leaving. I pulled up ODOT's traffic camera. Not looking too backed up going on to I-75. There are cars moving, but luckily no backup of people just being like, this first half, I got to get out of here. People at least looks like they're sticking around to see how the second half will at least start out. Maybe see how it finishes.
Yeah, they got to have faith here. 21-7, that's too early to leave. You see it every week in college football, NFL football, anywhere. There's always some crazy comebacks. Can't give up on it yet as Bowling Green gets the ball to start the second half. Got to have hope. Lucian Anderson, why not have a miracle in his first career start?
Yeah, and I was going to mention with the traffic, luckily we're going to avoid the traffic because we got some BGSU hockey coming up this evening. The Falcons taking on Niagara University at 5 o'clock over on WBGU 88.1 FM. Last night, the Falcon hockey team did not have a great night, losing 2-0 against Niagara. But, we'll see how they do tonight. Again, coming up 5 o'clock over on WBGU 88.1 FM. So, once we kind of wrap up here, when 4:45 comes around, tune over to WBGU, and Ben Korak will be on the call for that. And also, by the way, last night the Falcon volleyball team, they did have a good night. They won over Illinois in Northern Illinois in 3 sets.
Yeah, volleyball team's been amazing this year. 3-0 sweep on the weekend of the MAC opponents, so they continue their quest for the MAC title over there. And I believe they beat Toledo when they faced them recently. Or they may not. I don't think they faced them yet, but that's going to be a big matchup for MAC volleyball as well.
Yeah, definitely. And last night, too, was alumni night for the volleyball team. So they got a good alumni night with the Falcons getting a win there.
And the soccer team as well.
Yeah.
Big 3-1 win. Senior night for Trace Terry, senior forward. So excellent sports all around for Bowling Green. And hopefully football joins the club of winning.
We'll see if they can turn it around
Yes.
and see if they can join the Falcon winning crew from this weekend, plus hockey tonight as well. So, with that, let's take one more quick break, and we'll send things on out to the Doit after this here on Falcon Radio.
This is Phil Beskid, BGSU Radio Faculty Advisor. You can catch all the Falcon Media Sports Network broadcasts on our 2 stations, WBGU 88.1 FM and Falcon Radio, which can both be found on bgfalconmedia.com.
Here's the deal. We gotta set ourselves up. See, retirement is the long game. We gotta make moves and make them early. Set up goals. Don't worry about a setback. Just save up and stack up to reach them. Let's put ourselves in the right position. Pre-game to greater things.
Start building your retirement plan at thisispretirement.org. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Falcon Media Sports Network halftime show starting to wrap up. Nate Henner's Adam Duffin here in the Falcon Radio studio. Before I hand things out, should mention, though, we don't get to enjoy it, but it's a nice day outside today.
Yeah, it's great action for football, and they mentioned a little bit of wind affecting the kicking game. We'll see how that affects it down the stretch.
Yeah, sunny skies today, high near 68, north wind around 7 miles per hour. Currently, it is 67 degrees here in Bowling Green. So, if we ever get outside today, it should be nice. All right, but let's get to people who are actually at least out and about. Tyler, Sean, and Lucas, 3-man crew today. How's it going out there?
It's going good, Nate. Thanks for throwing it back to us. Tyler Kaplitz is currently putting on his sweatshirt back. All right, there we go. I thought I lost him there for half a second. About ready for some second half action here at the Doyle L. Perry Stadium. Down 2 scores for Bowling Green.
Yeah, and Bowling Green does get the ball to start the half. Just something to note. That first touchdown that they had was that's got to be a momentum gainer for this team that we can score. We can score on this defense, and so I'm looking forward to seeing how they start out at the 25 more than likely, and just seeing how their offense looks in that setting.
It's a new game at this point.
Oh, you're okay
for Bowling Green.
You're back.
I am back.
I thought we lost you there for half a second, Tyler.
It's a new game for Bowling Green, though. They have to view it as they are down 14-0. It is 21-7, and you get the ball back first. So you have a chance to cut it down to a one-possession game. It's a very good opportunity for the Falcons, and they have. You talked about it before we went off air, Lucas. You made a really good point about they have the offensive momentum now, and you have some confidence possibly instilled into Lucian Anderson III. We'll see if he can carry that over.
you have some confidence, but also at the same time, even if you just get 3 points on the board, make it 21-10, you still have that momentum. And we haven't seen a turnover yet in this game, which I think is a really important thing to know. Both sides have done a pretty good job taking care of the football. Whoever gets that first turnover,
couple
that
turnover on downs, but
that could be the first turnover. I should have been more specific. A fumble or interception.
Yeah.
If you get one of those, that might be the end of the difference in the game in terms of whoever comes out victorious on top.
That's really what saved Bowling Green in this game so far, is those 2 fourth down stops. If you don't get those stops, you're looking at instead of a 3 or 2 score game, you're looking at a 4-score game. It's something that's really out of control. So Cameron Pettaway will go back deep for Bowling Green. And before we have this, we're going to have a quick update down from the sideline from our Aiden Bruick and what he saw and when the team was going into the locker room for halftime.
Going in the locker room at halftime, hey guys, this is Aiden Bruick. Going to the locker at halftime, Bowling Green Falcons all saying in unison, 0-0. They are coming into the second half, not thinking anything about the 2-score deficit. Same thing. Coach George going to the locker room, said to his players, make a way. And that's what he's been trying to instill in this offense now that we go into the second half. Thank you, Tyler. Send it back up to you guys.
Thank you, Aiden. That's kind of what you were speaking to, Lucas. Eddie George being motivational as the team goes to the locker room. The kick is away. It's going to be returned by Middleton. Alan Middleton for Bowling Green instead of Cameron Pettaway. He'll get it just shy of the 30-yard line. That's the second time we've seen so far this game, Sean and Lucas, Toledo kicking it away from Cameron Pettaway, not wanting to put the ball in his hands.
I mean, yeah, the correct, for Toledo, putting it in Pettaway's hands is more of a wild card. He could take it the distance. He could take it 30, 40 yards and giving Bowling Green some good field position. So, I mean, if I'm Toledo, I would be kicking to Alan Middleton all day.
They will actually say he's a little shorter than I thought he got to. They're going to say he's at the 25-yard line. So it'll be Lucian Anderson, the third in a shotgun, with Cameron Pettaway to his left side. He's got 2 wideouts to his left, 1 wideout to his right. It's going to be a handoff to Pettaway up the middle. He's going to push for a few yards, get past the 30-yard line. They're going to mark him down, it looks like, at the 37. Or apologies, at the 32. So it will be a gain of 7. And it's going to be 2nd and 3 for the Falcons.
I mean, already I was really eager to see how this team was going to come out of the second half. Already, I feel like that was just a powerful run. I know he only got 7 yards, but he was touched at about, 1st and 9, 1st and 8, and he already picked up a couple yards after that. So I'm really impressed by this offensive line on that first play.
Kadarius Roberts comes in motion on the left side. It's going to be a handoff to Roberts. He's going to make his way to the 34-yard line. Going to be a gain of 2, and it'll be 3rd and 1 for Bowling Green. A little bit of jet sweep action from Kadarius Roberts. He was lined up on the right side with R.J. Garcia and Jiron Johnson.
I mean, here's a play that you can use. You have a lot of set of legs that you can use for running. You can use Pettaway, you can use Kadarius Roberts, you can use Chris McMillan, and then you can use Lucian Anderson, and I think that's the route they're going to go. They're going to fake the handoff, and then I think Lucian Anderson's going to go out.
It's going to be Markel Porter in the backfield. It will be a handoff to Porter up the middle. He's going to keep pushing. We'll see where they mark him. I think Toledo may have gotten the stop.
I think he's a bit short, from that initial spot, which good credit. I mean, we talked about it a little bit in the first half, but the Toledo front line, the defensive line for the Rockets have been absolutely dominant that first 2 quarters, and they're showing it to start the third.
That ball did not move.
4th and 1, they're saying.
Yep. Still 4th and 1 at the 34.
And punting, wow.
And they will punt. On their own 34, Eddie George doesn't want to roll the dice. John Henderson comes out with 13 minutes to play in the third quarter. Bowling Green still trailing 21-7.
It's the correct call. I mean, you got to punt. That said, in an era of tush pushing, you could always fake a tush push and maybe roll out Lucian Anderson, see how many yards he can get. But
Henderson, a good punt away, and it's a bobble by the punt returner. And we have some extracurriculars after the play, some shoving and pushing going on down in front of the Bowling Green student section. That was Bryson Hammer, the wide receiver back there for the punt return, bobbled it.
That was Hammer and about 5 Falcons surrounding him.
Him and 5 Falcons got into a little bit of a skirmish, got the crowd into it. That student section has thinned out for the moment. I am not sure if that's people leaving or people walking around for halftime. Could be concessions and
about to say we don't have the list, but there is a lot of concessions and a lot of things available for games today. So they could very well be refilling on some drinks. Let's put it that way.
Permitted beverages.
Sometimes you just gotta get the Pauly Eyes down to the concourse.
That is true. That is true. Big Campus Pauly Eyes fan.
So, Toledo will start out at their own 15. Still leading Bowling Green 21-7. We have 12:43 to play in the third quarter here at Dwight L. Perry Stadium in front of a sellout crowd for the first time since 2003. Gleason going to fake a handoff, now going to throw to his left side, and that is going to be complete. Trayvon Rudolph with the catch. Jalen McClendon gets credited for the tackle.
Talked about Rudolph a little bit, but he has coming into this game, he had 12 receptions for 125 yards, didn't have a touchdown until coming to this one. 5'10" senior from Illinois.
It's going to be a handoff now to the right side, and that's going to be a nice stop. Chip Trainum not able to get much running room.
Someone else they're going to really need to stop this second half is Chip Trainum. 14 carries, 86 yards, and a touchdown in that first half.
And it brings up a 3rd and 2 now for the Falcon defense. We've seen them stop them on 4th down multiple times. Can they do it now on 3rd and force a punt and give the ball back to your Falcon offense?
Gleason going to hand it off to Trainum. He's going to push, and he's going to get the first down, moves the ball to the 26-yard line, and that will move the chains.
Again, I love the patience that Trainum has. I mean, he waited around for at least a half second seeing where's the hole, and he found it, got the first down, and that extends the drive for Toledo's offense.
Toledo taking their time. They were going pretty hurry up in the first half. They've been taking their time to get into the offense here in the second half in this third quarter. And Chip Trainum running into the right side is swallowed up by that Bowling Green defense. He was taking his time trying to find an opening, was unable to, and Bowling Green swarms him down.
There's Andrew Hines there on the tackle. I mean, already I think that was probably one of the best defensive plays just straight up.
Loss of 7 yards.
Loss of 7. I mean, that didn't happen in the first half. I mean, that's just a great play by the Bowling Green defense, and now it sets them back. Now it's going to be a 2nd and very long. That was never a scenario in the first half. So already you're seeing improvements by the defense.
Gleason drops back, looking to his left, now has the move up in the pocket, gonna launch deep to the left side, just past his intended target, which was Junior Vandeross III. He was in double coverage, just a bit out of his reach, and it's gonna be 3rd and very long, 3rd and 17 for Toledo.
Just a bit out of his reach, and who was those two Falcons there around him? That was
Jalen McClellan and Darius Lorfils, and despite having the double coverage, it was still a really great thrown ball by Tucker Gleason. It was just a little out of reach.
So now we're going to say it's 3rd and 15, so maybe that was incorrect, the 2nd and 17 originally. So 3rd and 15 is what it now displays on the scoreboard, and we're going to have some flags come out.
Crowd playing a factor here. I mean, that loudest I've heard it since first quarter.
Delay of game on Toledo.
Already.
They'll move back 5 yards. It'll be 3rd and 20.
Already saying that, the crowd's playing a factor. Again, this is right in the heart of the student section of Bowling Green that Toledo has to deal with. I mean, again, now you're in a situation you weren't in the first half.
Yeah.
You have a 3rd and 20.
It's 5 penalties now for Toledo for 40 yards, just 2 for Bowling Green.
It's interesting. They're an undisciplined team when it comes to penalties. They commit some of the most in the MAC. You wouldn't expect that for a Jason Candle coach team, but that's the reality of this Toledo squad this year. Game clock reset to 10:23 to go in this third quarter. 3rd and 20 for Toledo on their own 16. They lead Bowling Green 21-7 here in this Battle of I-75, the 90th edition. Going to be a handoff to Chip Trainum to the right side. He's going to push back past the original line of scrimmage. He'll be close to the 30-yard line, and that's where Toledo will have to punt it away from. Bowling Green going to get the ball back on offense.
Win, absolute win there for Bowling Green defense, not just getting the stop, but momentum-wise. Your offense comes out to start the third quarter to get stopped. Not what you wanted to start offensively, but then your defense not only gets the stop, but the way they did it, making Toledo commit penalties. You got the crowd back into this game right in front of the student section. That's an absolute win.
So the punt away will be Emilio Duran for Toledo. Gets it off. Some heavy coverage by Bowling Green. Brendan Ridley going to pick it up and just step out of bounds. So Bowling Green will start with the ball just past their own 30-yard line, and we will head to a media timeout. You are listening to BGSU football against Toledo in the Battle of I-75. Toledo leads 21-7, 9:40 to play in the third quarter on Falcon Radio.
On September 28, 2025, BGSU women's soccer's Lizzie Boltnick scored her first goal in 2 years in a 4-0 win over Central Michigan. She later earned a brace in the win. Falcon Media Sports Network's Henry Costco had the call of her first strike.
It's around Boltnick. Going to have a lot of space here. On this side, she's going to be on the breakaway. The 2-on-1. Borgman has to get back towards the goal, and she's got to put it forward over the head of Borgman and in. Lizzie Boltnick. Unbelievable. Taking advantage of Borgman being up near the midfield line.
This has been a Falcon Media Sports Network feature call.
Hi, this is Christina Ricci with RAIN. Every 2 minutes, another American is sexually assaulted. If you or someone you know has been sexually assaulted, you are not alone. Help is just a call or click away through the National Sexual Assault Hotline. Please call 1-800-656-HOPE, that's HOPE, or visit RAIN.org, that's RAINN.org.
Brought to you by RAIN and this station.
Women's tennis travels east to Pennsylvania to face off with Slippery Rock for a tennis match on October 11th at noon. The matchup will be the team's first head-to-head competition with a single university outside of invitationals. BG swept the Rocks in their only ever matchup in 2024, 7-0. Check out the recap written by Falcon Media Sports Network's Aiden Bruick on bgfalconmedia.com.
Now back to more Falcon football coverage from the Falcon Media Sports Network.
9:40 to play in the third quarter at Joint L. Perry Stadium. Toledo leading Bowling Green at 21-7. Tyler Kavlitz alongside Sean Connolly and Lucas Kleinmeyer. Happy to be calling this one with you guys today. A great turnout in terms of the crowd. And Bowling Green, with all that has gone wrong so far in this game, still hanging around. They now have the ball back. Chance to make it a one-score game.
It's kind of crazy when you think of everything that went wrong, especially in that first quarter. It should not be a ball game.
No.
And you're going down by 2 scores. It shows you what a rivalry game can do in this game. One mistake, one stop on 4th down. That's all it takes for a momentum swing. In the case here for Bowling Green, that Petaway touchdown going to halftime was the difference.
Yeah, it takes one play. I mean, that Petaway touchdown was about a 45-yard touchdown reception that was caught at about the 40-yard line. So, I mean,
was that not a reminiscent play to how Bowling Green won in Toledo a few years ago?
Teron Keith. Yeah, Teron Keith.
It was a very reminiscent play to that.
In the snow.
Lucian gonna fake a jet sweep to Cadaris Roberts. Wow. It's gonna be a one-handed snag by Jiren Johnson just past the line of scrimmage. He was being surrounded by 2 or 3 Rockets. Lucian just tossed it up for him, and Jiren brought it down with one big paw.
Now, I could be wrong. I don't know if he was the intended target.
I don't think he was.
On that
it
route.
Looked like, I mean, he had to jump pretty high for that, and a heck of a catch by Jiren Johnson, but I don't necessarily know if that was the intended receiver or that was the intended play.
It'll be no gain as well. So we approach 9 minutes to play in the third quarter. 2nd and 10 for Bowling Green on their own 31-yard line. It's going to be a handoff to Gadaris Roberts. Tried to do a misdirection, and he is swarmed in the backfield by Toledo. That was Luce Julian, the outside linebacker from Orange, New Jersey, who spent the past 4 seasons at UMass. Back there to make the tackle. It's a loss of 4 yards, 3rd and 14 for the Falcons.
Julian Someone, 16 tackles, 7 solo coming to this one. Just 1 sack on the year, but a senior from New Jersey. His size and his physical traits is something that Toledo really likes.
Lucian drops back and a pass to his left, complete to RJ Garcia the second. He is taken down pretty much immediately, and we have some more chippiness going on the sideline in front of Bowling Green's bench. A few players getting into it, and Bowling Green will have to punt it away once again. Another 3 and out for the Orange and Brown.
And just more predictability there. It's kind of what we saw in the first quarter there on offense. I mean, even in that first drive that Bowling Green had, there were some positive plays. They had a 4th and 1, elected to punt, and right there just couldn't get anything going offensively. Obviously, that run to McMillan, losing yards, didn't help.
Just a 2-yard gain on that catch. Under 8 minutes to play in the third quarter. George Carlson will snap it back to John Henderson. His punt is away. As we're going to have a flag come out. This punt rolls to the 26-yard line where it's picked up. Saw a Falcon and a Rocket collide at about the 45-yard line of Toledo. Once again, Bowling Green going left to right in the second half. Toledo going right to left across the field in your radio dials.
Could you imagine if an actual Rocket and Falcon collided? what that would what would that look like?
Yeah, that was number 5, Jaden Dalton, their senior for Toledo. He just full-on tackled a Falcon there. Right.
Can't really do that. So it'll be a 5-yard penalty. So the ball will go back from the. It'll go back to the 16. They're going to have it actually. So 1st and 10 for Toledo from the 16-yard line is where they will start. And we have hit another media timeout. We'll take it with them. Toledo 21, Bowling Green 7. 7:43 to play in the third quarter of the Battle of I-75 right here on Falcon Radio.
Falcon Media Sports Network produces more feature stories about BGSU athletics than any other media outlet. Make sure to head over to bgfalconmedia.com and follow Falcon Media Sports Network at BG_FMSN on Twitter/X and BG Falcon Media on Instagram and Facebook to stay up to date with all of our content.
I'm the threat that's already inside the house. I can't be scared away or negotiated with. You can't call the cops on me. You can't even see me. I'm the threat of family fire, and as long as your guns aren't stored securely, I'll be there. Protect your family. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
BGSU Hockey continues their weekend series against Niagara University on Saturday, October 11th at Niagara's Dwyer Arena. The Orange and Brown last played Niagara in 2012 when the Falcons emerged victorious in a 3-0 victory at the Slater Family Ice Arena. The Purple Eagles kicked off their season with a 5-2 victory over St. Lawrence. Falcon Media Sports Network's Benjamin Korak will have the call starting at 4:45 for pregame and 5 o'clock for puck drop on WBGU 80.1 FM, your home for BGSU Hockey.
Falcon football coverage continues now from the Falcon Media Sports Network.
Once again, 7:43 to play in the third quarter. Toledo leading Bowling Green 21-7. The Rockets will start out this drive on their own 16-yard line after a penalty during the punt by John Henderson.
Maybe some motivation after Pudge was just shown on the screen. Crowd went nuts.
Pudge, the official unofficial mascot of college football.
Have we not mentioned Pudge throughout this broadcast?
He hasn't been shown.
Yeah.
You know what? Fair enough.
He was out 2 weeks ago during Bowling Green's last game due to some rest against Ohio down in Athens. Did not make the trip. He is back active here today for the Falcons.
I appreciate you calling that out, Tyler, because I know you're not particularly a cat guy. You know, Sean and I are cat guys.
Hey, I had 3 cats when I was younger.
You know, fair
Doesn't
enough.
show, in my opinion.
Fair enough.
You've been hating cats ever since the beginning of the year, Tyler.
That's a unbased claim. But Tucker Gleason in shotgun takes the snap, gives it off to Trainum. Trainum has some room to the 25. Trainum, ball comes out. It goes out of bounds.
Wow.
Trainum ball came out just before he hit the 30, popped out by a Bowling Green defender. Luckily for Toledo, went out of bounds in front of the Bowling Green bench. We'll see if we can see who popped it out on this replay here. That was Kyle Pascal.
He's had a heck of a year this year. He already has a forced fumble against Liberty back in week 3. That one, unfortunately,
that'll be a second
out of bounds. So they do get the
fumble
gain. They do get the gain, unfortunately, like I said.
Christian in the backfield now. It's going to be a fake handoff to him. Gleason looks to his right now, looks up the middle. That pass is going to be completed to Trayvon Rudolph in coverage, heavy coverage in the middle of the field, and that'll push it all the way to their own 45-yard line. A new first down for the Rockets. And they're going to move quick. Gleason drops back, looking to his right. He's going to air it out down the right side. Miscommunication. Was looking to hit Rudolph once again, as there's going to be a flag thrown in the backfield.
In the backfield, yeah.
That was Evan Branch Haynes. Kind of went down there after trying to get to Gleason. I think there might have been some extra shoving there after that play.
It looks like Toledo's moving back, so yeah, that's going to be against Toledo. We'll wait the call. But yeah, some miscommunication on that one. I mean,
looked like he was
had
waiting
one-on-one
for
coverage.
a break back.
He was waiting for a coverage, but
and
yeah.
Rudolph kept going.
So 15 unnecessary.
It's going to be
Sportsmanlike conduct,
on
rather.
Stephen Gales, the starting left tackle. Started 3 games last year, has been the full-time left tackle starter this year.
Well, that's a really big penalty. I mean, Toledo was moving the ball down.
And they were going fast.
They were going fast, too. And
again, that miscommunication was big because he threw it and it was incomplete at the 30, but the receiver was at about the 20, 15-yard line. So, like you said, he was maybe waiting for a curl round, and he was one-on-one coverage. So
6:41 to play in this third quarter. Toledo 21, Bowling Green 7. It's going to be a handoff to Christian. He's going to push ahead for a few yards, get himself to the 37-yard line of the Rockets. That'll be a gain of 7. It'll turn it from a 2nd and 25 to a 3rd and 18.
That's a 7th penalty, by the way, on Toledo for 65 yards, just 2 for Bowling Green after Bowling Green had a couple early in that first quarter.
Crazy enough, they're still under their average for a game. They average 7.8 penalties per contest.
Again, a situation that Toledo wasn't in the first half, a 3rd and 18.
Gleason with Christian to his left side, 3 wide outs to the left, fake handoff, drops back, going to drop it off to Christian on the right side. He's going to be swarmed, he's going to be taken down. Toledo will punt once again.
Again, just a really good defensive stand there by the Falcons. Defense is holding their own today. I mean, they've allowed 21 points, but in my opinion, they're the reason this game is still intact and still a 2-score game, and now you're giving the ball back to the offense.
They have been bending but not breaking. This defense has.
That's another drive from Toledo that gets killed just from penalties, from self-inflicted mistakes.
You've allowed, obviously, some explosive plays by Toledo, but other than that, I think the defense has really held their own today against a really high-powered offense.
James Rose snaps it back to Duran. Emilio Duran gets the punt off. Not the best one. Goes out of bounds to the right side. We'll see where the officials mark it.
There's some scrimmage going on the Bowling Green bench.
There is. I did not see that at first.
Similar to what we saw earlier with Eric George. Just one player in that sea of orange over there for Toledo.
That was Julian Allen, the wide receiver, getting in a skirmish over in front of the Bowling Green bench. The ball will be marked. It's a good mark for Bowling Green. It'll be on their own 49-yard line. That's where the Falcons will start their drive. We're going to take a quick break for 2 minutes for a media timeout. Bowling Green trailing Toledo 21-7, 5:12 to play in the third quarter. We'll actually keep it here on Falcon Radio as we're in the media timeout. And we have some of the Well, we talked about it during the last broadcast, the homecoming. One of the best segments here at the Doit that's been added. The kid, a random kid in the crowd gets the choice of $100 or to pie his dad, and you can guess which one he chooses, gets the crowd into it. And we'll see if the crowd can make a difference once again. We've seen it a few times here where this crowd noise has affected this Toledo Rockets offense, prevented them from extending this lead further past what it is right now at 21-7.
And again, it's still in reach. It's still manageable. Obviously, time is ticking. Time is a factor now that you're in the second half. 5:12 to go in the third quarter. How many offensive possessions are you going to have? How many offensive possessions is Toledo going to have? You now have to start thinking about that. You got to expect some strikes here for Bowling Green if you want to have a chance in this game. It is 21-7, but again, the more time that goes down, the more that seems like that lead increases.
Quick update in numbers. Tucker Gleason today, 13 for 19, 202 yards and a touchdown. He also has 2 carries for 16 yards and a touchdown. For Bowling Green, Lucian Anderson the third, 7 for 11 for just 68 yards. But he also matches Gleason with that touchdown on the ground. Anderson is actually the leading rusher for the Falcons, 5 attempts for 17 yards. Bowling Green's rushing gains just 40 yards here today against a very stingy Toledo defense. Lucas Shawn, this Toledo defense allowing just 92 rushing yards per game, 2.6 rushing yards per attempt.
Well, I think that's the biggest thing, I guess, offensively for Bowling Green is the rushing game hasn't gotten going all the way as we've seen in the past, averaging 2 yards per rush carry per average. They have averaging of 5.6 rushes of 10-plus yards per game for rushing, and this is a Bowling Green offense that is led by their running team, obviously, when they had Pine for the past couple of years, and it hasn't been the case so far this game.
And we were just talking about Pudge the Cat not too long ago. If you want to see the update of Pudge the Cat making the appearance here at the Doit, check out BG_FMSN on Twitter X. Aiden Bruick has all of the updates about this game live on our social media account. So Bowling Green's offense back out on the field, just over 5 minutes to play in the third quarter.
Really favorable field position here for the Falcons. About at midfield at the 49 on your own side, so really good field position. You got to utilize it.
Kaderis Robertson motion. They're going to give it to him. He evades a tackler in the backfield. Now going to move to his left after moving to his right. Nowhere to go. It's going to be a big loss for Bowling Green. Just a busted play from the beginning. Toledo read it from the start.
They've tried that play multiple times. Actually, Toledo's also tried that play. The end around, you send a guy in motion, and then he goes the same way he was set in motion. I just feel like it really hasn't been working for them all game. That's a play they ran last year, too. I remember Scott Leffler loved that play with the running back.
And he actually saved that loss to just 3 yards.
It was worse. He was losing about 7 yards if he was touched at his maximum loss right there.
So 2nd and 13 for Bowling Green. Lucian going to hand it off up the middle. That's Chris McMillan pushing. He's going to get back to the original line of scrimmage. So gain of 3. It'll be a 3rd and 10. And a 3rd and long situation facing the Falcons.
I think I think that's Nate Paps that's going to be jogging off the sideline.
It will be good observation there. Not what you want to see. Nate Paps, the starting right tackle.
One of the veteran tackles on this team 31, and offensive line.
31 straight starts. Nate Paps Taz for Bowling Green. One of the longer streaks on this Bowling Green team.
I think a player to watch here is Jiron Johnson. You know we can catch the ball if you can get him out there in space.
Lucian going to air it out deep. He is going to overshoot his wide receiver, R.J. Garcia II, but there will be laundry on the field. It's going to be pass interference against Avery Smith, the quarterback, back deep. Lucian took his shot and draws a penalty.
I think they would have been fine there if he didn't just grab the nameplate on the back of his jersey towards the very end. They made a very obvious call there.
And Lucian really showing his arm. That one hit in the end zone.
I mean, he threw that from about the 45, and that was marked at about the 5. I mean, we've seen it in warm-ups. I've seen it over the past 2-3 years with him. He can throw the ball really far. And I've always said if there's ever a Hail Mary situation where you need him at the end game in the previous couple years, to use him, why would you try wasting that on
Update on the offensive line. Alexis Sanchez, who spent last season at Tennessee State, is now in at right guard for Bowling Green. Lucian going to do a play action here, going to throw it up the middle, overshoots his wide receiver, or his tight end actually.
I believe that was Blaine
Eli
Cleaver.
Jake and
That
Duffy,
was-
I believe.
I was wrong.
Eli Jenkins Duffy overshot him.
Only had one reception for 22 yards this year.
First career
All at
reception.
Louisville.
Yeah, let me get my eyes checked real quick. Oh, Cleaver is on the field. Not intended for him, though.
Cleaver, more of a run blocking tight end. Don't
Very
see him.
Levi Gazarek kind of guy. I mean,
Yeah.
just one that you can
Don't
really
see-
use in the pass block game. That said, Levi Gazarek scored his first touchdown a year ago in this game at the Battle of I-75 at the Glass Bowl. What a moment for that. And now he's on the staff. I mean, he knows this rivalry more than anybody.
2nd and 10 for Bowling Green. Going to be a handoff up the middle. Not much doing. A gain of about 3 by Chris
Nate
McMillan.
Pabst is coming back out onto the field, so I'm sure he probably just got a little winded
Alexis Sanchez.
on that play a few plays ago. So
Alexis Sanchez goes off. Like you said, Nate Pabst back in. So the starting offensive line all back out there as a unit once again.
I mean, and what I've been seeing from this drive is you're seeing Lucian Anderson start to throw a little bit. He's getting more time. There's more pass design plays. Just that's what we want to see.
You do have James Thomas Jr. out there as well on that offensive line.
Movement.
He is. He's at the right tackle position, replacing.
False start.
Looks like Pabst is at the right guard position and have Thomas there on the right tackle. Interesting.
So that penalty going to move the ball back just a bit for Bowling Green. Pabst's natural position is a guard. They had been playing him at a tackle, but he is much more natural as a guard. Going to be a bit of a whiler. Actually going to be just Lucian running it to the left side, and he's going to get the first down. Tricked me up for just a second there. Lucian solo in the backfield, takes it himself, converts a big first down for the Falcons, and they're now knocking on the door of the red zone at Toledo's 23-yard line with 2.5 to play in the third quarter.
Looks like for Toledo all the way in Bowling Green's side on the sideline. Way too far for us to see. We'll see who it is, and we'll give you an update. But, I mean, that was a play right there by Lucian Anderson that was very much needed. It was you were designing that. Obviously, you're wanting the first down, but you were designing that just to get a few yards, making it closer for Jackson Cleathor, or if you did want to elect to go for it, and then he just ended up getting the first down. I just think that was a heck of a play by Lucian, and, again, using his legs at his advantage.
Chris Dapolonaya is the injured player.
That's one of Toledo's best defenders right there.
Sophomore
in the middle
linebacker.
Has 24 tackles on the year, a forced fumble, a pass deflection. I mean, he's a heck of a defender for Toledo, so that would be a huge loss in the middle of the coverage there for Toledo's defense.
So Bowling Green, a 1st and 10, new set of downs, 2:31 to play in the third quarter. They trail Toledo 21-7 in this, the 90th edition of the Battle of I-75.
Again, we're seeing Lucian pass the ball a little more on this, or allowing him to pass the ball. And I think that's what we want to see from this offense. I mean, clearly we can see that he can stretch the field in one play with his arm alone.
Jake and Duffy comes in motion. Lucian going to fake a step up. Now going to throw to his left side. Complete to Kadarius Roberts inside the 10-yard line. They're going to mark him at the 8. And it's a big gain, another first down for Bowling Green. And they are officially in the red zone and knocking on the door of a score.
One of Lucian's best plays, in my opinion, probably his best play. He let the play develop, allowed Kadarius Roberts to get open. There was a defender probably 5 yards ahead of Kadarius Roberts, but he threw a perfect ball, strike, and now you're at a 1st and 8, 1st and goal for the Falcons.
Threaded the needle. Jacob Harris goes in motion to the left side. Finn Hogan, R.J. Garcia, Jaron Johnson to the right side. It goes to the left side to Jacob Harris, and he is in for the touchdown.
I was just about to say that throw from Lucian might have been his best he's done in a Bowling Green uniform. That right there might have been the best. What a throw. Bowling Green's back in this one.
Back-to-back, 2 of the best throws we've seen from Lucian Anderson. 2 completions, rather, that we should say. And in my opinion, brings him back into this game. That was Jacob Harris's 3rd touchdown of the year, and it comes at the best moment. 1:52 to go here
Third career touchdown reception, like you said, for Jacob Harris. Second career passing touchdown for Lucian Anderson the third. Jackson Cleather on for the point after. It is up, and it is good. We have a one-score game at Dwight L. Perry Stadium with 1:52 to play in the third quarter. Toledo 21, Bowling Green 14.
All the momentum now is on Bowling Green's sideline. The crowd's back in this thing. Offense can know. That was, in my opinion, one of the best drives we've seen, not just today from Bowling Green, but all year long. They started, they had great field position. They started at the 49. That said, they drove all the way down there, got down to the 8, threw one to Jacob Harris, and again, was probably one of the best drives that we've seen produced from this Falcon offense all year because it came at a critical time, making it now a one-score game.
We have seen Lucian continue to settle in throughout this game. He has gotten more and more comfortable. The offensive line has continued to step up. The run game is starting to make a dent in Toledo's defense. This defense, which has seemed basically unbeatable for a lot of this season for some other teams. Bowling Green starting to chip away at it as this offense starts to come alive, and it is now a 7-point game.
You have Jacob Harris, third receiving touchdown in the last 4 games. Someone whose father was one of the best quarterbacks in the early 2000s. Someone who has blood in this Bowling Green program, and somebody who was a question. Harold Fannin is leaving. Who's going to take over in that tight end room? Who's going to step up? He's been one of the people that's been that commodity of guys that fill that void that was last year.
It was Jiron Johnson early in the season, but boy, like you said, over the past 4 weeks, it has been Jacob Harris who has emerged as the top offensive passing target for this Bowling Green offense.
I've said it many times on the Zig Zone, on broadcast and writing. I love this tight end room that Bowling Green has, and it started a year ago with Harold Fannin, the foundation that he brought. Levi Gazarek was a 5-year veteran in this program. Now he's on the coaching staff. I love this tight end room, and Jiron Johnson and Jacob Harris just start that. Both of those guys are unbelievable for this offense.
Kickoff went through the back of the end zone. So Tucker Gleason under center here, actually, at the 25-yard line, going to hand it off to Chip Trainum. He makes his way up to the 32-yard line. It'll be a gain of 7. They're going to mark him 1 yard short of that. It'll be a gain of 6 to the 31. And we do have a Falcon down. We'll try to get a number on him down on the ground.
Looks like a defensive lineman.
Just on the Toledo side of the 30-yard line.
I think you're right, Sean. Someone on the defensive line, but we'll get a look here to see if we can find the number.
And we will actually take a quick break here. So Bowling Green trailing Toledo 21-14, 1:38 to play in the third quarter. You're listening to the Battle of I-75 on Falcon Radio.
Looking for a BG Athletics discussion show? Check out The Swoop, where a rotating cast of Falcon Media Sports Network co-hosts talk everything BGSU athletics. New episodes are available every Tuesday at 6 p.m. on the BG Falcon Media YouTube channel.
Follow and engage with BG Falcon Media on social media. Find the handle at BG Falcon Media on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube for all sorts of content, including news information, BGSU athletics coverage, and feature stories from across campus. Enjoy specialty content such as full episodes of the local music showcase, Live and Loud. The coverage continues with BG Falcon Media on all major social platforms.
Check out more coverage from the Falcon Media Sports Network online at bgfalconmedia.com.
Dalen White was the injured Falcon. Did not play the first 3 games of this season, played the past 2. He has to be helped off the field.
Appeared in 11 games a year ago for Bowling Green, so he's a veteran in this program that has seen some playing time.
21-14 Toledo over Bowling Green, 1:25 to play in the third quarter. It's going to be a handoff to Chip Trainum to the left side by the Rockets. He's going to push for a first down up to the 36-yard line of Toledo's. Moves the chains as we approach a minute to play in the second to final quarter of this game.
Probably the most important defensive drive here for the Falcons. If you can hold them, force a punt, even force a turnover, knowing how the offense looked.
This is a really important drive for Toledo offense.
And yeah, flip side that, this is probably the most important drive for Toledo's offense too. They haven't scored since second quarter.
Gleason communicates to his line, now resets, 7 on the play clock, gets the snap off, hands it off to Trainum, and he is going absolutely nowhere. That Bowling Green defensive line stuffs him. Saw some help in there as well. Caden Marshall, the weak side linebacker, came in to help with the stop. And we'll see if we get another play in this third quarter or if Toledo elects to go into the fourth.
Cal Pascal getting right in the faces of Toledo. Again, that's just momentum right there, saying, this is a ball game.
Gleason takes the snap, drops back, looking to his left side. Completes to... That was completed to Eric Hawley, the third wide receiver from Akron, and that'll be the end of the third quarter. After 3 quarters of action, Toledo 21, Bowling Green 14. We go to the final 15 minutes of the Battle of I-75 right here on Falcon Radio. Are you a fan of BG Falcon Media and the Falcon Media Sports Network? You can show your support for BGSU Student Media by donating at the bottom of the page of stories on bgfalconmedia.com.
I grew up in a normal home in a normal town. All of a sudden, everything got crazy. I didn't talk to anybody about the way I was feeling. I was scared and I was alone. I started drinking. I just didn't want to deal with what was happening in my life. I knew about AA, but thought I was too young. I found out I was wrong. If you have a problem with your drinking, why don't you give AA a call?
Visit AA.org for more information and download the Meeting Guide app to find a meeting near you.
On September 17, 2025, BGSU volleyball swept the Oakland Golden Grizzlies, marking head coach Alex Del Piombo's first home win, leading the Falcons. Falcon Media Sports Network's Ben Korak had the call of the moment at the Stroh Center.
Anders to Otten, Otten to Hobson. Hobson throws it down! A 3-set sweep for Bowling Green and the 2025 home opener and the first home win for head coach Alex Del Piombo.
This has been a Falcon Media Sports Network featured call.
BGSU Hockey continues their weekend series against Niagara University on Saturday, October 11th at Niagara's Dwyer Arena. The Orange and Brown last played Niagara in 2012 when the Falcons emerged victorious in a 3-0 victory at the Slater Family Ice Arena. The Purple Eagles kicked off their season with a 5-2 victory over St. Lawrence. Falcon Media Sports Network's Benjamin Korak will have the call starting at 4:45 for pregame and 5 o'clock for puck drop on WBGU 80.1 FM, your home for BGSU Hockey.
Check out more coverage from the Falcon Media Sports Network on X at BG_FMSN.
The final 15 minutes of the Battle of I-75 to decide all the glory. Toledo 21, Bowling Green 14. The Rockets will have the ball on their own 43-yard line. And we were talking off air, the biggest third down of the season upcoming, 3rd and 3. Tyler Kavalitz alongside Sean Connolly and Lucas Kleinmeyer. Glad to be on the broadcast with all of you. Bowling Green looking for a huge stop, but we know Toledo's already tried it twice. They're not afraid to go for it on 4th down if they were to get stopped here.
They're not, and that might be something they elect to do if they are stopped here on this 3rd down. Probably the biggest 3rd down so far this season for Bowling Green.
They went on a 4th.
Notable, Toledo now with the field switching will be going into the student section side of the Doit, left to right for the final 15 minutes of this game. Bowling Green will be going right to left away from the student section.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it. Biggest third down of the year. If you can somehow stop them here, get your offense back out there. Offense has the hot hand right now for Bowling Green.
Bowling Green showing a bit of a blitz. Chip train him to the right side of Gleason. Gleason rolls out to his right side. Pressure on him. Gets the pass completed. Did Vandeross come down with it? He did. What a catch by Junior Vandeross III on the right side. Under heavy pressure, Tucker Gleason gets the third down conversion.
Just tip your cap. I mean, that was a heck of a play, heck of a throw, heck of a catch by Toledo there. I mean, Junior Vandeross clearly one of the best receivers in the MAC, if not the best receiver, and Gleason making a heck of a throw.
You want
to convert.
You want to talk about throw the game for Tucker Gleason with the pressure in his face. How about that?
Gleason drops back once again, looking to his right side. He's going to be hit and taken down. Keon Walsh, or that's actually not Keon Walsh, my apologies.
David Afago.
That's David Afago back there. Came from the side. Gleason never saw him. Got him from behind. And a huge stop for Bowling Green.
First sack of the game. That puts 2.5 sacks on him all year for Afago. I mean, that, again,
and that's
after that
momentum
I would say
after
the first down, you're thinking, all right, now Toledo has more, of a momentum across midfield, and then Afago just takes care of it in his own hands, making it now 2nd and 18.
Vandeross, by the way, up to 83 receiving yards on 5 catches. He had 11 for 103 against the Falcons last year at the Glass Bowl. Gleason throwing to the right side. That's going to be
just great coverage right there. Jalen McClellan on the coverage. Transfer from Tennessee State. Followed his coach, Eddie George, here at Bowling Green. Named a captain.
Eric Hawley III was the target.
And now this place is jumping. 3rd and 18. 13:45 to go. This joint is jumping.
21-14, Toledo's lead. A very long third down facing them here with the ball on their own 49. Toledo has 3 wideouts to the left, 1 wideout to the right. Chip Trainum in the backfield to the left side of Tucker Gleason. Gleason drops back. He's moving up to his right. Nowhere to go. He's going to be pushed out of bounds by Gideon Lampron. ESPN steps up and gets the third down stop.
Just, again, first biggest third down of the year was a couple plays ago. I mean, and now you just, biggest third down of the game right there.
That's the biggest third down of the year.
Yeah, that's the biggest third down
a little bit.
It was 3rd and 18. Lampron got him on the tackle, and now this gives your offense the opportunity to go down and tie the ball game up.
Ever since that second quarter, it's been all Bowling Green offensive. Toledo has not gotten anything moving.
Punt is off. Brennan Ridley going to let it go into the end zone, and Bowling Green will start off at their own 25.
I mean, again, you saw the players after the 4th and 18. There is a flag, actually, down by the 45-yard line.
I think every punt we've had this game, there's been a flag.
Expect a flag on every punt.
We will let you know what that flag is.
But back to that third down. It was 3rd and 18. Players are now jumping up and down. Place is going nuts. I mean, that's exactly what you want on a third down. I mean, Eddie George said it on Monday. He said he wants the fans to create an impact.
Illegal formation on Toledo, so that'll help out Bowling Green a little bit. And we will hit a media timeout, so we will take a quick break. Toledo 21, Bowling Green 14, 13:05 to play the Battle of I-75 right here on Falcon Radio.
Falcon Media Sports Network produces weekly short-form and long-form social media pieces for in-season sports all year long. Make sure to check out at BG_FMSN on Twitter/X and at BG Falcon Media on Instagram and Facebook to view the content.
Remember, always be generous with the nutmeg. Just eyeball it.
Okay. Mom's wisdom has served you well, but now it may be your turn to guide her.
Hey, I'm worried about Mom. She keeps forgetting her famous sweet potato pie recipe.
Some things come with age, sis.
And some don't.
Knowing the early signs of Alzheimer's in a loved one will help you make the best decisions for your family. Visit 10signs.org to learn the signs. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
It's Nate here in the Falcon Radio studio with a look at what's going on around the MAC. Miami of Ohio currently up over Akron 17-0. Fourth quarter for them as well. They also had a noon kickoff today. 13-16 left, though, in the fourth for them. Northern Illinois currently down to Eastern Michigan. Eastern Michigan up 6-3 in the third quarter with 13-17 left in that. Kent State and UMass getting underway with Kent State already scoring 7-0 for the Golden Flashes. First quarter, 11:01 left for that game. And Ball State and Western Michigan still yet to play. That goes on at 3:30. Again, that Kent State and UMass game, by the way, kicking off just 15 minutes ago at 2:30. A few other scores: Ohio State Buckeyes up on Illinois 20-10, and Alabama currently still up on Missouri State 20-17. That Ohio State game, by the way, in the third with 5:12 left. We'll keep you updated. Right now, send things out back to the stadium for more. You are tuned into Falcon football coverage from the Falcon Media Sports Network on Falcon Radio.
13:05 to play in the fourth quarter. Bowling Green trails Toledo by 7, 21-14. The Falcons will start on their own 25. Lucian Anderson looking to lead this Bowling Green team back even with the Rockets.
9 for 14, 91 yards, and 2 touchdowns for Anderson. And really his first real collegiate game where they're saying, this is your team, get the reins, throw the ball.
After how rocky it started, not too bad for the redshirt sophomore. Lucian drops back, looks to his right, now going to air it out downfield. He has a man in double coverage, and it is picked off by Toledo. It is picked off by the Rockets. That is Brandon Alls, the junior safety, who makes the impact play.
I mean, that was a heck of a play there. I mean, Lucian Anderson thought he saw something, and right now just shifted the game.
Threw it into double coverage, got picked off.
I thought at first Kadarius Roberts caught that. It was more of just a jump ball.
I did too. I
thought
Roberts caught
the
that
way
as well.
it reacted, I was like, unbelievable.
They are going to review it.
They are going to review it. It is under review. So we will see if we get a view of it here on the scoreboard, if they are kind enough to show it to us once again.
And Sean, I agree with you. I thought Roberts came down with it.
I thought Roberts came down with it, and I was like, unbelievable as well. I mean, unbelievable interception. Yeah, I mean,
next thing you know, Brandon Alls comes up with the ball, starts running away with it. Didn't give the officials.
He says, look what I got.
Yeah, here we're going to get a replay of it. So Lucian airs it out. A huge throw by Lucian.
I mean, that's a heck of an interception, too. I mean,
it looks like Roberts had it at first, and Alls just stripped it out of his hands. Roberts was falling back onto his back, and Alls was his back turned, put his hands up, and just stripped the ball away.
Just an unbelievable game-shifting play. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter who caught it. Whether that was Bowling Green or Toledo, it would have been a game-changing play regardless.
Give Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, who was the other safety back there. I don't know if he threw Roberts off a little bit. He had some contact there at the back. He could have helped Oz there, secured that, but it did look like he just kind of ripped that out of Roberts' hands.
There was a lot of contact on that play, but it was coming from both sides. Yep, so no reason to throw any flag there. That was a clean play.
Yeah, I don't think it hit the ground, so I believe this will stand.
We didn't have that good of a view of it, though, so they will have better looks.
And we'll see. That's the first not turnover on downs that we've seen, either interception or fumble.
That's the first turnover,
yeah.
It'd be the first career interception for Lucian Anderson III. Redshirted 2 years ago. His third season with the Falcons. His dad played football at Georgia, getting his first career start here for the Falcons with the injury to Drew Pine in a walking boot on his left foot.
And I don't mind the play call there, and whether that was designed to throw it deep no matter what. You have momentum.
And we are going to get an announcement here. The rolling on the field is upheld. It is an interception for Braden Alls. That'll be his first interception of the year. He had 4 takeaways last year, which was tied for third in the MAC. And he continues a great season, the junior from Sylvania, Ohio. gets the turnover for the Rockets, and just like that, Toledo back with the ball on their own 30.
That's why this is important. Go ahead, Sean.
What's important is that was early in the fourth quarter. There's still a lot of time. That said, defense now has to come up again big. They've done it more times than not today, which is big.
12:54 to play. Tucker Gleason doing a read option, gets stuffed in the backfield. Gideon Lampron was in there on the stop. It'll be a loss of 2, 2nd and 12, upcoming on the 28-yard line.
Since 2000, Bowling Green is 7-3 versus Toledo when they win the turnover battle, 0-6 when they don't, but they're 2-3 when it was even, so there was no turnovers. Bowling Green still wouldn't be favored.
Vanderos motions to the right side. Gleason looks to the right side. He's going to air it out. That is
flag
incomplete.
In the backfield.
McClendon forced the incompletion, but there is a flag in the backfield, like you said.
By the way Toledo lineman is reacting,
looks like it's going to be holding.
Holding.
So it was 2nd and 12. I mean, here's the situation. Do you decline making it 3rd and 12, or do you accept making it 2nd and 17?
It's a very big decision for Eddie George. Looks like it maybe on Cole Rett, the right tackle. He was in the official kind of looking like he was questioning their decision. We'll see what the official announcement is.
It is holding.
It is on Cole Rett, the starting right tackle, 6'7", 301
so
from
they do
Columbus.
Accept the penalty. So now it's going to be a 2nd and 17, as opposed to a 2nd and 22 rather. Sorry, 10-yard penalty on that hold.
10th penalty for the Rockets this game.
Undisciplined game for Jason Candle's unit. 12:14 to play. 2nd and 22. Gleason calls for a motion from Chip Trainum. He goes to the backfield to the left of Gleason. He has 2 wide out to the left, 1 wide out to the right. He drops back, looks to air it out. Down the field, it is incomplete. It was caught initially by Trayvon Rudolph.
It was Terrell Crosby Jr.
It actually was, yes. He had it outstretched, diving for the ball, had it in his hands, and it popped out.
I mean, a heck of a throw and almost a heck of a catch. I mean, that was perfectly placed. You got to give Tucker Gleason not credit just for that, but credit all game. He's been putting the ball where it needs to be, and that was just. I mean, it was going to be a tough catch regardless. But Terrell Crosby Jr. just couldn't haul it in.
Credit to McClendon for sticking with him all the way, making it a tough catch.
And now again, you like to use the phrase "biggest 3rd down of the year," and now it's 3rd and 22. We've had an opportunity again.
Gleason empty in the backfield, looks to his right. That's going to be complete to Eric Hawley III, but it will be a
4th
stop.
down.
McClendon in there on the tackle. He will be stopped at the 29-yard line.
I mean, you got to give credit to your defense again and again. Really, since the first quarter, they've been the X factor in this entire game, not allowing Toledo to. I mean, after that first play by Toledo, you're thinking, all right, this could be a long day for the defense. After that, they really haven't given up too many explosive plays that have really shot themselves in the foot.
Punt is away by Toledo. Almost nicked by the defense. Going to be returned by Brendan Ridley. He's at the 40, moving up to about the 43-yard line. That's where he'll be taken down and where Bowling Green's drive will start after this media timeout. 11:24 to play in the Battle of I-75. Toledo 21, Bowling Green 14, right here on Falcon Radio.
Women's tennis stays in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and travels to Maple Street Courts to take on the Crimson Hawks of Indiana University of Pennsylvania for the first time in program history on Sunday, October 12th at 10 a.m. Check out the recap of the match by Falcon Media Sports Network's Dawson Pelter and more content at bgfalconmedia.com.
August was born 3 pounds, 9.8 ounces. When I first saw him, it was a whole range of emotions. There's stuff I still want to do. Being a young dad, it's not giving up, it's shifting. I looked through his eyes, I envisioned a whole future with him already. To throw the first football to him, give him ice cream for the first time. My life is now devoted to his life.
Through all of fatherhood's firsts, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
BGSU Volleyball's Jessica Andrews is this week's Falcon Media Sports Network's Athlete of the Week. The senior middle blocker won MAC's Offensive Player of the Week. She is the 5th different Falcon to earn Player of the Week award and making her the 3rd to win Offensive Player of the Week this season. This is Andrews' 7th weekly award, but her first non-defensive Player of the Week. This is her first honor of the 2025 season. Andrews was tied for the most kills on the team against Eastern Michigan with 16 for 30 and 8 for 12 against CMU on Saturday, finishing her weekend with 24 kills, making her hitting percentage for the weekend .476. This has been Falcon Media Sports Network's Athlete of the Week.
Now back to more Falcon football coverage from the Falcon Media Sports Network.
21-14, Toledo's lead over Bowling Green as we are working through this fourth quarter. Still plenty of time to go. 11:24 remaining. Tyler Cowlitz alongside Sean Connolly and Lucas Kleinmeyer from the Falcon Media Sports Network. Wall-to-wall coverage of this game, not only this broadcast. We will have video highlights of both the game and the festivities. That'll be on the BG Falcon Media YouTube and bgfalconmedia.com, where you can also see all the written stories to the game. Make sure to check out BG_FMSN on Twitter X as well for our social media coverage. Lucian Anderson, the third under center, spins around. Now he's going to make his move to the right side, and he will be taken down fairly quickly.
I mean, this is what makes rivalries so great. You're in the fourth quarter in a one-score game. Every drive matters. Every play matters. And clearly, I mean, we got 11 minutes to go. We're down one score.
No gain for Lucian. 2nd and 10. Offense going to go hurry up. Play action. Lucian going to air it down the left side. Looking for Allen Middleton. Incomplete. There was a lot of contact.
And they want offensive pass.
Flag on the play at the 45.
Nasir Bowers was the one in coverage, but the flag, we'll see what that is. Looks like an eligible man downfield by Bowling Green based on the initial signal.
Yep.
It will be. Who was it? It was Alex Paget, the center.
I mean, and now
with too far past the line of scrimmage, Bowling Green will go back 5 yards. It'll be a 2nd and 15 for the Falcons on their own 38.
I mean, like an earlier situation was, do you accept and make it a 2nd and 15, giving them, in a way, an extra down, or do you decline making it a 3rd and 10? Because there was first play, they went nowhere, and in that one, incomplete pass. There really was no motivation.
Lucian, fake handoff to Petaway. His throw up the middle incomplete. Was looking for R.J. Garcia. Luckily, nobody behind that as that was tipped up in the air.
And a lot of white shirts around Garcia there. He had good placement there, just a little bit too strong, but could have been dangerous.
3rd and 15 now for the orange and brown. 10:52 to play.
I mean, got to pick up, in my opinion, at least 10 yards. 12 yards, try to potentially go for it. I don't know what Eddie George would do if he were given in that situation, but
Lucian alone in the backfield, going to keep it, moves up to his left, and he is taken down very quickly, only gets up to the 39-yard line. It's a gain of 1. It'll be 4th and 14. Bowling Green will punt it away with John Henderson.
So now you're asking your defense, again, to make these stops, and clearly anyone in the stands, anyone on the sidelines is going to trust your defense on the Bowling Green side. That said, I'm not saying eventually they're going to give in, but they've been holding their own all game.
You want to talk about a huge stop defensively for Toledo and a time you needed it? That is big right there.
I mean, it's going back and forth with defensive stops that have been pretty important.
Henderson punts it away. Bryson Hammer back to return for Toledo. Calls for a fair catch at the 30. And that's where he'll catch it. That's where Toledo's drive will start.
I mean, just over 10 minutes here. I mean, for Toledo's offense, you can continue to run with Chip Trainum. Again, probably one of the best backs in the MAC, if not the best. Run down the clock. I mean, no timeouts have been called by either team. I mean, you have to start playing the clock as a factor for both squads.
Toledo's going to try to drain as much as they can on this drive, you would think. Would probably expect to see a pretty heavy run attack, at least early in the drive for Toledo. See if they can get Trainum, get a few first downs. He gives it off to Trainum. He'll gain a few up to the 22-yard line. It'll be a gain of 2. 2nd and 8 after the stop by Gideon Lampron. Lampron has really emerged in the second half, made a few stops for Bowling Green.
You know, it seems like we're calling his name every other play, and that's, I just think, one of those really important players on your defense. Kind of reminds me a lot of Darren Anders from a few years ago.
It's good comparison.
Yep. Same build, just going out there to fight and win.
And even early on when Dorian Pringle was playing, Lampron always showed up in the second half. He is a second half of the game player. Gleason rolls out to his left side, completes it.
He's going to be short of the first down, though, so that's going to bring up a third down, but it's going to be pretty close. Maybe a 3rd and 2 and 3rd and 1.
We'll see where they mark it. They are going to say it is a 3rd and 2.
I'll tell you what.
So a 6-yard completion.
MJ Cannon has been everywhere this game, and that's another tackle work. I don't know if he got a guy's shoestring, but just grabbing his foot, just not letting go of him. Another big play brings him a big third down.
Another big third down, yeah. I mean,
8 tackles.
You've got to have this if you're Bowling Green's a defense, and obviously you got to have it if you're Toledo's offense.
8 tackles for MJ Cannon, who has been key on the Bowling Green defense. Gleason with Trainum in the backfield. He is going to hand it off to Trainum, and he will be going absolutely nowhere. Isaiah Thomason in the backfield with the stop and forcing Toledo to put it away on 4th and 5.
Again and again and again, we've been saying it. What a defensive stop there for the Falcons. And then they come up big. I mean, the more time that goes off, the bigger the defensive stop is, giving the ball back to the offense. Eventually, this offense has to score if they want to tie this thing up.
Punt is away from Toledo. Brennan Ridley back to return, catches it at his 25 up to the 30. He's going to evade a tackle, moving lateral to the right side, and he'll be pushed back. They are going to say forward progress. Gets him up to the 30-yard line, and that's where Bowling Green will start their drive, but not before a media timeout. 7:52 to play in the Battle of I-75. Toledo 21, Bowling Green 14, right here on Falcon Radio.
The Zig Zone, Falcon Media Sports Network's weekly radio show dedicated to BGSU athletics, has a new segment. Make sure to tune into the show every Sunday from 4 to 6 p.m. to listen to the one-on-one segment, where Holden Ruck will interview a key figure in BGSU athletics.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
On September 17, 2025, BGSU volleyball swept the Oakland Golden Grizzlies, marking head coach Alex Del Piombo's first home win, leading the Falcons. Falcon Media Sports Network's Ben Korak had the call of the moment at the Stroh Center.
Anders to Otten, Otten to Hobson. Hobson throws it down! A 3-set sweep for Bowling Green and the 2025 home opener and the first home win for head coach Alex Del Piombo.
This has been a Falcon Media Sports Network featured call.
Are you a fan of BG Falcon Media and the Falcon Media Sports Network? You can show your support for BGSU student media by donating at the bottom of the page of stories on bgfalconmedia.com.
Falcon football coverage continues now from the Falcon Media Sports Network.
Bowling Green with the ball back on their own 29-yard line. They trail by 7, 21-14, 7:52 to play. The 90th edition of the Battle of I-75 between Toledo and Bowling Green, the 300th all-time game played at Dwight L. Perry Stadium, which opened up on October 1st, 1966. Lucian Anderson III going to hand it off to Chris McMillan, and he will be stuffed. It's going to be a loss of 2 yards back to the 27-yard line.
I mean, this is the type of drive you can edge your name in this rivalry's history, depending on how it goes, and on both sides. I mean, and that's what we said earlier in the game. Lucian Anderson, you have an opportunity to make a name for yourself in this rivalry, be remembered by all these Falcon fans forever, and it starts right now.
Lucian gonna do an end around. It's a flea flicker to R.J. Garcia, and he completes it downfield to Petaway. Petaway is gone, and he's in for a touchdown. The flea flicker works to perfection. Bowling Green a PAT away from tying up the Battle of I-75 after they were left for dead in the first quarter.
What did I just say? This game has so many iconic names, coaches, anything. And that play right there will be remembered forever by Bowling Green. What an end around. It was kind of what we saw similarly last year when the Lions ran it against the Seahawks in the NFL. You flip it over to your receiver, then your quarterback goes out. This case, though, it was Cameron Petaway going the distance, caught. I mean, what a beautiful thrown ball. And now we have a tie ball game.
Talking about the arm on R.J. Garcia.
R.J. Garcia.
Jackson Cleathers PAT is good. We have a tie game at the Dwight in the Battle of I-75.
I mean, like crazy. Like I said, you can edge your name in history, edge your iconic coaches, plays. That one right there will be remembered forever. What a play. And that's 7 minutes to go, 21-21. Unbelievable.
I tell you what, only 2 receptions for Petaway, 2 touchdowns, 118 yards. For someone who can do it all. I mean, he's been a superstar from the first snap of the season. He was immediately shoved into your faces if Bowling Green fan as this is a star, this is the new guy. He's one of the new faces of the Eddie George era, and he has brought Bowling Green back down 21, tie it now 21 apiece, and there's still 7 minutes and some changes left to play. See who's going to win this one.
I mean, it's funny because during the break they announced player of the game, and we both were like, why do they announce it so early? And they announced it for Cameron Petaway, and that's why.
You want to talk You want to talk about Travis Partridge and Eddie George opening up the playbook at the right time in the right game. That right there is the perfect example of it. Really, the first trick, like full-on trick play we saw Eddie George.
We saw a fake punt a year ago in the bowl game. Baron May, backup quarterback, threw it on a fake punt, but that wasn't a trick play. That was just a fake punt executed. That right there is trickery, and that's the one you see on ESPN tonight.
Kick is going to be returned. He's going to be tripped up just at the 20, but there is a flag.
What is it? A punt return, kick return. There's always going to be a flag on the play. But again, back to that. Now the crowd's into it. Now this defense is playing stellar throughout this second half. I mean, pretty much the entire game outside of those first couple drives by Toledo. This is where this rivalry is at its best. 7 minutes to go. 21-21. At a packed house. I mean, this is where you want to be in Northwest Ohio. A beautiful day. You can't ask for anything better. We have a tie ball game.
And the penalty is on Toledo. They will start out their drive with a tie ball game and 6:59 to play on their own 10-yard line.
What's the one quarter Toledo has not outscored their opponent in? And what's the one quarter Bowling Green has outscored their opponent in?
The fourth
quarter.
And it's Eddie George has said it for the previous press conferences. The third quarter is the Achilles heel. That didn't happen today. The third quarter went as well as anybody would want to do if you're Bowling Green. And now look at this crowd. This joint is jumping.
Take a listen to the crowd at the Dwight. as Tucker Gleason begins the Toledo drive, hands it off to Trainum, and he's going nowhere. In on the tackle was Isaiah Tomlinson.
And he's someone who's come up with a couple of big tackles, last couple of defensive stops for Bowling Green. And as Sean Connolly mentioned just a few seconds ago, I'm trying to see someone who's not wearing orange that's sitting down right now.
I can't find him.
You can find some blue sitting down, I'll tell you that. Pick up 2 there on that one. So again, right in the heart of their own end zone for Toledo.
Bowling Green rushes 4. Gleason
That's going to be a fumble.
Gleason
That's a fumble.
in the end zone. Gleason is stripped. It's jumped on by Isaiah Tomlinson, and Tomlinson is in for a touchdown.
Now they're going to mark him short.
Oh, they mark him at the 1.
I thought he was in, but that's a fumble. They're not going to say that's an incomplete pass. That's a fumble, and Bowling Green's going to get the ball at the 1-yard line with 6:13 to go. Unbelievable.
The Bowling Green sideline is going bananas. What a play.
We'll have to get another look at it, but that was
Gleason never saw the pass rush coming.
There was 2 Falcons in his face right from the snap, and he picked it up, and I think they're going to say his knee was just down.
That was Miles Bradley coming off the edge, the weak side edge, past the left tackle of Toledo.
And they're not even going to review it. They knew that was a fumble. Falcons now have the ball at the 1. Unbelievable. What a turn of events for the Falcons in this second half. Potential timeout. Looks like Toledo's going to their side. They actually are reviewing it, it looks like. I mean, to me, he wasn't throwing the ball.
So we're going to take a quick break here on Falcon Radio. We will come back in just a moment. Bowling Green, if it stands, we'll have the ball at the 1-yard line. Tie game, 21-21 in the Battle of I-75, 6:13 to play in the fourth quarter right here on Falcon Radio.
Looking for a BG Athletics discussion show? Check out The Swoop, where a rotating cast of Falcon Media Sports Network co-hosts talk everything BGSU athletics. New episodes are available every Tuesday at 6 p.m. on the BG Falcon Media YouTube channel.
Check out more coverage from the Falcon Media Sports Network online at bgfalconmedia.com.
21-21, Bowling Green at Toledo.
Yep,
it is first and goal at the 1-yard line. It looked like Tomlinson could have got it in. They're going to say he was just shy. So now, what does Bowling Green draw up to get it in the end zone on one play with 6:13 to go? What does Travis Partridge and Eddie George have?
Give it to Lucian. Just keep it to Lucian. Have him running in.
I mean, you're at the 1. You can quarterback sneak. You could hand this off, play action. You have your entire offense is open right now at the 1-yard line.
Blaine Cleaver, Leo Kemp, both into the game. Chris McMillan, the back.
I'd be shocked if this isn't in Lucian's hands.
Lucian Anderson, the third, under center. Cleaver motions to the right. It's handed off to McMillan. McMillan cuts. He's at the goal line. McMillan is in for a touchdown. Bowling Green has the lead against Toledo in the Battle of I-75.
27, potentially 28 unanswered points since the second quarter. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
What a comeback by the Orange and Brown.
I mean, all hope was lost in the middle of the second quarter of this game. It was like, where's the heart in this Bowling Green team? I mean, we knew going in that Lucian Anderson had to, potentially take a couple drives to get used to everything, get used to actual game time speed. And he really has showed out this second half, especially.
Jackson Cleaver, the two-time MAC Special Teams Player of the Week, puts it up through the uprights. 28-21. Bowling Green leads Toledo. 6:07 to play at the Doit. Wow!
Sometimes, and we have a three-man booth, sometimes you're left speechless because of what you've seen. And sports will do that to you, and especially any sort of rivalry game. I mean, you were down 3 scores. It didn't feel like you were out of it from a defensive standpoint, but offensively, you couldn't get stuff taken in.
Just listen to the crowd.
Sold out crowd. Right back in it. I mean, when it was 21-7, they started getting a little loud when the defense started playing well. Next thing you know, it's 21-14, one-score game. Then you have probably the best trick play that I've seen in person, executed perfectly.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is unbelievable. 28-21, your defense is playing well. Toledo's probably left speechless over there, thinking, how do we allow 28 unanswered points? Our offense hasn't done anything since the middle of the second quarter, and it's been all Bowling Green since that point. Defensively and offensively. I mean, and there's the turnover. It's even now. The turnover is now even.
According to ESPN, Toledo at one point had a 97.7% chance to win this game, and Bowling Green has the lead with 6 minutes to play. The kick return not going to go that far, going to be stopped just shy of the 25. If this holds, it would be by far the biggest win of the Eddie George era. It would be a statement win for the Falcons in his first season with the Orange and Brown.
We'll talk putting the MAC on notice. Coming back to this win, I mean,
long ways to go.
Still 6 minutes to go.
But have you seen anything that happened? Ball State beat Ohio last week.
I was going to say, the MAC is wide open. It always is, but I feel like going in, everyone thought Ohio and Toledo were the two best teams. Clearly so on paper. But now you still have 6 minutes to go to seal this victory.
Tucker Gleason going to hand it off to Trainum. He's going to be brought down after a short gain. Thomason in there on the stop. They will give him a gain of, it appears, 3, 2nd and 7.
And again, as I mentioned a couple minutes ago in the game, time will be a factor with under 10 minutes in this fourth quarter, and that was at that point it was still 21-14 Toledo.
Another handoff to Chip Trainum, gets ahead of steam. He will barrel just a yard short of the first down at the 32-yard line.
I mean, one of the best things I love about Chip Trainum is right there. He stops for like half a second and then he just shoots out. No pun intended, but just like a rocket.
I see what you did there.
No pun intended, but he just waits and then shoots.
And there is a flag down. Bowling Green thinks it's a false start. It will be a false start on Toledo. The question is who committed it.
I mean, it was a 3rd and 1 on that play. And now you're looking at about a 3rd and 6. So
penalties have
false
killed
start
this team.
on Stephen Gales, the left tackle.
Absolutely killed any momentum Toledo was trying to build offensively in the second half.
I believe that's 11 penalties. It's now 12. 12 for 104 yards. Bowling Green, who has had penalty issues in the past few weeks, just 4 penalties for 30 yards.
You're looking at 3rd and 6, sidelines jumping up and down, student section going crazy. I mean, again, this is what rivalries are all about in college sports.
3rd and 6, Gleason in shotgun. Chip Trainum to his left. He calls for a motion from Junior Vandeross. Gleason looking to his right, has the step up, now evading pressure to the right side. His throw is incomplete at the sideline. What does Toledo do? With 4:53 to go, down by 7 with all 3 timeouts on a 4th and 6 on their side of the field.
I think if it was 4th and 1 in the scenario before the false start, to potentially go for it. That said, I mean, you're right. I mean, you're at the 28-yard line in your own backyard. You can't.
It's a very awkward position.
It's such an awkward position because even if you were in midfield, you obviously would go for it. But this is just not necessarily the best situation. That said, there's still 3 timeouts. And a flag on the
There is a flag.
Shocker.
Shocker.
Hey, there's 2.
There's 2.
2 flags. What's better than 1 flag, 2?
I mean, and this potentially could bump it up a little bit. Again, in that scenario, if it is 4th and 1.
Toledo has
a false start again.
Toledo has absolutely collapsed in the second half. There's no 2 ways around it.
So
They've
that's
collapsed in every
going to
single
send
way.
them back even more, giving Bowling Green more than likely some better field position. And now you're under 5 minutes. Again, you have all 3 of your timeouts. And with Bowling Green being a heavy run offense, you know they're going to run the ball.
It'll be a 4th and 11 on their own 23, 4:53 on the clock. Toledo down by 7. James Rowe, the long snapper, will send it back to Emilio Duran for the punt. We'll see how aggressive Bowling Green is in attempting to block it. Block that kick chance coming from the crowd. Now they turn into go BG. Toledo still has not snapped it. Down to 6, down to 5. Here's the snap. The kick is up and away. End over end. Brennan Ridley catches it just a few feet in front of the 35-yard line. And we have
Cameron Petaway.
Some pushing and shoving. And the Bowling Green teammates, Brendan Ridley's right in there, gets Petaway away from trouble, says, we still need you, get back to the sideline.
I mean, like I said, this is what's so great about college sports is like, it's an intense, I mean, it's 28-21, even if it was, when it was tied, like, it's so intense that you want to go out there and you want to fight. I mean, that right there just showed just what's so great about just this specific rivalry. I mean, 25 miles apart, and it's all filled with hate.
All time. Toledo leads this rivalry 43-42-4. Bowling Green holds the advantage at home 22-18-2. It began in 1919, wasn't played from 1936 to 47, but has been played every single year since 1947. Toledo's dominated as of late, won 6 of the past 7 and 12 of the past 15. Bowling Green, their last win at the Doit over Toledo, 2019. Scott Leffler's first year with the Falcons. It's going to be a handoff up the middle. Cadaris Roberts breaks it for a big gain. He gets to the 49-yard line of Bowling Green, and it's a first down for the Falcons.
I mean, all you need is to get into field goal range to make this a 2-score game, and you have the best kicker in the MAC, one of the best kickers in the country. So all you need to do is just get into his field goal range. And we saw him kick one from 60 earlier in pregame.
And I would expect Bowling Green to keep this on the ground as
running
much
the ball.
as
Again,
they can.
Having Lucian Anderson adds that set of legs that you have to worry about. The potential that he could just take it himself, keeping it on the ground.
I'd be shocked if Bowling Green even passes.
Knowing the predictability that it's a run, but adding the unpredictability of it, the quarterback being able to run. So looks like a timeout. Took it down. Yeah, he took it down and then called a timeout for Eddie Jordan. Kind of smart right there.
Don't hate that.
Don't hate that at all. You're now at just under 4 minutes in this ball game.
I think you might see Jason Cano start burning timeouts if they stop him at first. He could.
You have to remember, Toledo has essentially 4 timeouts left to go. They have their 3. They also have a 2-minute timeout.
That's the thing. Do you want to save all your timeouts till after 2-minute warning, or do you want to burn them now?
We'll have to see what Jason Candle, the veteran head coach, decides to do. Candle, his 11th season at the helm of the Rockets. He's been on staff since 2009. A 2-time MAC champion, 3-time MAC division champion, 2-time MAC coach of the year, 76-42 overall, the most wins in Toledo history, 46-24 in MAC play, has never had a losing season with the Midnight Blue and Gold. Lucian Anderson the third. Under center, will hand it off to Cadaris Roberts. He fights through one tackle, and he'll get a gain of 2 yards, actually. He will get it. Or no, it'll be a gain when they moved the marker from the 49 to the 50.
Alan Middleton's helmet came off right there.
It did.
Saying to the ref, hey, that guy just pulled it off of me. So he does have to come out for a play. In comes Finn Hogan.
It'll be on the 49-yard line of Toledo, officially into Rocket territory. 3:40 and counting to play. Bowling Green can run this clock down to just over 3:20. It'll be a handoff to McMillan up the middle. He'll fight for a few yards up to the 46-yard line. So it'll be a 3rd and 6 for Bowling Green. Jason Candle not electing to use any timeouts yet. Electing to save all 3 of his.
No.
Bowling Green can bring this down to about 2:40 to go.
Now, offensively, this might be your biggest third down. You complete this, you move the chains, you put yourself in a really good position to win this game.
Right now, a little bit outside.
If they get to the first down, they would probably be at around the 40-yard line, which would put it at least
It'd be
for
a
58-yarder.
64-yard field goal for Cleather. The run gets just a few yards.
And so Lucian Anderson takes it himself, and now
they're going to spot it at the 44. So Toledo
calls
takes a
their first timeout.
It would be a 62-yard field goal. We saw Jackson Cleather with the wind hit a 63 in warm-ups. This would be a 62 against the wind.
I mean, here's what you have to do if you're Bowling Green. Do you punt them and pin them deep? Trust your defense.
Is playing way too good.
Your defense is playing way too good right now that you got to trust your defense. They were allowing, this was a 49-49 game. That's like, all right.
As good as Jackson Cleather is, the wind would make it play like a 65, 66-yard field goal. We're talking NFL record territory.
And it looks like they didn't give him any gain. I thought he at least got a couple yards there. They still say it's 4th and 6. So now what do? You punt it away?
I think you have to punt it.
I think you have to punt it away, and it looks like that's going to be what Eddie George has elected to do.
And put the trust in your defense.
They've held Toledo scoreless this entire second half. You punt it, pin them deep, have your defense win you this game, call it out, and go celebrate.
But Eddie, it looks like they have the offense out onto the field. Maybe they just want to see a formation or potentially a pooch kick.
I think they're going to see if they can get Toledo to jump off sides. It'd be amazing if they could.
They have 2 timeouts too.
It would set up a 4th and 1 if they could get Toledo to jump.
Been a very undisciplined team all afternoon.
No time's going to run off the game clock here unless they snap the ball. Lucian bobbing his head, trying to get him to jump. They will not.
Maybe just a delay of game to give your punter a little more space to punt.
That's what it will be.
We saw him get pinned within the 5 already earlier this game.
That's what it will be. So they will punt it from about midfield.
I mean, and again, here's where John Henderson, if you can pin him deep, get him within the 8, get him within the 5. I mean, that's where your special forces is what Eddie George calls special teams. That's where that comes into play. That's how important that is.
John Henderson, a Ray Guy Award semifinalist, All-MAC second team selection last year, a preseason All-MAC first team selection this year, arguably the best punter in the Mid-American Conference.
And again,
biggest
also
punt
noting
here for him.
Against the wind.
It is.
Not quoting the Bob Seger song.
Wow. The punt is off. And it's a shank by Henderson.
Don't want to say commentator's curse, but definitely not his best one today.
The punt will be spotted. Waiting for them to officially.
I think it was about the 31-yard line. I mean, that is prime field position for Toledo with 2 timeouts and essentially, like you said, an added mini third timeout with the 2-minute. Again,
they're going to say the 27.
This is where your defense has played well all game, other than that first couple minutes of that first quarter. You trust them. Whether this was within the 10 or, again, now at the 27, this is where your defense, you've been preparing for this for 365 days for Bowling Green.
Crowd starts to get loud. Bowling Green 28, Toledo 21, 2:33 to play. Gleason rolls out to his right. The pass to Vandeross. That's actually not to Vandeross. Apologies. That is to Trayvon Rudolph. He somehow
stayed in bounds, which is
stays
pretty
in bounds.
important.
Pass was behind him by a wide margin, but he makes the catch for 4 yards, 2nd and 6. Gleason drops back, looks, he's going to be hit as he throws. It's going to be incomplete. There is a penalty.
Wow.
Jalen McClendon going to be called for a penalty on the intended pass to Eric Hawley III.
What's even frustrating is I think Thomason was the one who hit Gleason there at the very end. That would have just been a duck ball.
And also picked up that the wind is picking up, which is noted because that is the side that Toledo is kicking on. Not that a field goal would matter, but
looks like the clock continued to run. We may get this reset. It says 1:45 now. I think there should be more time on it.
That's happened a couple times the past couple games. They've had to reset the clock.
We're going to see. Let's see what they reset it to. This will be important because of the 2-minute warning. Or the 2-minute timeout, apologies. They like to call it different in college.
2-minute warnings in the NFL.
Oh, really?
2:02. So Toledo will have one play before the 2-minute timeout. They will then have 2 timeouts after. They are at the 48-yard line now of their own, just about midfield. Loud defense chants coming from this sellout crowd at the Doit. Chip Trainum to the left of Tucker Gleason. It's a handoff to Trainum. Trainum looking for room. He has nowhere to go. Gideon Lampron in the backfield.
That time patience there does not pay off for Trainum, and we've said it so long. He's been patient. That time the holes completely collapsed.
And that one right there, I mean, we mentioned it all game. Chip Trainum, he always allows the play to develop, see which holes. He had nowhere to go, and that allowed Bowling Green's defense to surround him at a loss. Looked like for about 3 yards there. And so that does take us to the 2-minute timeout. That did take off 4 seconds there, so 1:58 to go. 2nd and 11, so a loss of 1. I thought it was a couple more.
We will stay here through this 2-minute timeout. 28-21 Bowling Green, 1:58 to play. It'll be a 2nd and 11 after the loss of 1. And that's going to be another, probably a half tackle for loss they'll give Lampron. And he's been phenomenal today for Bowling Green. But 2nd and 11, back to the 46-yard line for Toledo.
I think also it's worth noting, obviously, that we're up 7. They have to score a touchdown. There isn't a field goal ties it. No, they have to score a touchdown,
they need a touchdown,
on this drive.
Touchdown, and a PAT.
And so, like I said, I think that's worth noting that they don't need to get into field goal range. Field goal range would do them no good. And again, you got a $1:58 to go in this game for Toledo. You're down 7. And, I mean, your defense, keep telling them to play their way. I mean, they're at midfield, but that was just because of a pooched kick that you really couldn't do anything about it.
This will be the biggest test for this Bowling Green defense this season. They were down 21-0 at one point. The Falcons have roared back with 28 consecutive unanswered points.
This is going to be quite the conversation about quarterback.
Cool.
How Lucien started.
Just thinking about that.
And how he has grown into this game and the plays he's done, the big plays that he's connected. It's going to make for a real tough conversation when Pine gets healthy.
We will have all of those answers from head coach Eddie George and a few players post-game. You can check all of that out on bgfalconmedia.com and the BG Falcon Media YouTube. We will have that all uploaded after this game once we hear it. Also stay tuned to @BG_FMSN for any updates that we may post to social media.
Like I said, I was thinking about that even when I think it was when we had tied it or taken the lead. Where do you go in direction if you end up holding on to this game? I mean, it's a question to be had.
I guarantee you Eddie George is not thinking about that right now, though.
Yeah, that's probably at the back of his mind. The front of his mind is sealing this victory now that you're under 2 minutes, up 7 on your arch rivals, 25 miles up north. I mean, I said it in our preview posted yesterday. Both coaches didn't even call each other's by names. It was the team down south and the team up north.
You have to love that. You have to love that for the rivalry.
Gotta love it.
Chip Trainum to the right of Tucker Gleason. Once again, the situation, Bowling Green 28, Toledo 21, 1:58 to play. 2nd and 11 on Toledo's 46. Gleason drops back, under pressure, going to throw to the left side, complete. Junior Vandeross, the third with the catch.
Did they say he got out of bounds? Because he might have been down before.
They're going to say he got out of bounds.
No matter what, it's going to stop the clock moving the chains. I didn't think he got out of bounds. I think he was down before.
The Falcons
Based on how Toledo sets up, I think the clock is stopped. No, it is moving.
They are moving it. Yeah, so I didn't think that he got out of bounds at the appropriate time.
Gleason going to hand it off to Trainum. Trainum will be stopped at the 32-yard line. So once again, Toledo would be in field goal range, but they need a full 7. They need a touchdown and a point after on their own 32.
That's just what this game needs is overtime, if it does come to that. Well, unless we see an incredible defensive stop here from Bowling Green.
Either way, the past 5 or 6 editions of this Battle of I-75 series have been the best in the rivalry's history. Gleason drops back under pressure, gets the throw off, almost picked.
Wow.
It was almost picked by Bowling Green. Caden Marshall had it in his hands before it bobbled out.
Again, another one of those Tennessee State transfers
Miles Bradley
that followed
off the
his
edge.
coach.
The defensive line for Bowling Green has been all over Gleason this last quarter.
Miles Bradley off the edge once again.
Making an impact. I mean, now you're again at 3rd and 5, obviously 4-down territory for Toledo, but these are the 2 biggest plays of the game here, and now this place is jumping.
Gleason drops back, looks to his right. It's going to be...
Is that picked?
It's picked. It's no official announcement. Picked off by Bowling Green. It is picked off by MJ Cannon. MJ Cannon, if it holds, wins the battle by 75 for Bowling Green.
That was Trayvon Rudolph that had the ball in his hands, on his stomach, popped up, and just an unbelievable interception sealing this victory. If it holds, I think it will.
It looked like it just bounced up into his hands.
It bounced up into his hands. MJ Cannon.
Oh my goodness.
They're going to review it. Obviously, all plays within 5. People are already leaving. Hey, guys.
This Bowling Green defense has made Tucker Gleason run for his life in this fourth quarter. He has had nowhere to go, been under constant pressure. There once again, pressure from the defensive line and linebackers of Bowling Green, forcing an errant throw. And how about MJ Cannon?
They show the replay on the screen. We'll try and get the best look at it.
We'll see
again,
it
just was on his stomach, and then it just kind of popped up into the air.
It's really hard to tell.
They're going to have a lot better views than we will do.
I think it's also noteworthy that they called an interception.
Yes, it is.
So they have to find evidence that it hit the ground, that he didn't catch it.
This is a quick review. We're going to have an answer right here, right now.
After further review, the ruling on the field is upheld.
It is upheld. It's an interception by MJ Cannon. Bowling Green. In position to win the battle by 75.
Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness.
You think back to 2 plays, the trick play to Cameron Petaway, touchdown, and then you think back to the fumble sack in the end zone that set up Bowling Green for another 7 points in this 4th quarter. I mean, talk about guts.
You want to talk about someone who's been all over the field from the opening kickoff. It's been MJ Cannon, and it's only fitting that he gets the game-clinching interception.
He and Gideon Lampron have been around this field all day long, and I think you give those 2 guys game balls because of how resilient they've been on this defense. I mean, those 2 guys, it seemed like every single play was either MJ Cannon, Gideon Lampron, or both. And then you add on Miles Bradley. This unbelievable win, if it holds. Obviously, you still have 2 timeouts for Toledo, but I don't believe they will have a chance to get the ball back. Just an unbelievable game defensively.
I'm serious. All I can do is just smile and laugh. I don't know what else you can really
21
say.
points on the board for Toledo to start the game. Then you have that 1 7-point swing by Bowling Green to end the first half, and you're like, all right, we can find the end zone. This can happen, guys. You go into halftime and you score 21 unanswered points in the second half to give yourself the lead and in position to win this rivalry game. And it's been since the first time since 2008 2008 and 2009 that they've won back-to-back games in this series.
They tied the all-time series.
They tied the all-time series. I mean, this game had so much at stake.
Well, I'll tell you what, Eddie George's first Battle of I-75 is going to be memorable. I mean, wow. Just
absolutely insane.
Been a privilege for sure.
Handoff here to Chris McMillan. He's going to gain a few yards up to the 30. Toledo will call another timeout. That'll be their final timeout of the game. So Bowling Green cannot run down the clock fully. They'll be able to be close. So Bowling Green, you would assume, will run it again here. They will run down that clock all they can. They may even take a delay of game.
You could also have the punter kind of just play around back there if you do elect to punt.
You have to be careful with that, though, with how close you are. .54 seconds left on the clock. If you are Toledo, you have to be absolutely shell-shocked. A 21-point lead evaporated. 28 straight unanswered.
This Bowling Green defense, you need to really look and analyze this third and fourth quarter defense from the Falcons. They have
looked like the best defense in the MAC after these past 2 quarters.
Completely overwhelmed Tucker Gleason.
Anderson going to keep it. He'll take a loss. Does not matter. Clock continues to wind down. We're at 45 seconds.
There's 35 seconds to go, so it's about a 6-second difference.
6 seconds, you are correct.
You do this in a game where you have a quarterback who hasn't thrown a pass this season for you against your biggest rivals in the biggest game of the year for a first-year head coach with all these new players, all new staff, and you come away and perform like this. It's just unbelievable.
The question is going to arise. Where do you go with quarterback Eddie George for the remainder of the season? Based on what we've seen from Lucian Anderson when he got settled in the second half, obviously you make some downfield throws and incomplete, but he can stretch the field, and I think we saw that. Obviously,
delay of game for Bowling Green, unless they call a timeout here. We'll see. No official. There is a flag, so it'll be a delay of game.
Well, the fans think the game ended. It has not ended yet.
Oh, the clock once again. The clock. The clock goes down to 0. The clock should not be at 0. It should be at 6. It'll be a delay of game.
Penalty. I believe there would have been 5 seconds on the clock.
5 or 6, one of the two.
I mean, if you have John Henderson just take it and see if you can allow 5 seconds to go out there. Six seconds they're putting on there.
So 6 seconds will be on the clock. Bowling Green will have to punt it away. This should be depending on whether this is fair caught or what, this may be the final play of the game. Taking their time. We will have Bowling Green hockey against Niagara starting in about an hour 15 minutes over on WBGU 88.1 FM. So after this, in the post-game show wrap-up, make sure to switch over channels. That can be found on your radio dials or streamed on bgfalconmedia.com. Ben Korak is in the Falls over at Niagara for the second game against Niagara. Bowling Green dropped the first one yesterday. The Falcons on the ice will have a chance again tonight. Here once again, just over an hour, 5 o'clock on WBGU 88.1 FM. 6 seconds officially to go. Bowling Green's going to try to run the clock out here. Lucian Anderson's going to take it. Lucian Anderson in the end zone. 3, 2, 1. Lucian Anderson will take a safety, and this game is over. Bowling Green wins over Toledo. They win the Battle of I-75 at Doyle Perry Stadium for the first time since 2019 and tie the all-time series. Lucian Anderson and Eddie George, write your name into Bowling Green history.
Fans are storming the field, and I love the play there by Lucian. He's a speedy guy. Allow him to get back in there and allow some space. I mean, fans are storming the field. Just what a moment for Bowling Green. What a moment for Eddie George. This is it. I mean, this is what rivalries are all about, and now for the first time since 2008, 2009, Bowling Green has gone back-to-back in this series. Just what a moment for Bowling Green and Eddie George.
And the fans rush the field at the Doyle. Sweet, sweet victory for the orange and brown.
When you hired Eddie George when left for left back in spring, and you're wondering what was he going to bring, what kind of games, what kind of memories is he going to bring to this program, to this city, this is one of them. This is the first one on your mind. Can you beat your rivals up north? Can you beat Toledo? Can you give this fan base that was so disappointed at the end of last season something to remember, something to just have with them for the rest of the year? You promised them you're going to compete for the MAC championship this year. I know it didn't end the way they wanted to last year, but all these new players, all these new coaches, they can still do it this year. This is a statement win. There's a long way to go. There's a lot of games left, but this is a humongous step in the right direction that's going to last in the entire night in Bowling Green.
Bowling Green was down 21-0. They were counted out. They were left for dead. Toledo had a 97.7% chance of winning the game. Bowling Green roared back 28 unanswered points against the best defense in the MAC and a top 10 statistical defense in the country to beat the Toledo Rockets.
This type of win a few years ago when the last time this game was here was midweek. Bowling Green had this huge lead going into half, and they ended up losing 31-32. It was one of the worst losses I think I've experienced as a student here, because you were up. You felt like it was going to be a fun night, everyone's going crazy, and then you end up losing. That is exactly what Toledo did today. They were up 21-0. Everything going their way. It's going to be this, huge win for Jason Candle. And then flip side that, Bowling Green was able to storm all the way back. I mean, you talk about letting it hang out all the way out there. You talk about that trick play. You talk about the defense resiliency. I mean, in my opinion, the best win that I've seen here at Bowling Green in my time since 2021.
The biggest athletic game of the calendar year every year. It's always this. It's always this one circled every year. And every year, you either win or you lose. Back-to-back years, Bowling Green beat them in the Glass Bowl last year. And this year, first year with Eddie George, gets a big victory. Wow.
Bowling Green, since 2004, was 0-75 when trailing by 21 points. Lucian Anderson III, MJ Cannon, and Eddie George have made that 1-75 to win the Battle of I-75.
Just you knew going into this game the vibe around this place would be drastic, and it was. And when you allow these guys to crawl back into this thing, letting the stadium live again, it was just such a sight to see. I mean, 28-21, what a game. This will probably be the one game that all these students will remember forever.
It will officially be 28-23 after the safety from Lucian. Nonetheless, what a win by Bowling Green.
I mean, those were the first points scored by Toledo since the second quarter, and it was by Bowling Green on a safety, intentional safety. I mean, just an unbelievable win, and I'm just so happy for the guys. I'm so happy for Eddie George. He talked. I remember Tyler and I were up in Detroit at MAC Media Day, and we're like, hey, what do you know about this rivalry? Going in, obviously it's Toledo Bowling Green, but what have you known about this? And he was like, Urban Meyer tells me it's the one game you have to win. Yeah. It is the one game you have to win. All your heart and soul should go into that one game. And it did today. In my personal opinion, I think coaching is what won this game today because of, the halftime adjustments. Yeah. It's all about halftime adjustments. They were down 21-7. All it takes is one play to get yourself back into this game, and it did. In my opinion, it's coaching. And my hat's off to Eddie George, and just a heck of a win for him.
Just defensively, coaching, everything for Bowling in the second half.
was outstanding. And there's going to be a lot to analyze from this game afterwards, but for now, the celebrations, everybody on the field, alma mater playing, fantastic.
What a win for Bowling Green. The final from Dwight L. Perry Stadium on the campus of Bowling Green State University. Bowling Green 28, Toledo 23. For Lucas Kleinmeyer, for Sean Connolly, this is Tyler Kavlitz. We will send it back to the Falcon Radio studio in the Cooling Center for Nate Hinners and Adam Duff, and Bowling Green winners in the Battle of I-75.
BGSU men's golf travels south down I-75 to Kettering, Ohio's Moraine Country Club to take on the Miami, Ohio Redhawks on Monday, October 13th and Tuesday, October 14th. The matchup will mark the team's first head-to-head competition with a single university this season. Check out bgfalconmedia.com for Falcon Media Sports Network's Aiden Brewick's recap of the match along with other content.
We are the boy band. Your tween made you see. We are the boy band. It's Painful Concert number 3. We are the boy band. We're 5 and 19. We are the boy band. Always singing on key.
You love your kids enough to take them to see their favorite band. Love them enough to make sure they're buckled up in the back seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Women's tennis travels east to Pennsylvania to face off with Slippery Rock for a tennis match on October 11th at noon. The matchup will be the team's first head-to-head competition with a single university outside of invitationals. BG swept the Rocks in their only ever matchup in 2024, 7-0. Check out the recap written by Falcon Media Sports Network's Aiden Brewick on bgfalconmedia.com.
Falcon Media Sports Network writes and publishes over 1,000 stories per year, including game previews, recaps, sidebars, opinion pieces, feature stories, and more. Head over to bgfalconmedia.com to view all of our content for every sport throughout the year.
All right, welcome into the Falcon Media Sports Network post-game show. What a game that was. All right, and Bowling Green defeating the Toledo Rockets 28-23 in the Battle of I-75. Coach Eddie George really defying a lot of odds today to get that win. Adam, recap the game for us.
I don't know if I can recap the game in an hour, let alone just the second half could be 3 hours. It was insane by Bowling Green. The defense didn't allow anything throughout the second half. I guess I'll start with Lucian Anderson. What a game by him. 9 of 16, 92 yards, 2 touchdowns. Doesn't stand out on paper. However, he did have a big touchdown pass before halftime. Had a big 3rd and 12 run. Very good job by him there. And then RJ Garcia, wide receiver, didn't really get involved today except for a 73-yard touchdown pass to Cameron Petaway. Just a couple really big plays for Bowling Green offensively. And this defense, there's not a single guy you can point out almost. It was all of them getting in the backfield to stop the run, breaking up passes downfield, and then MJ Cannon had the interception that essentially sealed it. Just a complete team game in that second half, and 28 unanswered points. Absolutely incredible. I believe Tyler Kavlitz, he said it, Bowling Green was 0-73, if I'm not mistaken, after trailing by 21 points since 2005. That is absolutely incredible to have that type of comeback in the Battle of I-75 to get a huge MAC win, as this is a statement not only for your team in this rivalry, but throughout the MAC.
Yeah, especially going in today, Drew Pine just an hour before kickoff, knowing that he was not going to be playing today, and then having a new quarterback who not much playing time in the past, going in with that and still getting a win today.
And yeah, Lucian Anderson, his 2 touchdowns today through the air, his first 2 passing touchdowns as a college quarterback, which just incredible for him. It's got to be a great feeling, and now sparks that huge debate of which quarterback do you use going forward. And let's step aside from the quarterback and receiving game. The running game as well, it wasn't that good for Bowling Green still, but they had a couple runs when they needed it down the stretch to kill the game clock and to end the game the way they wanted to, with forcing Toledo to throw the ball downfield, not let them be comfortable with their balanced offense.
Yeah, and we'll keep talking about that coming up right after this quick break here on Falcon Radio.
On November 15th, 2024, BGSU Hockey defeated St. Thomas in a shootout, courtesy of a game winner by defenseman Jack Blake. Falcon Media Sports Network's voice of Falcon Hockey, Ben Korak, had the call of the moment on WBGU 88.1 FM.
And Jack Blake, for all the glory, trying to put this one away. With the puck, taking it around, far side wheel, working in with the shot, and he fills it! Jack Blake with the shootout winner! First time in the lineup this season, and Jack Blake is the hero as Bowling Green mobs him.
This has been a Falcon Media Sports Network featured call.
Welcome back to Falcon Media Sports Network's post-game show. The Bowling Green Falcons getting a big win over the Toledo Rockets, 28-23 here in the Battle of I-75. Getting officially into our roundtable analysis now. Adam, crazy game today.
Yeah,
Still can't believe it.
I can't believe it either. Just an amazing win. And really, I think the defense, what shocked me was how the start of the game, Toledo was able to do whatever they wanted. They were completing passes. They were running the ball. Every play seemed to be at least 5 yards. And in this defense in the second half, I don't know what clicked for them, but they started to generate pressure. They hit Gleason a couple times while he threw. They also just sacked him a couple times. And then they got the huge strip sack right at the 1 yard line, which led to the final touchdown that Bowling Green had. So the defense, I don't know what clicked in the second half. They've had their shaky moments this year, but it was completely dominant the second half. And then for the offense, I really don't understand what happened with how Toledo just let up that big trick play. Cameron Petaway got the 75-yard touchdown from R.J. Garcia passing the ball instead of catching it like he usually does. It just the trick plays, and Lucian Anderson, he didn't have to do a crazy amount of stuff today, but he did have a 3rd and 12 design quarterback run conversion, which is another thing. Like, that's something that you don't see as much with Drew Pine. Drew Pine can't run as fast as Lucian Anderson. That's just the facts. That's how it is. So very interesting how they were managed to come back, even though they were outgained by 203 yards of offense. They still won the game.
It is wild going in from how they played in that first quarter. I mean, that first quarter, for most of it, seemed like a complete disaster. Not a great feeling going into the Battle of I-75. I mean, halfway through, Toledo was up 21-7, correct? Am I remembering that correct?
21-7 at halftime.
Yeah, 21-7 at halftime. To come back and have the Falcons go up 28-23 at the end, that's wild.
And once it went to 21-0, everyone's thinking, oh, start the buses, go home.
Exactly.
I mean,
I wonder how many fans left the game and are now like listening in and being like, how did we leave that?
It doesn't make sense. If you look at the stats, it doesn't tell what this game was. You have to rewatch it to really capture the magic. I mean, Toledo had 23 first downs to Bowling Green's 10, and they still lost the game. They had 100 more rushing yards. This is such an anomaly of a game, and I think it's definitely in contention. I know it's the early window of games for the craziest game of the week.
Yeah, definitely. It's just wild going in with the circumstances BG had with Drew Pine out, and then to start off the first half being down pretty significantly, just having that one touchdown at the end there to kind of give them some glimmer of hope, and then to come back in that second half and just get that 28-23 win. That's got to be a wild feeling. I can't imagine how Coach Eddie George is feeling now with his first Battle of I-75 win. And then also, I wanted to mention this in our pregame show. You had your score, which I believe was
23-20, Bowling Green.
When we got done with that, or when we were in our halftime show, I was like, ooh, I think that's going to be off a bit. Turns out, pretty close to the actual score.
You know, I was thinking it would have happened a little differently. Maybe not a 28 unanswered points for Bowling Green, but wasn't that far off. I'm pretty happy with that.
No, I mean...
Yeah.
I was just like, when we got to that halftime show, to have... when Toledo was up by that much, being like, I don't know if BG is going to get back up there, but sure enough, they did.
And another thing that I really think is incredible is Bowling Green was down 21-14, and Lucian Anderson threw that interception downfield, and it felt like kind of the same story that we've had when Pine has thrown interceptions in the second half, where they had a chance to maybe, equalize the score, make it closer, and then a pick happens, and it's like, okay, kind of throws it out the window. But then the defense immediately stepped up after an offensive turnover, got the ball back, and then immediately Bowling Green went into that deep trick play touchdown. And then again, John Henderson, he did have the shank towards the end of the game so that Toledo got good field position, but Bowling Green doesn't go up 28-21 without that punt being deep into Toledo territory and backing them up. He did that twice today. One was because of Toledo penalty backing them up, but he still did a good job setting it up. And another one, he had them backed up at their 4-yard line. He also helped set it up. A complete team game, and they didn't need to use Jackson Cleather except for extra points today, which is something that they haven't done really all year. They've had to rely on him. Today, he just had to kick little 19-yard extra points and made it his job easy.
Yeah, a wild game indeed. All right, coming up, we'll have our Falcon Media Sports Network Athlete of the Game. Also coming up, too, we'll take a look at what else is going on around the MAC and around college football. Keep it here. You're listening to the Falcon Media Sports Network postgame show on Falcon Radio.
BGSU Hockey continues their weekend series against Niagara University on Saturday, October 11th at Niagara's Dwyer Arena. The Orange and Brown last played Niagara in 2012 when the Falcons emerged victorious in a 3-0 victory at the Slater Family Ice Arena. The Purple Eagles kicked off their season with a 5-2 victory over St. Lawrence. Falcon Media Sports Network's Benjamin Korak will have the call starting at 4:45 for pregame and 5 o'clock for puck drop on WBGU 80.1 FM, your home for BGSU Hockey.
Did you know Falcon Media Sports Network has video highlights of BGSU athletic events? To see all the moments from your favorite BGSU teams and athletes, head over to the BG Falcon Media YouTube channel or view them on bgfalconmedia.com.
Welcome back to the Falcon Media Sports Network post-game show. The Falcons getting the win today in the Battle of I-75, 28-23 over the Rockets. The Rockets going back home now. So, Adam, your Falcon Media Sports Network player of the game.
It's pretty easy choice here. Cameron Petaway, the running back for Bowling Green. He's the player of the game. 2 catches, 118 yards. Both of them were for scores. One of them was a 45-yard catch. Another one, a 73-yarder. So, yeah, just 2 big plays for him, but really only 9 completions on the day for Anderson. 1 was from Garcia to Petaway. So, Petaway had most of the offensive yards for the team through the air, catching it, and just an incredible game for him, getting those 2 big plays that really catapulted BG back into it before halftime, and then got them to officially equalize it at 21 when he had the second score. So great game by him. And then also shout out to Junior Vanderross III still for Toledo. He last year had 100 yards, over 100 yards against BG. Today had exactly 100. So 2 really good receiving performances for both teams. One was from an expected receiver for Toledo, and then the athlete of the game for Bowling Green in Cameron Petaway with his 118 yards.
Yeah, definitely deserving of that title today after his game today. All right, taking a look at what's going on around the MAC. Miami of Ohio getting a win over Akron, 20-7. The final score with the Red Hawks getting a win in Akron. That game started at noon today as well. fourth quarter for Northern Illinois and Eastern Michigan. Eastern Michigan up 16-10. 1:46 left in that. Again in the fourth quarter. That game kicked off about 45 minutes after our game, about 12:45. Kent State currently defeating UMass 21-3. The score there in the second quarter still. 1:35 left in the second. That game kicked off at 2:30 today. And just kicking off about a half hour ago, Ball State and Western Michigan. Western Michigan up on Ball State 7-0. Quarter one still there with 1:56 left. Taking a look at what else is going on in college football, some big games. Another big game going on in Ohio. If you're a Falcons and a Buckeye fan, it was a very good day for you today. The Buckeyes defeated Illinois 34-16. They also had a noon kickoff as well. Alabama defeated Missouri 27-24. Close scoring game there. And the Pittsburgh Panthers defeating the 25th ranked Florida State Seminoles 34-31. Still in college football right now. Just playing right now still. A few scores. Notre Dame defeating North Carolina State. Quarter one, 2:04 left. Iowa State and Colorado 0-0 still. Again, quarter one, 5:07 left. Georgia Tech up on Virginia Tech 15-0. Quarter one, 4:20 left in that first quarter. Oklahoma up on Texas just a bit, 3-0. Still, again, first quarter with 8:18 left. Excuse me, Oklahoma is up on Texas 3-0. They had that wrong there for a second. Oklahoma up on Texas 3-0. 8:18 left in the first quarter. And Indiana up on Oregon 6:36 left in that first quarter. I've said too many scores. But yeah, those are your college football scores going on right now, and a look at what's going on around the MAC, or what happened in the MAC too today, because Miami getting that win as well. I also got one more thing I'm looking at, the ODOT traffic camera from the I-75 interchange there. You know, if you're heading back north to Toledo, probably some very disappointed fans driving up north there. Though the ones going south, going back home, going south, or going to Route 6, they probably have a pretty good vibe there. A lot of cars, though, heading out of BG right now, though traffic not too backed up if you are listening. Going out there, traffic flowing pretty well. But yeah, definitely the cars going other directions other than north, probably having a better day. But yeah, that is about going to wrap things up for our Falcon Media Sports Network coverage today of the Battle of I-75. I say Battle of I-75 coverage because we have more coverage coming up here in about an hour. But before I get to that, Adam, your final thoughts from today's game.
Just an incredible game for Bowling Green. Really sets them up perfectly towards the end of the MAC schedule, because I think this is the toughest game they have the rest of the way. So very exciting to see what happens going forward. And yeah, great job by you managing the board and our trio of announcers.
Yeah, definitely.
At Deutsch.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right. So speaking of coverage, in just about, 35 minutes from now, more Falcon Media Sports Network coming your way. Ben Korak, he's up at Niagara Falls, New York. Last night, though, hockey not having a great night. I believe that was their first regular season match.
Yes.
Yeah, not kicking off the season well for hockey, losing 2-0 against Niagara, though we'll see how they do tonight. You know, volleyball got a win yesterday. Who else soccer got a win yesterday?
Soccer, yeah.
So we'll see if hockey can join the team of Weekend Falcon Athletic winning. But that's coming up at 5 o'clock over on WBGU 88.1 FM. Pre-game, just about a half hour away at 4:45. Again, over on WBGU. So you can listen on your radio dial locally at 88.1 FM, as well as I think the player below us on bgfalconmedia.com. So if you want to tune in for some Falcon hockey coverage, see how the Falcon, you're feeling pretty good from this Falcon win today. see if the Falcons can keep it up tonight. That's going on in just about a half hour or so. But yeah, with that is going to wrap things up for our Battle of I-75 coverage here on Falcon Radio. Though more coverage coming your way over on bgfalconmedia.com. We'll have post-game interviews, as well as analysis and our recap. So more Battle of I-75 coverage coming your way on bgfalconmedia.com. So keep an eye out for that. But yeah, that's going to wrap things up for us here today on Falcon Radio. Adam, thanks for joining me in studio. You know, it was kind of fun. We were supposed to have another person with us, but they got to do something pretty cool as well over at the Doit. But it was great having you in studio. And again, thanks to our broadcasters out at the Doit, as well as everyone who helped, get us on air today. So have a great rest of your Saturday, and we'll talk to you guys again soon here on Falcon Radio.
This broadcast has been a Falcon Media Sports Network production. For more BGSU sports news and updates, follow Falcon Media Sports Network on Twitter X at BG_FMSN, BG Falcon Media on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, and head over to BGFalconMedia.com.